Chapter 1, When the Dog Licker Gets Struck by Lightning. Parallel World, Blue Star. Xinjiai, why are you greening me? In front of the women's dormitory at Jinling University. A boy in a blue plaid shirt with an ordinary appearance angrily questioned the girl in front of him. And this girl was his girlfriend, Xinjiai. Yang Xiaodong and Xinjiai were classmates. At the beginning of the first year, Yang Xiaodong was deeply attracted by Xinjiai's sweet appearance. He then launched a fierce pursuit. After a year of pursuit, Xinjiai finally agreed to be Yang Xiaodong's girlfriend. But just now, a shocking news exploded in the various melon-eating groups at Jinling University. In the video, a man and a woman were having real sex in the gazebo in the back garden of the school. What they didn't know was that while they were having hot and heavy sex, someone not far away secretly filmed it and immediately posted it to various melon-eating groups on the school. Yang Xiaodong was originally bored in the dormitory, brushing his phone. When he clicked on the video, he was gloating, thinking to himself, who the hell is so unlucky? But after seeing the male and female protagonists in the video, he was dumbfounded. Why does this girl look so familiar? The girl in the video had short hair, a slender figure, and was wearing a white dress. Why does this dress look so familiar too? A few days ago, Yang Xiaodong spent more than a month's living expenses to buy his girlfriend a white dress just like the one in the video. Thinking about this, Yang Xiaodong's pupils suddenly contracted, and he hurriedly enlarged the frame. When she saw the girl's appearance in the video, Yang Xiaodong felt his head buzzing, as if he had been hit by a thunderbolt. Shun. Jia. This is my girlfriend, damn it. Yang Xiaodong's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched, his fingernails sinking into his palms and bleeding. He was oblivious to this, his eyes fixed on the screen as his teeth clenched and creaked. The truth was already obvious. He had been cheated on. And the whole school knew about it. Yang Xiaodong's anger had reached its limit at this point, and he ran out of his dormitory in a rage to confront Xinjiai. Facing Yang Xiaodong's questioning, Xinjiai did not show the slightest bit of guilt, and her face was also expressionless. Tell me who that man is. Yang Xiaodong roared. Who is he and what does it have to do with you? Xinjiai's expression remained indifferent, as if she didn't care about Yang Xiaodong at all. Xinjiai, I treated you so well, why are you treating me like this? Yang Xiaodong said in pain. He really couldn't accept Xinjiai's sudden betrayal. Facing Yang Xiaodong's accusations, Xinjiai couldn't take it anymore. Yang Xiaodong, I hope you can figure it out. It's always been you who's stuck to me like a dog's patch. I chose to be with you because you treated me well. But since we've been together for a year, have you ever given me a decent gift? Have you ever been to a fancy restaurant? Xinjiai's voice became agitated as she pointed at Yang Xiaodong's nose and scolded him. Xinjiai was right. But Yang Xiaodong, who was from a rural area, only had 800 yuan a month to live on, so how could he afford any expensive gifts? But he also took on several part-time jobs after school. He delivered packages, worked as a waiter, and ran errands for people. He had done his best to treat Xinjiai well. Apart from Tomb Sweeping Day, he even bought gifts for Xinjiai on April Fool's Day and Children's Day. Even so, Xinjiai still felt that Yang Xiaodong was not good enough for her. Yang Xiaodong lowered his head, and tears flowed unstoppably from his eyes. He didn't know how to refute. Yang Xiaodong, since you want to know who that man is, I might as well tell you, he is Lu Jianhua, the vice president of the student union. Due to the angle of the video, it is impossible to see the face of the adulterer, and only the face of the adulteress can be barely seen. Lu Jianhua is the vice president of the student union at Jinling University. His father runs several nightclubs and bars, and is a well-known figure in Jinling City. Relying on his position as vice president of the student union and his father's influence, Lu Jianhua has caused havoc with countless girls over the past 2 years. Jai, Lu Jianhua is lying to you. He only wants you, he doesn't love you at all. Only I love you wholeheartedly. Yang Xiaodong looked up, his eyes filled with tears, as he shook Xinjiai's arm while crying. After listening to Yang Xiaodong's words, Xinjiai sneered, Yang Xiaodong, your love is so little that even a dog would shake its head at it. Jianhua casually gave me a gift that could match your annual living expenses, and you? Ha ha. And I have never really loved you, you have always been delusional. Xinjiai violently shook off Yang Xiaodong's hand. Okay, now that we've had this conversation, Yang Xiaodong, we're officially breaking up. I hope you won't bother Jianhua and me again. After saying this, Xinjiai went upstairs without looking back. Yang Xiaodong stood still, looking at the departing back of Shinjai, and tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. From the moment Yang Xiaodong first saw Shinjai, he couldn't help but fall deeply in love with her. For 2 years, he had done his best to be nice to Shinjai. But in the end, what he got in return was her merciless abandonment. While the two were arguing, the surrounding area had already been filled with onlookers. This guy doesn't look that great, but his girlfriend is quite pretty. Holy shit, Shinjai is the girl in the video. I've never seen anything like this before. So you see, nowadays many girls worship money. This girl must have dumped her boyfriend because she didn't like that he didn't have any. Hey, Mr. Wu Dalong, the famous private entrepreneur from the Northern Song dynasty, taught us with his life that if you don't have money, don't play with high-end equipment, or you could be in danger. Another guy pushed his glasses up with his middle finger and said in a literary manner. Ha 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 ha. This remark drew a big laugh from the surrounding melon-eating crowd. This girl looks pretty, but I didn't expect her to be such a bitch. I've seen the video, and they just started fighting like crazy. Is it true that the girl dumped her boyfriend because of Lu Jianhua? Of course it's not fake, the woman herself admitted it. Besides, my girlfriend and I ran into them in a hotel a few times. Haha, it turns out that this guy has been a cuckold for a long time, haha. The surrounding crowd of onlookers spoke one after the other. These harsh words were like sharp knives, slashing Yang Xiaodong's already broken heart again and again. Resentment, grievance, pain, despair, regret. A flood of complex emotions swept through Yang Xiaodong's heart. It turned out that everything was a sham. Those sweet moments spent with Shinjai were nothing more than a performance. Ha 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 ha. Yang Xiaodong suddenly burst out laughing as he walked. Shit, this kid isn't mad, is he? In the current situation, Yang Xiaodong suddenly burst out laughing, which seemed extremely strange. This kid should be unable to accept the reality and be mad. Hurry up, follow him, there's going to be a big show today, haha. Yang Xiaodong let out a loud laugh every 2 or 3 steps. The whole scene looked extremely strange. Just then, in the originally cloudless sky, a large dark cloud suddenly appeared, covering the sun and creating a dark, gloomy scene. Then came the howling wind, the flashing lightning, and the pouring rain. In the blink of an eye, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. The surrounding spectators also dispersed. As the saying goes, fortune does not come twice, and misfortune does not come alone. When it's your turn to be unlucky, you'll have bad luck no matter what. A sudden flash of lightning, with a probability of 1 in 100 million, struck Yang Xiaodong with incredible precision. A black cloud of smoke rose from Yang Xiaodong's body, and then he stopped moving. This kid's luck is really bad. Out of more than 7 billion people in the world, he got hit? If he's that lucky, he'll definitely win the lottery. Sure enough, he was struck by lightning while licking a dog. Licking a dog is a death sentence. Brothers, this is what happens when you lick a dog. The audience, who had taken shelter from the rain nearby, couldn't stop talking. Chapter 2, Goddess Conquest System. After a few minutes, Yang Xiaodong struggled to get up from the ground, drenched to the skin by the sudden downpour. What happened? How did I fall? My head hurts. Yang Xiaodong didn't realize that he had just been struck by lightning. This kind of unlucky event had actually happened to him. Just as he was dumbfounded, a strange voice suddenly came from his mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for awakening the Goddess Conquest System. What the hell? Yang Xiaodong looked around in confusion. Is the host bound? The system? Could it be that I, like the protagonist in a novel, have accidentally obtained some kind of cheat system? Yang Xiaodong, a veteran loser, is obsessed with online novels in his spare time, and has read over 10,000 hours of them. In particular, he loves novels about protagonists who accidentally obtain a cheat system that defies the heavens, thereby becoming rich and powerful, sitting on a harem of 3,000 women, and reaching the pinnacle of life. Yang Xiaodong had fantasized countless times about how great it would be if he could obtain the kind of external system featured in the novels. He never imagined that his dream would come true. God, you have not treated me badly. Link now. Yang Xiaodong was a little excited, and couldn't wait to find out what the system was for. Ding, link successful. Immediately afterwards, an attribute panel appeared in his mind. Host, Yang Xiaodong. Age, 21 years old. Stamina, 50. Strength, 50. Intelligence, 80. Agility, 50. Charisma, 10. Current available attribute points, 0. Personal wealth, 563 Huaxia coins. Skills learned, none. The values of the 5 attributes physique, strength, intelligence, agility and charisma can reach a maximum of 100 for humans. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the novice gift package. Gift package 1, the host is awarded 100 attribute points. Gift package 2, 1 billion Huaxia coins awarded to the host. Gift package 3, the host is awarded the charisma skill, the extremely charming demon pupil. Skill introduction. Name, extremely charming demon pupil. Function, any member of the opposite sex who looks at the host for more than 7 seconds will be unable to help but fall in love with the host. This skill is a charisma skill, and the higher the charisma attribute, the stronger the effect of this skill. Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but gasp when he saw this skill introduction. This is fucking awesome, isn't it? Damn it, I'm going to turn the tables on the serfs and sing. From now on, I won't have trouble picking up girls. At this moment, Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but let out a long, loud cry to express his excitement. No, wait. 1 billion Chinese yuan. Yang Xiaodong's eyes suddenly widened, and he stared in disbelief. Just as Yang Xiaodong was in a daze, the text message bell rang. He picked it up and read it. Your bank card number 5233 will receive 1 billion yuan at 1945 on August 1, 2024, with a remaining balance of 1,563 yuan. Huaxia National Bank. Yang Xiaodong looked at the text message on his phone and completely lost it, his mind going blank. Happiness came too quickly and overwhelmed him. Is this real? Or is it an illusion? Yang Xiaodong pinched his cheeks hard and felt a sharp pain. It wasn't a dream, it really wasn't a dream. It was all real. Then he counted the zeros in the text message and confirmed it again. His bank card really had an extra 10 billion yuan. 10 billion yuan, 10 billion yuan, you can't spend it all in a lifetime. Yang Xiaodong felt like he was in a state of extreme euphoria, and he couldn't suppress the ecstasy inside him. This state of euphoria lasted for 10 whole minutes. No, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Yang Xiaodong thought of some external systems in novels, which, although they could help the host gain great power or money, would always come with certain conditions, or punishments, or tasks. He felt that this system would be no exception. The system would randomly select a member of the opposite sex as the host's conquest. The host would need to make the conquest fall truly in love with the host within a limited time, and complete the charging process with them, then the task would be considered successful, and the host would receive a reward for the task. On the contrary, if the host fails to complete the conquest before the end of the limited time, it will be considered a mission failure, and the host will be punished by the system. Damn, isn't this forcing me to pick up girls? No, wait. What does it mean to complete charging with them? Yang Xiaodong understood the rest. It's just about picking up girls within the specified time, but what does it mean by charging? Charging means that the host must have a substantial relationship with the conquest. Holy cow, that's intense. Warning, the host must fully respect the wishes of the conquered object. If the host forces a charge against the wishes of the conquered object, the system will directly deprive the host of life. Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but shiver. Is there anything else the host doesn't understand? The cold system voice came again. System, I want to know what this attribute point is for? Attribute points can enhance the host's own attributes, and can also be exchanged for the skills and items the host needs in the system mall. I see. Yang Xiaodong then opened the system mall. After looking through it, he was once again shocked beyond words. The things in here have completely exceeded his knowledge. Oh my god, I must have saved the galaxy in a previous life to get such an awesome system. Which attribute should I add 100 points to first? Yang Xiaodong is 1.85 meters tall and weighs only 120 pounds. He is a real skinny guy. Then let's add physical strength first. System, add 50 attribute points to physical strength. Okay. Host, Yang Xiaodong. Physical strength, 100. Strength, 50. Intelligence, 80. Agility, 50. Charisma, 10. Currently available attribute points, 50. Personal wealth, 100,000,0563. Learn skills, extremely charming demon eyes charisma. In an instant, Yang Xiaodong felt a warm current rush through his entire body, and he felt so comfortable that he almost floated away. This feeling is really wonderful. I'd better save the remaining 50 attribute points for emergencies. Holy shit, he's cheating death. Didn't that kid get killed by lightning? How did he come back to life? How much good karma did he accumulate in his past life that he survived the lightning strike? I saw him standing there talking to himself. Even if he wasn't killed by lightning, he must be crazy now. Yes, he's definitely gone crazy. Look at him, standing there smirking all by himself. Isn't he a complete idiot? Due to the sudden downpour, the onlookers had to retreat. But do you think the heavy rain could stop college students from gossiping? No, it's impossible. Back at the dormitory, they leaned out onto the balcony. Some even took out binoculars and watched the fun with relish. Back in the dormitory, Yang Xiaodong opened the door. His 3 roommates immediately gathered around. Are you okay, second one? Zheng Chang asked with concern. Don't do anything stupid for that slut Xinjai. Chen Peng followed up, fearing that Yang Xiaodong might not be able to think straight for a while. Yeah, if you break up, you can find someone else. It's not easy to find a 3-legged toad, but there are plenty of women with 2 legs. Zhan Hao also followed suit. As roommates who had eaten and lived together for 2 years, they naturally understood Yang Xiaodong's feelings for Xinjai and also understood Yang Xiaodong's character. This guy is very extreme in what he does. Either he doesn't do it, or if he does, he has to do it best. Once he has made a decision, no amount of pulling back will bring him back. This is the main reason why Yang Xiaodong is the top student in the college in all subjects. I'm fine, thanks for your concern, Xiege and the others. Yang Xiaodong said very calmly. Really? Zheng Chang was a little skeptical. Of course it's true. Yang Xiaodong said helplessly. Facing the concern of his roommates, Yang Xiaodong felt very warm. He was from a rural area in the northwest of China, and through his own efforts, he finally got into Jinling University, one of the top 10 universities in the country. Over the past 2 years of living with his roommates, they have established a very deep friendship with each other. Chapter 3 The system told me to talk to a counselor. The next morning, Yang Xiaodong got up and went to the bathroom. The men's dormitory at Jinling University was a standard quadruple room with a private bathroom and shower. The other 3 guys were still fast asleep. Yang Xiaodong took off his clothes and stood in front of the mirror. He looked at himself in the mirror. Holy shit! Yang Xiaodong looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't believe it. The acne that had plagued him for years had disappeared overnight. His face, which had been covered in acne, and his dark skin had actually become moist and white, as smooth as a baby's. His thin body had also become stronger. Although he was still very thin. However, his 8-pack abs were exceptionally obvious, as if carved with a knife. He looked even more handsome than before. Looking down. I'm grass. Yang Xiaodong was shocked. Oh my god. Yang Xiaodong was shocked. Could it be that all these changes came from the 50 physical attribute points added yesterday? Now it seems like there's only one explanation. Adding physical attribute points can make your skin better, your body stronger, and your appearance more and more handsome. These effects are all understandable. But Xiaodong has also become stronger, and Yang Xiaodong can't quite understand it. Could it be that every time a physical attribute point is added, Xiaodong becomes stronger by 1 point? If I only add physical attribute points in the future, won't Xiaodong grow taller and more powerful, eventually breaking the limits of the human body? Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but shiver at the thought. Damn, there's also this effect. I just want to say, the system is awesome. Yang Xiaodong washed up briefly. He came out of the bathroom. Zhang Hao, Chen Peng, and Zhang Chang also got up one after the other. Today is Saturday, and there are no classes. But the tutor Yan Ruyu announced in the WeChat group. There will be an impromptu class meeting at 10 o'clock this morning, and all students are required to attend on time. Yang Xiaodong replied in the group that he had received the message. After washing up, the group went to the classroom together. They arrived at the classroom. After a while, the tutor Yan Ruyu arrived. Hello, everyone. I'm sorry to keep you for a while this morning, but we need to hold an impromptu class meeting to discuss a few things with you. Yan Ruyu is 28 years old and has a postgraduate degree. After graduating, she was admitted to Jinling University as a counselor, but she is not a teacher. She is mainly responsible for managing the daily life of students. Yan Ruyu is the kind of beauty that you can look at for a long time. At first glance, she may not be particularly beautiful, and she may even be a bit plain. But the more you look at her, the more you feel that she has charm and charisma, and she makes people feel very comfortable. She has an elegant temperament, behaves modestly, and looks like a gentle older sister. The school will soon hold its annual Universiade. I hope that every student will actively sign up to compete in their area of expertise and bring glory to the college and the class. Jinling University holds the Universiade once a year. At that time, the entire school, a total of 16 colleges, suspends classes for the 2-week Universiade. There are many events in the Universiade, such as basketball, football, track and field, badminton, volleyball, table tennis, and so on. I hope everyone will sign up enthusiastically. The class monitor will be in charge of registration. Yan Ruyu then emphasized a few more things. Okay, that's it for today's temporary class meeting. The rest of you can leave first. Yang Xiaodong, come to my office for a moment. Okay, teacher. Yang Xiaodong answered. After Yan Ruyu left the classroom, the other students also left one after the other. Second brother, let's go back to the dormitory first. Okay, you go ahead. Yang Xiaodong went to Yan Ruyu's office. What can I do for you, teacher? Yang Xiaodong asked. Xiaodong, sit down. Yan Ruyu pulled a chair over to the side and then poured a glass of water for Yang Xiaodong from a paper cup. Ding, the goddess conquest mission has been activated. The conquest target has been bound. Name, Yan Ruyu. Age, 28. Face value, 85 points. Body, 80 points. Relationship status, single. Mission deadline, 100 days. Mission reward, 100 attribute points, 500 million Huaxia currency. Within 100 days, the host must make the conquest object fall truly and sincerely in love with the host and complete the charging process with the object, and the mission will be considered successful, and the host will receive the mission reward. If, on the other hand, the host fails to complete the mission within the specified time, the system will reset all of the host's wealth. Yang Xiaodong winced at the corner of his mouth after reading it. Damn it! Yang Xiaodong almost cursed. Damn you system, I'll fuck you up. The first one you want me to go woo my tutor, and there's a deadline of 100 days, if I don't woo her, I'll be back to being poor. 10,000 thoughts raced through Yang Xiaodong's mind. But if I succeed, I'll get 500 million, 100 attribute points, and a beautiful woman like Yan Ruyu. But this is too difficult. If the host feels that the task is too difficult to complete, they can unbind from this system. After unbinding, the wealth and skills obtained by the host will disappear. After unbinding, I'll become a poor man again. Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but let out a gasp. No, I don't want to be a poor loser anymore. I'll give it a go. Yang Xiaodong gritted his teeth and decided to give it a go. Xiaodong, what's wrong with you? Yan Ruyu saw Yang Xiaodong standing there in a daze, and reached out to wave his hand in front of his eyes. It's nothing. Yang Xiaodong pulled himself together. Yan Ruyu sat down and took out an application form. It was an application form for a student financial aid grant. Yan Ruyu knew about Yang Xiaodong's family situation. That was why she always saved the student financial aid grant for Yang Xiaodong once a semester. It wasn't that she was biased towards Yang Xiaodong. It was just that Yang Xiaodong's family was really struggling. His father is seriously ill in bed, and the family relies on his mother's odd jobs to make ends meet. Thank you for your kindness, teacher, but I don't need it. I'd rather give this grant to a classmate who really needs it. Before, Yang Xiaodong desperately needed this grant, because it could greatly reduce the pressure on his family. Although it was only 2,000 yuan. But now he no longer needs this money, so he wants to give it to a classmate who really needs it. Xiaodong, what are you? Yan Ruyu looked at Yang Xiaodong in front of her with a puzzled expression. Teacher, I have already received this grant twice, so this time I would like to give it to a student who is in greater need. Thank you, teacher, for giving me the opportunity every time. Yan Ruyu was a little moved when she heard this and a smile appeared on her face. It seems that Yang Xiaodong is not the kind of person who is insatiable, and he also knows how to be grateful. Since you say so, Xiaodong, I will leave the place to someone else. Yan Ruyu said with great relief. At this moment, a flash of inspiration crossed Yang Xiaodong's mind. Since I have the counterintuitive skill of the extremely bewitching devil's pupil, why not practice on Yan Ruyu first? Although using this skill on one's teacher seems a bit unethical. Is morality important or is money and life important? Life is precious. Morality is even more precious. If it's for money, both can be thrown away. If I successfully handle Yan Ruyu, I can get 100 attribute points and 500 million Huaxia currency. That's 500 million. Yang Xiaodong licked his dry lips, his eyes glowing green. He stood up from his seat and walked up to Yan Ruyu. Chapter 4, Spending Spree. Teacher Yan. Yang Xiaodong called out tentatively. Ha? Yan Ruyu looked up at Yang Xiaodong. Yang Xiaodong's eyes fixedly looked into hers. Why is Xiaodong looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Yan Ruyu felt slightly flustered. The next second, the two people locked eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 7 seconds. Yang Xiaodong's dark eyes were like an abyss, deeply attracting her. In just an instant, Yan Ruyu's face flushed, her breathing became rapid, and her gaze carried a hint of confusion, longing, and horror. Yan Ruyu suddenly felt an inexplicable feeling rise to the surface of her heart. The way she looked at Yang Xiaodong also became full of emotion. At this moment, Yan Ruyu looked like a young girl who had just fallen in love. Seeing this scene, Yang Xiaodong nodded with satisfaction. Cough cough, Miss Yan, are you okay? Yang Xiaodong coughed a few times deliberately. Yan Ruyu also realized that she had lost her temper a bit, immediately withdrew her gaze, and then smiled awkwardly. Oh, by the way, Xiaodong, I heard that you are a member of our college's basketball team. You have to do well in this universiade. At that time, I will go and cheer for you. Yan Ruyu said. Yang Xiaodong was indeed a member of the basketball team of the history faculty. At 1.85 meters tall, he played small forward. However, he didn't get much playing time at all. When he did play, he just fought for rebounds and blocked shots for the other players. Occasionally, if someone was willing to pass the ball to him, he might get a chance to shoot a basket, but his shooting percentage wasn't high. I will, teacher. Yang Xiaodong said with a smile, before turning and leaving. This is strange. Why do I feel this way? Yan Ruyu frowned, feeling very puzzled. Just then, for a split second, Yang Xiaodong inexplicably exuded a certain attraction that made her completely immersed and unable to extricate herself. How could this be? Why would I have such thoughts about Xiaodong? Yan Ruyu felt a little dazed. Yang Xiaodong left school and found a barber shop, where he cut off his ugly bowl cut and replaced it with a fresh and handsome hairstyle. Then he took a taxi and went straight to Longjiang Building, Jinling City's largest shopping center. Longjiang Building is located in the center of Jinling City and brings together all the luxury brands in the world. The things here are outrageously expensive. You wouldn't be embarrassed to come here if your monthly salary was less than 50,000. None of the goods here are affordable for Yang Xiaodong, a poor student who only has 800 yuan to spend each month. Now, there is 1 billion yuan in his bank card. The things that used to make him gasp at their exorbitant prices now look like cabbages in the market to him. Yang Xiaodong strode in with his head held high. He was ready to go big. Genuine AJ sneakers selling for 80,000 yuan, buy. Hermes menswear selling for 120,000 yuan, buy. And he bought 6 or 7 sets at a time. Cell phones, necklaces, rings, watches, bags. He bought whatever he liked. He bought luxury brands that he had never dreamed of buying before, such as Hermes, Gucci, Versace, Prada, Armani, and Burberry. In short, he bought whatever he liked, whether it was useful or not. He had a lot of money, so he spent it. Yang Xiaodong went on a shopping spree at the Longjiang Building. When he went in, he was empty-handed. But when he came out, he was accompanied by the general manager and 12 security guards. Each of the security guards had several beautifully wrapped bags in their hands. The general manager of Longjiang Building, Bai Gongbi Jing, accompanied Yang Xiaodong respectfully, and he witnessed the entire purchasing process. Yang Xiaodong would check out whatever he liked, no matter how expensive it was, whether it was tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, or even millions. As long as he liked it, he would definitely buy it. The general manager accompanied Yang Xiaodong throughout the entire process and witnessed Yang Xiaodong buying things worth 50 million yuan. What a terrifying purchasing power. Sir, what is your last name? My last name is Yang. The general manager wore a professional smile on his face. Mr. Yang, you have spent 50 million yuan at our Longjiang Building today, and you will receive a permanent diamond membership card issued by our Longjiang Building, which entitles you to a 40% discount on all merchandise. Longjiang Building has 4 levels of VLP. Bronze member, silver member, gold member, and diamond member. Bronze members need to accumulate a total spending of 5 million yuan to enjoy a 10% discount on all merchandise. Silver members need to accumulate a total spending of 10 million yuan to enjoy a 20% discount on all products. Gold members need to accumulate a total spending of 30 million yuan to enjoy a 30% discount on all products. Diamond members need to accumulate a total spending of 50 million yuan to enjoy a 40% discount on all products.
Yang Xiaodong's purchases today are worth 50 million yuan.
So he gets a permanent diamond membership card. He can enjoy a 40% discount on all products. And he can also enjoy specialist reception. I have $1 billion fucking dollars right now and I still need a discount. But Yang Xiaodong politely accepted it.
Mr. Yang, here is my business card. If you need anything, please feel free to contact me. I will do my best to serve you.
Great. Yang Xiaodong took the card, looked at it, and casually put it in his pocket. There were too many things to buy, and he definitely couldn't carry them all by himself. The general manager of Longjiang Building had specially arranged for a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle that picked up and dropped off diamond members to take Yang Xiaodong. Yang Xiaodong was now a diamond member here, and it was only right to enjoy this kind of service. But there's no way he can fit all this stuff in his dorm room, so where should he put it? Maybe he should book a hotel room and use it as a storage space. The main thing is that he bought so much stuff today. Yang Xiaodong bought 7 Richard Mille watches, which cost more than 4 million yuan, in one go.
Why 7? Because there are 7 days in a week.
Jinling City's most luxurious hotel is located near the Longjiang Building. The Carlton Hotel. Yang Xiaodong instructed the driver to go directly to the Carlton Hotel.
Upon arrival at the hotel, Yang Xiaodong was shocked.
The Carlton Hotel had 62 floors, with luxurious decorations and a magnificent appearance, like a golden palace.
The cheapest standard room here costs 3,000 yuan per night, while the most expensive SVLP presidential suite costs 80,000 yuan per night.
Yang Xiaodong directly booked the most expensive presidential suite for a month.
This cost 2.4 million yuan in one fell swoop.
With the help of the staff, he carried the things he had just bought upstairs. After all this, Yang Xiaodong lay exhausted on the soft and comfortable bed.
Damn, spending money is so tiring.
He bought a whole bunch of stuff today and spent 52.4 million.
Yang Xiaodong opened the system panel. Host, Yang Xiaodong. Stamina, 100. Strength, 50. Intelligence, 80. Agility, 50. Charisma, 10. Currently available attribute points, 50. Personal wealth, 948000563. Acquired skills, extremely charming demon pupil's charisma. It's already past 8 o'clock, so I'll stay here tonight. Yang Xiaodong took a shower and went to bed. Chapter 5, School Beauty Chen Ruoxi. Back in the dormitory. Yang Xiaodong's 3 roommates are all different. The eldest, Zheng Chang.
A native of the Northeast, he has a straightforward personality and is friendly to others. He has never been married and is still single.
A big fat guy weighing over 200 pounds, he's a homebody.
On weekdays, he doesn't play games or watch anime, but instead loves to watch sexy dances by young ladies on Douyin, and then open the browser. This year, he's only 22 years old, but there's not much hair on his head anymore.
I don't know what the reason is. The second is Yang Xiaodong.
A big pussy. The third is Zhang Hao. He's 1.6 meters tall, known as Mouse among his friends, a big fan of LOL, and every day he's either playing LOL or on his way to playing LOL.
The fourth is Chen Pang. A big scumbag.
Handsome, he has 2 girlfriends at the same time without being discovered, and is considered the grandmaster. What's more, the 2 girls know each other. One is surnamed Zhang, the other Zhao. One is a student at the School of Information Science at Jinling University. The other goes to university in another city. The best part is that last Valentine's Day, Zhang gave him a Valentine's Day gift, which he in turn gave to Zhao, and Zhao's Valentine's Day gift he in turn gave to Zhang. In this way, they didn't spend a penny and got 2 rooms for free, which aroused Zheng Chang and Yang Xiaodong's envy. In this way, one dormitory housed a nerd, a dog licker, a game addict, and a scumbag at the same time. And the 4 were very close. They were almost on a first-name basis.
As soon as Yang Xiaodong entered the dormitory, Zhang Hao was playing LOL.
Chen Pang was playing video games with his girlfriend. Zheng Chang was intently watching the computer, with a tissue in his right hand.
Yang Xiaodong quietly walked over and gave Zhang Chang a hard brain pat. Fatty, you're looking at Sister Yui again. As for who Sister Yui is, everyone knows. Zhang Chang was startled by Yang Xiaodong and quickly turned off the video. What are you doing? You scared me. Zhang Chang's big fat face turned red like a monkey's bottom. Obviously he hadn't been doing anything good.
Boss, I'm not saying this as a friend, but look at you, doing this kind of thing in broad daylight.
You should get a girlfriend too. Yang Xiaodong said teasingly. What girlfriend?
I feel pretty good being self-sufficient like this. Zhang Chang said with a laugh. Boss, as a friend, I'd like to advise you that a man only has 7,000 days in his life, so if you're done early, you should take care of your health.
Yang Xiaodong then patted him on the shoulder and said meaningfully. Hey, cherish every moment. Ha 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 ha.
Zhang Hao and Chen Pang laughed heartily.
It's such a nice day, why don't we go out for a drink? Chen Pang suggested.
There's nothing for us big guys to drink.
Zhang Hao said. Oldest brother, don't be a spoilsport. I've arranged to get together with some girls from the art college. Don't say I'm not a good brother, whether you guys can get the girls tonight is up to you. You guys go ahead, I still have to queue up.
Game fan Zhang Hao said.
Okay, if you're not going, that's fine, the three of us will go.
Hey, second brother, you don't know, those girls from the art college are so pretty, with such tiny waists, such small white hands, and such long legs that they're a match for me.
They're just so beautiful. It was obvious that Chen Pang was deliberately trying to provoke Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao also understood that Chen Pang was deliberately provoking him.
You can say it till the sky breaks open, I'm not going.
Oh, really? How come I heard that Su Ting is going today?
Zhang Hao, who was originally absorbed in playing games, suddenly stood up when he heard Su Ting's name.
Wait 5 minutes for me, I'll change.
Damn, Lao San's face changing speed is too fast.
Zhang Chang sighed.
The story of Zhang Hao and Su Ting is a long one. The two were classmates in high school. Zhang Hao has always liked Su Ting, but he has never confessed his love, and he is afraid to do so. This love has been buried in his heart for 5 whole years.
The last time Zhang Hao got drunk, he let out this secret.
After Zhang Hao changed his clothes, the four set off in a grand manner. Chen Pang chose a karaoke bar not far from the school. The few of them arrived quickly on foot and opened a large private room. The waiter came in with the drink menu.
Hello, gentlemen. What can I get you? Asked the waiter. Yang Xiaodong took the drink menu.
The group took turns looking at it and ordered 4 cases of beer, as well as 5 or 6 fruit plates, melon seeds, peanuts, and snacks.
The waiter took note and then left. A few minutes later, the waiter brought the food in. Fourth, why haven't the girls you invited shown up yet? They're not going to stand you up, are they? Zhang Chang said jokingly.
Boss, you can doubt my character, but please don't doubt my charm with women.
Chen Pang lifted a glass of beer and gulped it down. Here they come, guys.
You guys wait here for a while, I'll go pick them up. Chen Pang said, and then left the private room in a hurry. Look at his behavior, he's happier to see a pretty girl than to see his own mother. Zhang Hao said sarcastically.
In a moment, as the door to the box opened,
4 beautiful figures walked in. The first girl to enter.
A black wrap-around skirt, big waves of burgundy, wearing heavy makeup, sexy and flirtatious. The second girl.
A white JK uniform, paired with white knee-high stockings, with 2 double ponytails, looking youthful and lively.
The third girl.
With her hair tied in a high ponytail, a plain white t-shirt and tight jeans, her long, slender legs are on full display, making her look fresh and sunny and catching the eye.
As for the fourth girl,
with her black hair, about 1.7 meters tall, fair skin like snow, slender figure, and well-defined curves.
Her appearance is truly breathtaking.
It is no exaggeration to describe her as a fish sinking to the bottom of a pond, a wild goose falling from the sky, the moon hiding its face in shame, or a country going to ruin and its people losing their hearts. What's even more amazing is the kind of temperament she has, like a blooming white rose, delicate and sacred.
Chen Ruoxi.
Yang Xiaodong and Zhang Chang said in unison.
The male students of Jinling University once launched an online poll. It was used to select the school flower of Jinling University. After rounds of selection, the top 10 school flowers were selected. These 10 girls are the ceiling of Jinling University's appearance.
And Chen Ruoxi is one of them. At Jinling University, there must have been at least 800 boys who have pursued Chen Ruoxi. but they all ended in failure, and no one knows the reason. My goodness, this Chen Ruoxi is really something, even the fourth brother can call her over. Zheng Chang muttered. Guys, don't just stand there, go and get to know your sisters. I have to say, there is a reason why Chen Peng is so popular with the ladies. Ding, the task of conquering the goddess has begun. The target of conquest has been bound. Name, Chen Ruoxi. Age, 21 years old. Face value, 93 points. Body, 91 points. Emotional status, single. Task period, 100 days. Task reward, 500 attribute points, 1 billion huaxia coins. Within 100 days, the host must make the target of conquest sincerely fall in love with the host and complete the charging with the target, then the task will be considered successful and the host will receive the task reward. If the host fails to complete the task within the specified time, the system will directly reset all of the host's wealth. Shit, here comes another one. Yang Xiaodong was speechless for a while. Yan Ruyu hadn't been dealt with yet, and now there was another one, Chen Ruoxi. The few of them briefly got acquainted and then sat down to drink. The girl in jeans was Zhang Hao's sweetheart, Su Ting. Chapter 6, This is so embarrassing. The group of people were drinking and chatting, and the atmosphere was very lively. Bai Weiwei sat next to Yang Xiaodong, Zhang Hao sat with Su Ting, and Chen Peng had already embraced Du Jingjing in his arms. Chen Ruoxi sat alone on one side of the sofa, drinking a drink and not playing games. She just occasionally chimed in when they were chatting. She didn't like coming to places like this in the first place, but she really couldn't refuse the other three, so she came. Zheng Chang sat on the other side of the sofa, smoking and drinking. The most interesting person was Zhang Hao. At the moment, he looked like a young wife who had just married, sitting next to Su Ting and looking extremely nervous. From time to time, he glanced at Su Ting, then shyly lowered his head. And the big scumbag Chen Peng had already made Du Jingjing in his arms tremble with laughter. You say they're both men, but why is there such a big difference? They're both living in the same dormitory. Look at Chen Peng, and then look at you. People comparing themselves to others will die. Comparing goods will result in throwing them away. It seems that this saying is true now. Rat, if I give you a chance, you're useless too. It's a waste of my good intentions. Chen Peng shook his head helplessly. Unconsciously, it was already 7 p.m. At this time, Chen Ruoxi stood up and said, I'm very happy to have met you all today. It's getting late, so I'll go home first, and you guys continue to have fun. That's fine. Since you want to go home first, I'll see you off. It's dark now, and we're all quite worried about you going home alone. Chen Peng immediately let go of Du Jingjing in his arms and stood up. It seemed as if he slowed down, someone would take the role of protector of the flower. Thanks, but no thanks. It's not far from school, I can go back on my own. You guys go ahead and continue playing. Bye. After saying this, Chen Ruoxi left the compartment. Maybe I should go see her off. I'm not at all comfortable with her going back to school alone. Chen Peng was still scheming. Ha ha ha, you're not at all comfortable? I can see that some people are unwilling to let Ruoxi go like this. Du Jingjing, who had been snubbed, said in a strange voice. Hearing Du Jingjing's words, Chen Peng suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. Jingjing, you've misunderstood me. In your heart, do you think I, Chen Peng, am shameless? Chen Peng sat down and said with a deep expression on his face. Aren't you? Du Jingjing sneered. Another 2 hours passed, and the wine was almost gone. Everyone was a little drunk. Chen Peng and Du Jingjing had already started snoring. Bai Weiwei was also a little drunk, lying on the sofa with her eyes glazed over. Su Ting, sitting opposite Yang Xiaodong, had a rosy face and her eyes were glazed over. This Su Ting is really pretty. Zhang Hao really has good taste. Yang Xiaodong looked at Su Ting and couldn't help but praise her in his heart. Although Su Ting's appearance was not ranked among the top 10 school beauties, she was at the level of a departmental flower. Su Ting realized that Yang Xiaodong was looking at her and looked over at him. For a moment, Su Ting and Yang Xiaodong locked eyes. Both of them were taken aback. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 7 seconds. Su Ting's delicate body trembled, and suddenly she felt that Yang Xiaodong in front of her looked particularly handsome. Moreover, he exuded a certain peculiar charm that particularly attracted her. Her heart then began to race uncontrollably. A blush flew across her face. Her eyes were a little flustered, and she hurriedly flashed a shallow smile at Yang Xiaodong. This smile was very charming and sexy. Yang Xiaodong, who was feeling tipsy, thought that Su Ting's smile was really beautiful. He then also smiled at Su Ting. For some reason, when the two of them smiled at each other, it actually looked a little ambiguous. Yang Xiaodong, who had drunk a little too much, had already forgotten about the extremely charming demon pupils. The group had drunk quite a bit, and it was time to go home. After leaving the karaoke bar, it was late, and the dormitory had already closed, so why don't we find a hotel nearby for the night? Chen Peng winked at Yang Xiaodong and said. With these words, the meaning couldn't be clearer. Isn't this a bad idea? Bei Weiwei said hesitantly. I don't think it's a bad idea, Weiwei, we can sleep in the same room. Su Ting said. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao felt that his trip today had been a waste of time. It had no effect at all. He had also wanted to use alcohol as an excuse to pluck up the courage to confess his love to Su Ting. Even if he was rejected, he could say that he had been drunk yesterday and didn't remember saying anything. There are many hotels and ghost houses near the university town, but they are still in short supply. It's a war zone on weekends. Hey, guys, I've already booked a hotel, so I'll go ahead. Chen Peng walked up to Yang Xiaodong and, while the others were not looking, slipped something into Yang Xiaodong's hand. Then he leaned over Yang Xiaodong's ear and said, Relax, have a good time tonight. Then Chen Peng put his arm around Du Jingjing and got into a taxi that was parked by the roadside. This kind of thing was already commonplace at the university. Yang Xiaodong opened his hand and looked at it. My god, it's AT. Okay, Weiwei, let's go too. Su Ting said. Okay, we'll go first, bye. Su Ting, wait a minute. Zhang Hao, who had been silent, suddenly said. What's up? Can I talk to you alone? Zhang Hao stuttered a little. Well, okay. Su Ting froze for a moment, then agreed. Subsequently, Zhang Hao and Su Ting also left. Only Yang Xiaodong, Zhang Chang, and Bei Weiwei were left. 2 men and 1 woman. The atmosphere was a little weird. Hey, guys, my buddy called me to ask me to go over there for something. I'm leaving now. Without waiting for Yang Xiaodong to say anything, Zhang Chang also left. They've all fucking left, what the fuck am I going to do? Yang Xiaodong was a little speechless. They were a bunch of backstabbing little people who forgot their friends when they saw a pretty girl. They're still fucking buddies. Xiaodong, why don't we find a hotel nearby and make do for the night? Bei Weiwei suggested. This was the only thing to do for now. But the two of them asked at many hotels in the area, and all of them were full. Finally, there was a hotel with a room, but it was only a queen room. Xiaodong, what should we do? There is only 1 room left. Bei Weiwei said shyly and with some difficulty. Weiwei, why don't you stay here, and I'll keep looking. I can't sleep in the same room as Bei Weiwei. It's not proper for a man and a woman to be in the same room. You have to remember that the two of you have only known each other for less than 24 hours. No need, Xiaodong, it's almost morning, just make do with it for one night. Bei Weiwei said in a low voice with a blush on her face. This isn't very good. Yang Xiaodong was still a virgin, let alone sharing a room with a girl. Okay, I'll sleep on the sofa then. Yang Xiaodong was also a little drunk and just wanted to fall asleep as soon as possible. The two checked in for the room. When they arrived at the room, there was an indescribable atmosphere. You go and take a shower first. Yang Xiaodong said this unintentionally. But, the speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it as a sign. He told me to go take a shower? What is he up to? Is he trying to? But, this is too fast. Although he is quite handsome. But this is not good. Bei Weiwei's heart was racing, and she was panicking. Just then, Yang Xiaodong was about to hang his jacket on the clothes rack, but unexpectedly, Chen Peng's t-shirt he had given her fell out of the pocket of his jacket. In an instant, Yang Xiaodong felt his scalp go numb. Embarrassed. So fucking embarrassed. If there was a rat hole on the ground right now, Yang Xiaodong could have crawled into it. Oomph, that's really what he was thinking. He even had the t-shirt ready. Thinking about that on the first day. I thought he was different from those guys. Ha ha ha, it really is as black as the crows in the world. He wouldn't take advantage of me while I'm asleep and... Bei Weiwei also didn't say anything, staring at Yang Xiaodong with a strange expression. Yang Xiaodong's mind was racing.
No, I can't keep being embarrassed like this, I have to do something. Who the hell put this in my pocket? Yang Xiaodong said angrily. It was as if he didn't know how this thing had appeared in his pocket either. This excuse. This reason. Ha ha ha. Bei Weiwei's mouth curled up. I'm going to take a shower. Bei Weiwei picked up the tea on the floor and handed it to Yang Xiaodong. Throw it away, you won't need it tonight. After saying this, Bei Weiwei walked towards the bathroom. After Bei Weiwei came out of the shower, she saw Yang Xiaodong already wearing the disposable eye mask from the hotel and lying on the sofa asleep. Bei Weiwei walked over and looked at Yang Xiaodong's handsome face, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but rise. Humph, a guy with a thief's heart but no guts. There was no conversation that night. Chapter 7, Internet Celebrity Duo. The next day was Monday, and they had to be at school at 8 a.m., so Yang Xiaodong and the others returned to school very early. The morning class was an elective course. Guidance for college students starting their own businesses. It was optional. Yang Xiaodong and the others sat at the back of the classroom. Yang Xiaodong had not slept well the night before, and he fell asleep on the table. Zheng Chang, who had played LOL in the internet cafe all night, also fell asleep on his stomach. Chen Peng, who was sitting behind them, patted Yang Xiaodong on the shoulder. What? Yang Xiaodong was a little impatient. Look at you, you were exhausted last night. How was it good? Fuck you. Yang Xiaodong snapped. To be honest, I'm also exhausted after every time. Chen Peng said with a wicked smile. You're fucking crazy. Yang Xiaodong didn't want to pay any attention to Chen Peng. Hey, no, why isn't Zhang Hao in class today? Chen Peng continued to ask. Last night, Zhang Hao said that he and Su Ting had something to discuss in private, and then they left together. Zheng Chang also woke up. Shit, could it be that this brat Zhang Hao finally acted like a man and rejected Su Ting last night? I really underestimated Zhang Hao before, I didn't think that he was so gutsy despite his small stature. Ha 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 ha. Yang Xiaodong and Zhang Chang also laughed unkindly. If only it were really the case. It would also relieve Zhang Hao's 5 years of suffering. But things did not go as planned. Last night, Zhang Hao finally mustered the courage to formally confess to Su Ting. However, he was decisively rejected by Su Ting. Now Zhang Hao was probably secretly sad in some corner. The morning class ended quickly. Yang Xiaodong and the others returned to the dormitory after eating lunch in the school cafeteria. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Zhang Hao sitting there, lost in thought. He looked like a statue, his eyes vacant and motionless. Zhang Hao, have you eaten? Zheng Chang asked. Zhang Hao didn't say a word. Why didn't you go to class this morning? Yang Xiaodong asked again. But Zhang Hao still didn't say a word. The others looked at each other in confusion. What's wrong with this kid? Chen Peng whispered to Yang Xiaodong. Yang Xiaodong shrugged helplessly, indicating that he didn't know either. Seeing that Zhang Hao seemed a little upset, the others didn't say anything more. Zhang Hao, let's play some LOL. There are no classes in the afternoon, so Chen Peng was going to drag Zhang Hao to play some LOL. You play, I've uninstalled LOL, I'm never playing it again. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaodong, Zheng Chang, and Chen Peng were collectively shocked. Zhang Hao uninstalled LOL? And he won't play it anymore? That's impossible. If he can stop playing LOL, Yang Xiaodong can stop eating forever. If there is no LOL in Zhang Hao's life, it would be like a fish leaving the water. The West losing Jerusalem. Suddenly, Zhang Hao slammed the table hard, stood up. The noise startled the three of them. Zhang Hao's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth as he said, I can't continue to degenerate like this. I need to study hard. After graduation, I will work hard to earn money. I will make myself outstanding. I will show Su Ting that I, Zhang Hao, am worthy of her. I will work hard to improve myself. I will make Su Ting look at me with admiration. From now on, I will pursue Su Ting openly and honestly. I will make Su Ting accept my love for her. Upon hearing these words, Yang Xiaodong, Zheng Chang, and Chen Peng were all dumbfounded. The three of them looked at each other, confused. They couldn't figure out what the hell was going on in Zhang Hao's head. Zhang Hao picked up the books and notebooks on the table and went out the door. Where are you going? Yang Xiaodong asked hurriedly. To study at the library. Zhang Hao left his sentence and walked away with style. This is fucking crazy. Chen Peng tweeted.
Hey, the king of Xiang has feelings, but the goddess has no intentions. Zheng Chang sighed with a face full of melancholy. Yang Xiaodong, on the other hand, understood Zhang Hao's feelings at this time. Because Zhang Hao really loved Su Ting, he had already fallen head over heels in love. The depth of this love had already surpassed the pinnacle of love. He had once thought the same way, hoping that through his own efforts, he could give his beloved Xinjiai a better life. That was why Yang Xiaodong was the top student in every subject. He wanted to excel, and the first thing he wanted to do after he had succeeded was to marry Xinjiai. But some things just don't have a good outcome if you work hard at them. He tried desperately to be good to Xinjiai, but all he got in return was her merciless betrayal. Thinking about this made him feel a little sad for a moment. Yang Xiaodong decided to turn on Douyin and watch a dance video by a young girl to calm his mood. He opened Douyin. Yang Xiaodong casually clicked on his list of followers. Doesn't Student Duo only broadcast every night? Why is she broadcasting at this hour today? Student Duo has over 3 million followers on Douyin. She is a university student who has gained a lot of popularity thanks to her sweet smile, graceful dance moves, and slender legs that no man can resist. Yang Xiaodong started following her when she only had 30,000 followers, and he really likes watching her videos and broadcasts. But it was just for the pleasure of the eyes. Unlike the big brothers in her broadcast room, who often gave tens of thousands of gifts. A glance at the live broadcast. There were already more than 10,000 viewers. Duo, dance another glass cleaning dance. Duo, brother wants to see the train swing, dance 1. Duo, I want to see the big pendulum, dance the big pendulum, brother will give you a carnival. Dudu was wearing a white shirt, a short black skirt that hugged her hips, and her long, dark hair was flowing freely, looking very attractive. Her long, slender legs were so attractive that no one could take their eyes off them. Thank you, brothers, for your support. I love you. Dudu made a kiss the air gesture. This is so damn attractive. Who can resist this? Aha. Dudu, I'll take out a loan to pay for it. Then a carnival worth 3,000 yuan soared into the air. Thank you, brother, for your support. I know you are the best. Duo thanked in a sweet voice. At that moment, ding, the goddess conquest mission has been activated. The conquest target has been bound. Name, Pei Duo. Age, 21 years old. Face value, 92 points. Body, 89 points. Emotional status, single. Mission deadline, 100 days. Reward, charisma skill Cupid's kiss, 500 million Chinese yuan. Within 100 days, the host must make the conquest object fall truly and sincerely in love with the host and complete the charging process with them. The mission will be considered successful, and the host will receive the reward. On the contrary, if the host fails to complete the mission within the specified time, the system will directly reset all of the host's wealth. Nima's got another one. Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but curse in his heart. This time, the target of the mission is a Douyin internet celebrity I have never seen before. The previous conquests, Yan Ruyu and Chen Ruoxi, were all real. Why did an anchor pop up this time? However, since it is a mission, it must be completed. Not only is there a reward of 500 million Huaxia coins, but there are also skills such as Cupid's kiss. It sounds very awesome. Question: how do you impress a female anchor? A. First, shower her with money. And right now, Yang Xiaodong doesn't lack money the least. Chapter 8, Splurging 30 million. Okay, that's it. Yang Xiaodong opened the recharge background of Douyin. Shit, how come I can only recharge a maximum of 100,000 at a time? How the hell do I have to recharge this many times? Yang Xiaodong spent 5 whole hours recharging, and only managed to recharge 30 million. His hands were cramping from exhaustion. There was a loud noise in the sky, and the king of forced rewards made his appearance. Yang Xiaodong didn't say a word. And started scrubbing. Thanks to my brother Crazy, what can I do for sending Carnival X1? Thanks to my brother Crazy, what can I do for sending Carnival X2? Thanks to my brother Crazy, what can I do for sending Carnival X3? Thank you, my crazy brother, for sending me 100 carnivals. Duo's speed of thanking him really couldn't keep up with Yang Xiaodong's speed of sending carnivals. 100 carnivals is 300,000. An anchor like Duo is considered a big anchor. At most, she would receive 2 or 3 carnivals in one night.
But today, someone actually sent her 100. And it's still going on.
Thank you, my crazy brother, for sending me 1,000 carnivals.
Duo was shocked. The audience in the live broadcast room was shocked.
All the live broadcast rooms on the entire platform were floating screens. My goodness, 1,000 carnivals, this is going to blow up. 1,000 carnivals, worth 3 million, can buy a house.
Just casually spending 3 million? This is still continuing. What is he doing?
He has his eye on our Duo, and he wants to corrupt her will with dirty money.
Duo, you must hold firm and not let money cloud your judgment. Hey, it looks like our goddess is about to become the plaything of a rich second generation.
Netizens in the live broadcast room were saying all kinds of things.
But Yang Xiaodong didn't bother to read them. Continue to spend. Thank you, Brother Crazy, what can I do for you for sending 2,000 carnival tickets?
Brother Crazy, what can I do for you? Stop spending, thank you so much for your support.
I'll dance for you. What do you want to watch? Duo asked in a sweet voice.
She looked at the screen full of floating carnival gifts. Her little heart was pounding with excitement. Yang Xiaodong had already spent 2,000 carnival gifts, worth a total of 6 million.
Douyin's live streaming revenue is split 50-50.
That is, the platform gets half, and the host gets half.
Duo had earned 3 million in one night, so of course she was excited.
And Yang Xiaodong is continuing.
Don't even think about stopping me from spending. The Douyin platform is really fucked up.
You can only recharge up to 100,000 at a time, and the biggest gift is only worth 3,000, which has made my hands sore.
Yang Xiaodong continues to spend.
Thanks to my brother Crazy Brother for sending me 3,000 carnivals. Thanks to my brother Crazy Brother for sending me 9,000 carnivals. Thank you, my crazy but caring brother, for sending me 10,000 carnivals.
10,000 carnivals.
Exactly 10,000 carnivals.
It really is 10,000 carnivals. A total of 30 million. Duo was shocked.
The audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked.
A total of 30 million. That's 30 million fucking dollars. What does 30 million mean?
That's more than they could possibly earn in their entire lives. Thank you, my crazy but caring brother, for your support. I really don't know what to say to express my gratitude to my brother. Yang Xiaodong didn't say a word from beginning to end. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room also skyrocketed from 10,000 at the beginning to 100,000. Some anchors even closed their own live broadcast rooms and came to Duo's live broadcast room. They just wanted to see which godly hero could reward the anchors 30 million in one night. They hoped so much that this godly hero would come to their live broadcast room tonight.
Then they could also make 15 million overnight. The audience in the comments section was buzzing with excitement.
Oh my god, I've been dancing all afternoon and only earned a few $100, but he made 15 million.
They're both dancing, but the difference is so great.
A dance streamer was completely blown away when he saw the carnival floating in Duo's live broadcast room. Damn it, if I had a godly streamer like that rewarding me, I'd be willing to be his dog.
Envy, jealousy, hate. 30 million. I've never seen so much money in my life.
People casually reward 30 million.
God, why are you so unfair?
No wonder people's screen names are Master Crazy. If I were as rich as him, I would be crazy too.
Through the 30 million reward, Yang Xiaodong's Douyin consumption level went directly from level 1 to the highest level 60.
The number of followers almost went from 0 to over 300,000. Damn it, it took so much effort to spend 30 million, I might as well buy a few Richard Mille watches instead. Yang Xiaodong frantically poked at the screen with the speed of someone who has been single for 21 years. He wanted to poke a hole in the screen.
Just as Yang Xiaodong was busy.
At Jinling University, in the School of Arts.
In one of the girls' dormitories.
Vicky, tell us, did you and Yang Xiaodong last night? Du Jingjing asked Bixi away with a flirtatious smile.
Oh, what nonsense are you talking?
Bei Weiwei shyly lowered her head.
Oh, what are you pretending to be innocent for?
In my opinion, Yang Xiaodong must have eaten you up last night, ha ha.
Du Jingjing laughed until her face cramped up. Oh, Jingjing, what are you saying, you slut? Humph, I'm ignoring you.
Bei Weiwei was still an innocent young girl. Du Jingjing, on the other hand, had already been a playgirl in the world of love.
Could it be that you're still a virgin and no one has touched you yet? Ha 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 ha.
Du Jingjing laughed until she fell over. Jingjing, I'll beat you to death, you slut.
Bei Weiwei and Du Jingjing played around.
After chasing around for a while, the two of them stopped. You're right, that Yang Xiaodong really is handsome.
I think he looks like Yang Yang,
Su Ting said from the side.
Yes, I also think he's really handsome,
Bei Weiwei said with the face of a flower girl. Then you must seize the opportunity and take him while he's vulnerable.
Du Jingjing gave Bei Weiwei advice. Forget about me, let's talk about you and Chen Pang.
This time Bei Weiwei turned her passivity into initiative. Humph, don't mention him to me, silver-plated and wax-coated head, good-looking but useless. I was just having casual fun with him,
Du Jingjing said disdainfully. Bei Weiwei and Su Ting glanced at each other and didn't say anything more.
Chen Pang, who was lying on the bed playing games, suddenly sneezed twice.
Damn, who the hell cursed at me? Chapter 9, Lamborghini Poison.
Yang Xiaodong's story about spending 10,000 yuan on Carnival last night immediately went viral. Even Dodo, a small internet celebrity with only 3 million followers, immediately became the top streamer on Douyin. The cumulative number of viewers of last night's live broadcast exceeded 100 million. All netizens wanted to know which Chable family's son this godlike hero was, who could casually reward an internet celebrity with 30 million.
The LD "What Can You Do to Me?" became an overnight sensation.
Soon, speculation about whether he was a rich kid was revealed by the major media outlets. In the morning, after getting up, Yang Xiaodong picked up his phone and took a look.
My goodness!
His Douyin followers had skyrocketed from over 300,000 last night to 800,000.
He couldn't even count the private messages.
The most popular was Dodo, the student Yang Xiaodong had rewarded the night before.
Brother, thank you so much last night. Brother, I don't know if I'm lucky enough to add you on WeChat.
I saw that your account LP address shows Jinling, and I'm going to Jinling tomorrow to take care of some business.
Can I meet with you in person to express my gratitude?
She sent 99 such messages.
Yang Xiaodong didn't bother reading them all. He just sent her his WeChat ID.
He was in control of the situation.
He had long expected Pei Duo to add him as a friend today.
Before long, Pei Duo added him as a friend.
Damn, that was fast.
He didn't bother reading the other private messages.
They were just flattering words like "I want to get to know you." Duo said that she had some business in Jinling, which was just an excuse.
She just wanted to come and see what kind of person the rich man was who had spent 30 million on her last night. And to improve her relationship with this rich man.
In fact, this kind of thing is very common in the world of anchors.
Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many news reports about certain anchors meeting privately with the wealthy people who had showered them with gifts and rewards, and having a relationship with them.
After the WeChat was approved, Duo immediately sent a message. Hello brother. My name is Pei Duo, you can just call me Duo. I'm going to Jinling tomorrow, I don't know if you have time, can we go out for dinner?
Yang Xiaodong looked at it.
My name is Yang Xiaodong, you can also call me Xiaodong.
I happen to have time tomorrow, if you're in Jinling, we can have a casual meal.
He replied. Really? Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Brother, let's meet tomorrow and talk again. Pei Duo replied immediately. Okay.
Yang Xiaodong replied briefly, then opened the system's attribute panel.
Host, Yang Xiaodong. Age, 21. Stamina, 100. Strength, 50. Intelligence, 80. Agility, 50. Charisma, 10. Currently available attribute points, 50. Personal wealth, 902630563. Acquired skills, extremely charming demon pupil's charisma.
Seeing that he still had more than 900 million yuan, Yang Xiaodong nodded with satisfaction. This more than 900 million yuan could let him do a lot of things.
For example, buying a luxury car or a villa.
Why not buy a car first?
It will be convenient for travel in the future.
Not only should he buy it, but also a top-of-the-line luxury car. The most important thing is that when he goes out to pick up girls in the future, he can still act like a big shot.
He did as he said. Yang Xiaodong called Yan Ruyu. Teacher, I've been feeling unwell these past few days and would like to take 3 days off. Is it a cold or a fever? Yan Ruyu asked with concern. I think so. I just feel like my head is pounding and I can't seem to muster any energy. Oh, I see. Then you must rest well.
It's easy for a student like Yang Xiaodong, who is both excellent in character and studies and has a good relationship with the counselor, to get time off.
Yang Xiaodong packed his things and went downstairs.
Once downstairs, he took a taxi directly to the Lamborghini 4S store in Jinling City. In China, Lamborghini dealerships can only be found in the most prosperous first-tier cities.
Jinling is one of them. Upon entering,
a beautiful saleswoman in a black silk uniform immediately came up to him.
"May I help you, sir?"
"I'm here to buy a car, not to eat," said Yang Xiaodong jokingly.
"Which model would you like to buy from our store, sir?" the saleswoman asked with a smile. "Which one is the most expensive in your store?" Yang Xiaodong said bluntly. The saleswoman immediately understood when she heard this local tyrant's request.
It seems that this gentleman is the type who wants to buy the most expensive one and just wants to show off.
This type of person is not uncommon in their store.
The saleswoman noticed that Yang Xiaodong was wearing a Richard Mille worth more than 4 million yuan on his wrist. It was obvious that he was not a poor man. Therefore, the saleswoman was especially enthusiastic. "This gentleman, please follow me over here."
The saleswoman immediately took Yang Xiaodong to the booth to look at the car.
"Sir, this is the latest Lamborghini Aventador we have in stock.
The price of the bare car is 6.8 million. Are you satisfied?"
"Ah,
it's only 6 million. That's a bargain." The salesperson was stunned when she heard this. "It's only 6 million. What do you mean it's only 6 million? 6 million is a bargain?
What kind of nonsense is that?
Is there anything more expensive?" Yang Xiaodong asked. This remark left the salesperson a bit at a loss.
"Sir, please wait a moment." The beautiful salesperson turned around and called the general manager.
After a minute, a man in a suit hurriedly came. "What's wrong, Xiao Wang? What's the matter?"
the general manager asked the beautiful salesperson.
Xiao Wang immediately told the general manager about Yang Xiaodong's request.
The general manager perked up immediately upon hearing this.
A big customer. And he's also a rich second generation.
"Hello, sir, I am the general manager of this store, my surname is Li. We also have a car in the store that is more expensive than the Big Bull. But it is not for sale at the moment.
It costs 80 million.
They did have a car in the store that was more expensive than the Lamborghini Big Bull, and that was the Lamborghini Poison. The price of the bare car was 80 million. The manager wanted to scare Yang Xiaodong away with the high price.
"I will pay 100 million and pay now,"
Yang Xiaodong said calmly.
"This."
The general manager froze for a moment. "But sir, we don't sell this car to the public," the general manager said with some difficulty.
150 million. Yang Xiaodong continued to quote.
"But sir, I'm in a difficult situation if you do this."
200 million, paid in cash.
Yang Xiaodong continued to quote, with the attitude that he must take the Lamborghini away today. The general manager was stunned when he heard Yang Xiaodong's offer.
200 million. Paid in cash. This rich second generation is really something. He is really scared now. If he refuses again, I'm afraid he will anger this god of wealth.
"Sir, I need to discuss this with the leaders above."
"Please wait a moment."
"Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes. If I don't get the result I want after 10 minutes, I'll leave immediately, so you'd better hurry." Yang Xiaodong was then invited to the VIP reception room to have tea. After 5 minutes, the manager ran to Yang Xiaodong with a smile on his face. With a smile on his face. "Sir, our superiors have already given their consent."
"Can I take the car now?" Yang Xiaodong asked.
"Yes, you can, but we need your cooperation to complete the formalities," the general manager said with a smile.
"Okay."
After completing all the formalities, Yang Xiaodong paid 200 million directly. He then received the key to the Lamborghini Poison.
Chapter 10 Shinjiai's Shock.
Yang Xiaodong drove the Lamborghini Poison slowly out. Accompanied by the Lamborghini Poison's shocking roar, Yang Xiaodong became the most eye-catching person on the road. He then slowly lowered the window to reveal his handsome face.
The rate of return.
Quack quack. Yang Xiaodong drove his luxury car through the busy streets of Jinling City. Enjoying the envious gazes of passers-by, the feeling was indescribably good.
A man cannot have both a Lamborghini and inferiority complex. Although Yang Xiaodong now owned a Lamborghini, he would completely get rid of his inferiority complex from now on. He also went from being an aspiring young man determined to make something of himself to a playboy who only knew how to pick up girls. After driving around for a while, it was already past 8 o'clock. He would not go back to the dormitory tonight. I'll stay at the Carlton. The day before, Yang Xiaodong had booked the VLP presidential suite at the Carlton for a month. After driving to the Carlton Hotel, as soon as he got out of the car, he saw two familiar figures of a man and a woman standing at the entrance of the hotel. Yang Xiaodong was very familiar with these two figures. One was Shen Jia, whom he had once loved deeply. The other was Lu Jianhua, who had cheated on him. The two stood side by side, cuddling and hugging each other. Seeing Shen Jia, Yang Xiaodong felt heartache and anger. Seeing Lu Jianhua, Yang Xiaodong even wanted to rush up and slap the dog thief. When the two saw Yang Xiaodong get off a Lamborghini worth more than 80 million poison, their eyes were as big as copper bells. Both of them looked at Yang Xiaodong in shock. Is that Yang Xiaodong? Shen Jia was so surprised that her mouth couldn't even close. I can't be seeing things, it's really Yang Xiaodong. Lu Jianhua shook his head to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Yang Xiaodong casually threw the car keys to the parking attendant, then ignored the two people who were still in their places and walked into the hotel with his head held high. Didn't you say that Yang Xiaodong was poor? How come he's driving such a nice car? Lu Jianhua asked Shen Jia. Yang Xiaodong is really poor, with only 800 yuan a month to live on. How can he afford such a nice car? Shen Jia said puzzledly. I understand, this poor bastard rented a Lamborghini and came to my place to show off. Lu Jianhua suddenly realized. There is only one explanation. I spit, the toad is lying on the road, pretending to be a camouflage jeep. A loser is a loser, hum. Shen Jia said with contempt. It's not worth getting angry with this kind of person, baby. Let's go somewhere else and continue having fun, ha. Lu Jianhua laughed in a lewd way. Oh, Jianhua, you're so naughty. Shen Jia giggled and hit Lu Jianhua. Back in the room, Yang Xiaodong took a shower. He opened a bottle of red wine and lay on the sofa, enjoying himself. Then he turned on Douyin. He saw that student Duo was playing a game of PK with a dance anchor. And she was about to lose. PK is a type of live interactive gameplay. During a live broadcast, two anchors interact with each other via a connection and compete against each other according to pre-agreed rules, such as who gets the most gifts or the most likes within a certain period of time, to determine the winner. Viewers can support their favorite anchor by sending gifts and so on. The biggest advantage of this gameplay is that it can stimulate the audience's enthusiasm to spend. What can I do about the crazy master? Join the live broadcast room. Yang Xiaodong enters the live broadcast room. Oh my god, the crazy master is here. Master Crazy, please help Duo beat her. Master Crazy is here, this is a sure win. Welcome, Master Crazy, screams the crowd. Pei Duo is ecstatic when she sees Yang Xiaodong enter the broadcast room. Welcome, Master Crazy. Yang Xiaodong smiles as he looks at the lively scene in the broadcast room. Without saying a word, he starts sending gifts like crazy. The dazzling special effects bloom on the screen, instantly widening the gap in the score. Duo was so excited that her face turned red and her voice trembled. Thank you, brother Crazy for nothing. I love you. The audience was also impressed by Yang Xiaodong's generosity and they let out a chorus of exclamations in praise. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of the other host, there was an uproar. The host's eyes were wide with disbelief at the situation in front of her. She tried to encourage her fans to catch up, but in the face of Yang Xiaodong's gift onslaught, everything seemed so powerless. Yang Xiaodong kept showering gifts while enjoying the adulation of the crowd. The competition ended quickly, and Duo won without a doubt. She excitedly thanked every fan who supported her on camera, especially Yang Xiaodong. Yang Xiaodong looked at Duo's happy face and felt a sense of satisfaction. He put down his phone, leaned back on the sofa, sipped his red wine, and let his thoughts drift away. Recalling the scene where he had just met Shen Jia and Lu Jianhua in front of the hotel, the anger in his heart had gradually subsided. He knew that he was no longer the poor boy with low self-esteem. He had a new life and new goals. From now on, he would enjoy life to the fullest and use his wealth and strength to create more excitement. Those who once looked down on him would eventually pay for their mistakes.
Yang Xiaodong sat quietly on the sofa for a while, then got up and walked over to the huge French windows. The city lights spread out before him, and an inexplicable sense of pride welled up in his heart. At this moment, his phone rang with a tone, and he opened it to see that it was a WeChat message from Pei Duo.
Thank you, brother Xiaodong. Thank you for your support. Today, Duo is super happy. Thank you, brother. That evening, Yang Xiaodong transferred another million yuan to Pei Duo.
Pei Duo was happy as a child, and Yang Xiaodong smiled slightly and replied, "As long as you're happy." Putting down his phone, Yang Xiaodong looked out the window at the night scene, his heart full of emotions.
Chapter 11, The beautiful internet celebrity parachutes in.
The next morning, the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains and shone on Yang Xiaodong's face. He slowly opened his eyes and stretched. A new day had begun.
Yang Xiaodong washed up briefly, changed into a casual yet luxurious outfit, and prepared to go out. Ding! The phone rang. It was Pei Duo. Brother Xiaodong, I've already arrived in Jilin. I just got off the plane. Can you come pick me up? Send me your location.
Pei Duo then sent Yang Xiaodong her location. Yang Xiaodong then drove the Lamborghini Poison to the airport in no time. Pei Duo had already come out of the airport and was waiting by the roadside. At this moment, Pei Duo was undoubtedly nervous. What kind of person was this rich man who had spent 30 million on her? What if he was an old and ugly old man? What if he made sexual demands on her? After all, no one's money comes from thin air.
Isn't the reason a man showers a female newscaster with gifts so that they can meet offline? As for what happens when they meet offline, that goes without saying. This was the first time she was meeting the sugar daddy who showered her with gifts. Yang Xiaodong, sitting in the car, looked at the pretty figure by the roadside. She was wearing a black short skirt that hugged her hips, and her slender legs were wrapped in an expensive pair of black stockings. A Chanel bag hung from her arm. Her pretty face was made up with exquisite makeup. She exuded the charm of a mature woman, yet still had the vitality of youth. Pei Duo saw a Lamborghini Poison slowly approaching her. After the car stopped, a handsome man got out. Hello, my name is Yang Xiaodong. Yang Xiaodong took the initiative to say hello. Hello, brother Xiaodong. My name is Pei Duo. Pei Duo extended her hand and shook Yang Xiaodong's hand. Then she took a look at the handsome man in front of her. He had a handsome appearance, with a pair of bushy eyebrows and starry eyes, clearly defined facial features, an extraordinary temperament, a slender build, and an attractive aura exuding from his body. He was wearing pure white Armani casual wear, Richard Mille wristwatches worth more than 4 million yuan, and a pair of AJ sneakers on his feet. He was covered in top luxury brands. He was younger than she had imagined. And he is also more handsome than he thought. Brother Xiaodong, you look so handsome. Pei Duo couldn't help but praise. Yang Xiaodong smiled and said, You are also very beautiful. Let's go, it's too hot today, let's find a restaurant and chat while we eat. Yang Xiaodong took the initiative to say. Pei Duo happily nodded, yes, yes. Yang Xiaodong walked over to the passenger side and opened the door. This car is a bit low, so be careful not to hit your head. Yang Xiaodong reminded him kindly. Yang Xiaodong's kind reminder is indeed a very considerate gesture in a woman's eyes. Pei Duo got into the passenger seat and couldn't help but ask, Brother Xiaodong, your car is so cool. If I'm not wrong, it's a Lamborghini Poison, right? I heard that you can't buy one even if you have the money, it's really rare. Pei Duo was right, the Lamborghini Poison was limited to 50 units worldwide. If Yang Xiaodong is not mistaken, he is the only one in the whole city of Jilin who owns a Lamborghini Poison. Yes, this car is really rare. I also had to pay a premium to buy it. How much did it cost? Pei Duo asked in puzzlement. 200 million. Upon hearing this, Pei Duo was stunned and shocked. Pei Duo knew that this Lamborghini Poison was worth tens of millions. But she never expected that the car would actually cost 200 million, which was just crazy. 200 million. Pei Duo felt that she would never be able to earn that much money in her lifetime. Then she couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Yang Xiaodong, you are so rich. Yang Xiaodong laughed. In fact, Yang Xiaodong didn't really like the car that much. The reason he bought it was simply because it was expensive. Since he had the system, Yang Xiaodong's spending principle was, don't buy the good ones. Don't buy the right ones. Just buy the most expensive ones. The main focus is to be a spendthrift. Then the two went to a high-end Western restaurant in the city center.
Yang Xiaodong sat across from Pei Duo, curiously examining her.
Pei Duo did have quite pretty features.
Her proportions were also quite good. She was tall, over 1.7 meters, with fair, smooth skin, and a youthful, beautiful aura about her.
The waiter came over with the menu.
"Sir, madam, may I take your order?" The waiter handed the menu to Yang Xiaodong.
This was Yang Xiaodong's first time in a Western restaurant, and he didn't know what to order.
"Do you have any recommendations?"
Yang Xiaodong pretended to know what he was talking about.
"Sir, this is our latest couples set menu, it's very tasty. This Western restaurant is very famous, and most of the people who come here are young couples in love."
The waiter recommended it because he thought Yang Xiaodong and Pei Duo were a couple.
Yang Xiaodong nodded directly, because he didn't know what to eat anyway.
"Okay, I'll have the couples set menu."
As soon as she heard the couples set menu, Pei Duo understood what Yang Xiaodong meant.
He wants to go on a date with me. He must want to court me. In a moment, the waiter brought the set meal.
"Sir, madam, please enjoy."
Then the waiter left.
Pei Duo looked at Yang Xiaodong shyly and said softly, "Brother Xiaodong, you're so sweet." Yang Xiaodong smiled and didn't say anything, just picked up the knife and fork and started enjoying the food. Seeing this, Pei Duo also started to eat.
During the meal, Yang Xiaodong and Pei Duo chatted.
Yang Xiaodong asked about the interesting things that happened when Pei Duo was the anchor, and Pei Duo vividly described the strange audience and the happy live broadcast scenes, occasionally making Yang Xiaodong laugh out loud. Pei Duo also took the opportunity to ask about Yang Xiaodong's business, and Yang Xiaodong just vaguely said that he was doing some investment or something, without going into detail. Later, Yang Xiaodong suggested going for a walk, and the two strolled along the bustling commercial street, where a luxuriously decorated jewelry store came into view. They walked into the shop, where soft lighting shone on the display cases, making every piece of jewelry shine with a charming radiance.
Pei Duo's gaze was immediately drawn to a necklace of gemstones.
The necklace's chain was exquisitely crafted from white gold, delicate and sparkling, and the pendant was a large gemstone, colorful and radiant, as if it had condensed all the stars in the universe within it. Desire shone in Pei Duo's eyes, but when she saw the price tag, the light in her eyes dimmed momentarily. The price was really too expensive for her. Although she loved it, she shook her head reluctantly and was about to leave.
Yang Xiaodong had been watching Pei Duo's expression the whole time. How could he not see what she was thinking?
He saw a slight upward curl at the corner of his mouth, and a confident smile. He said to the shop assistant, "Pack that necklace up." The shop assistant smiled and replied, and neatly wrapped the necklace. Pei Duo looked at Yang Xiaodong in surprise and said, "Brother Xiaodong, this is too valuable, I can't take it." Yang Xiaodong walked over to Pei Duo, gently picked up the necklace and tenderly put it on for her, saying, "You look much better wearing it than just leaving it here.
Only you deserve this necklace."
Pei Duo wore the necklace, feeling the slight coolness of the gemstones against her skin. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes were filled with emotion and surprise. She looked at Yang Xiaodong and her lips parted slightly. "Brother Xiaodong, why are you so good to me?" Yang Xiaodong gently touched her head and said with a smile, "Seeing you happy makes it all worthwhile." His eyes were gentle and sincere, as if Pei Duo was the most precious treasure in his world. Several female customers nearby stared at Pei Duo with envy, which made her feel a little embarrassed, but also a sweet feeling spread through her heart.
She lightly took Yang Xiaodong's arm and snuggled up against his shoulder, feeling extremely happy. Chapter 12, The Sin of the Fool is to Bear a Jewel. After leaving the jewelry store, Yang Xiaodong asked, "Dodo, where are you staying tonight? Have you booked a hotel?" Pei Duo was slightly taken aback and shook her head.
Yang Xiaodong smiled and said, "Then I'll help you, I'm staying at the Carlton." Pei Duo was a little hesitant, she didn't know whether to accept Yang Xiaodong's arrangement. On the one hand, Yang Xiaodong's generosity made her heart flutter, but on the other hand, she was worried that if she continued like this, she would get into a complicated relationship.
"Brother Yang, is this going to be too much trouble for you?" Pei Duo whispered. "No trouble at all.
The Carlton Hotel is very good, with high security and good service." Yang Xiaodong responded with a smile, took out his phone and quickly booked a room. The two went to the Carlton Hotel, where Yang Xiaodong helped Pei Duo check in and then showed her to the room. The room was luxuriously furnished, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city and a soft, big bed that looked incredibly comfortable. "Brother Xiaodong, this room is really beautiful, thank you." Pei Duo stood in front of the window and turned to Yang Xiaodong.
"I'm glad you like it. You've had a long day, so get some rest. If you need anything, just give me a call.
Yang Xiaodong said, and was about to leave.
Brother Xiaodong, wait a minute. Pei Duo suddenly stopped him.
She bit her lip, as if gathering great courage.
I really had a great time with you today. You're not at all what I expected.
Yang Xiaodong looked at Pei Duo, his eyes full of laughter. I'm also very happy to have spent such a pleasant day with you. Good night.
Yang Xiaodong returned to his room and lay down on the sofa. Since obtaining the system, there has been one question that has always bothered Yang Xiaodong.
It is how a poor student like himself suddenly became so rich.
This will definitely arouse suspicion.
As the saying goes, an innocent man is not guilty, but he who possesses a jade boulder is guilty. If you are not strong enough, but you accidentally have something that everyone wants,
then you become the target of everyone. People around you will suspect you, your enemies will be thinking about you, and even the court will investigate you.
So before he is strong enough, he must never reveal his secret. He must find a way to make the source of his money seem legitimate.
This is the most urgent task. There is another problem.
It is how to make his parents accept that he has so much money all of a sudden.
Yang Xiaodong was born in a rural village in the northwest.
A few years ago, his father had a heart attack and had to undergo bypass surgery.
This used up all the family savings. Fortunately, the operation was successful. However, he cannot do any heavy work.
If he does heavy physical work, there is a risk of a relapse. In order to support the family, his mother can only find odd jobs to support the family. When he thinks about this, Yang Xiaodong feels very guilty and feels sorry for them.
Now that he is finally able to take care of them. But how can he get them to accept the money? Knowing his parents,
they would never use money that came from an unknown source. This suddenly made Yang Xiaodong feel at a loss. Could it be that he had been so preoccupied with his own life of luxury
that he had neglected his parents' well-being? That would be inhuman. After thinking about it, Yang Xiaodong dialed his mother's phone number. What is it, son?
A middle-aged woman's voice came over the phone.
What have you been doing these days, Mom? Yang Xiaodong asked. What else can I do, weeding the fields?
Zhang Xiulan said while working.
It's so hot now, why are you still working in the fields? Yang Xiaodong was a little anxious.
When he thought about himself lying on the comfortable sofa, drinking tens of thousands of dollars of red wine, while his mother was working in the fields under the scorching sun.
Yang Xiaodong's heart was full of mixed emotions. If Mom doesn't work, where else can she go? Zhang Xiulan said.
Your father's condition has finally been brought under control, but I need to work harder to earn more money so that I can support you through university.
Xiaodong, if you're running out of money, just let me know and I'll transfer some to you. Zhang Xiulan said.
Mom, no, I still have money for living expenses, so you don't need to worry.
Mom, I need to tell you something, so you'd better be prepared.
Yang Xiaodong said mysteriously.
Xiaodong, you didn't get into a fight, did you? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiulan's first reaction was to fear that Yang Xiaodong had gotten into trouble again. No, Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. Then what do you want to tell Mom?
Zhang Xiulan said doubtfully.
Mom, I won the lottery. What, you won the lottery?
Zhang Xiulan was so excited that she almost dropped the phone. But then she calmed down.
Xiaodong, don't you dare joke with Mom. Mom, I would dare to lie to you, it's a whole 500,000.
Yang Xiaodong deliberately lowered his voice when he said this.
You really won this much money. Zhang Xiulan still couldn't believe it. It's true, Mom, I really didn't lie to you. Yang Xiaodong said.
Xiaodong, you wouldn't have been cheated by someone, would you?
Mom doesn't understand this, but how can you win the lottery so easily? And it's 500,000 yuan. Zhang Xiulan still didn't believe it. 500,000 yuan is more than a rural woman like her could earn in a lifetime. Mom, it's true. If you still don't believe me, I'll transfer the money to you right now.
Yang Xiaodong saw that his mother still didn't believe him, so he transferred the 500,000 yuan directly.
Zhang Xiulan received a text message from the bank and opened her phone to read it. She almost dropped the phone. 500,000 yuan. It really is 500,000 yuan.
Zhang Xiulan was so excited that she didn't know what to do.
Mom, what do you think? Do you believe me now? Xiaodong, is there really that much money? 500,000. Zhang Xiulan still couldn't quite believe it. Mom, do I still have to lie to you?
With this money, you and Dad don't have to work so hard anymore. You and Dad can stay at home and do nothing, and I'll support you.
Yang Xiaodong said. My dear, what kind of nonsense is that?
You're still a student, and the most important task is to study hard and find a good job after graduation. Your father and I will support the family, so don't worry about it. I won't spend this money, I'll save it for you, so you can use it to marry off your daughter in the future.
Zhang Xiulan said. Fine. Yang Xiaodong's well-intentioned lie was in vain. It didn't have any effect at all. Yang Xiaodong was a little speechless. Okay, I need to get back to work, so hang up the phone. Long-distance calls are quite expensive.
Zhang Xiulan hung up the phone after saying that.
Just as expected.
Everything turned out exactly as Yang Xiaodong had imagined. It seems that getting his parents a good life will require a long-term plan.
He hung up the phone. Yang Xiaodong felt a little depressed.
The most he wanted to do now was to bring his parents to Jilin, buy them a big house and let them spend their old age there.
But he had to think of a perfect plan. The next day, Yang Xiaodong returned to school for class.
After the day's classes were over,
he returned to the dormitory.
Yang Xiaodong, Chen Peng, and Zhang Chang played League of Legends in a sweet three-person row. After a while, Zhang Hao returned. Today, Zhang Hao had, unprecedentedly, changed into a new outfit, and he was holding a large bouquet of roses in his left hand.
Mouse, you're dressed well today. Yang Xiaodong teased. Zhang Hao didn't say anything.
He came up to Yang Xiaodong, looking a little nervous. Brother, do me a favor.
Zhang Hao whispered. Mouse, you're being too formal. We're all buddies, just tell me what's up. Yang Xiaodong said with a generous air. Hey, that.
Zhang Hao's words got stuck in his throat.
Just say what's on your mind. You're acting like a girl.
Yang Xiaodong said with some disdain. Zhang Hao couldn't get a word out for a long time. It's fine, if you feel uncomfortable, just forget it, let's just continue playing the game. Yang Xiaodong said and then wanted to continue playing.
Xiaodong, can you help me write a love letter to Su Ting?
Zhang Hao finally found the courage to say it.
Cough cough. Yang Xiaodong was choking. Mouse, did I hear you right? You actually want me to write a love letter for you? Yang Xiaodong asked with wide eyes. Well, Xiaodong, you write one for me.
Zhang Hao blushed and stared expectantly at Yang Xiaodong. He had specially tidied himself up that day and even splashed out on a bunch of roses, just to go and confess to Su Ting again.
Mouse, didn't you confess to Su Ting that night? Zheng Chang asked curiously.
Zhang Hao blushed even more when he mentioned that night. He did confess his love to Su Ting that night, but was rejected. I confessed my love to her directly that night without any preparation. She probably felt that I didn't have enough sincerity, or she felt that I wasn't romantic enough, so she rejected me. So I thought, this time I'll prepare carefully, and I should be successful. Zhang Hao's eyes were full of hope, as if he could already see the scene of his successful pursuit of Su Ting.
So, you want Yang Xiaodong to write a love letter for you to give to Su Ting?
Zheng Chang understood Zhang Hao's intentions.
Zhang Hao nodded quickly. Then why don't you write it yourself? Yang Xiaodong asked doubtfully. Chapter 13, Writing a Love Letter for You.
Oh, Xiaodong, it's not like I don't have the skills. Zhang Hao scratched his head awkwardly.
Puff. Zheng Chang and Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but laugh.
Mouse, you're not afraid that Su Ting will reject you because your handwriting is ugly, your writing is not eloquent, and the love letter you wrote is nonsense, are you?
Zheng Chang asked with a wicked smile. If you don't say anything, no one will take you for a mute. Zhang Hao angrily scolded.
Zhang Hao had never scored over 60 points in Chinese since childhood, and his handwriting was even worse.
If you didn't look closely, you might even think he was writing in Russian.
Although he was very bad at Chinese, he was really good at math, English, physics, and chemistry, almost on par with Yang Xiaodong.
Otherwise, he would not have been able to get into Jilin University. And Yang Xiaodong was an all-rounder and came within 3 points of passing the National University Entrance Exam and entering Yenqing University. Yenqing University was the top university in China. Not only that, Yang Xiaodong had a passion for history and literature from an early age and was extremely talented. His childhood dream was to become a novelist.
He didn't want to be famous, just wanted to write a novel about a legendary hero that his brothers would love to read. What's more, Yang Xiaodong had beautiful handwriting and had reached the pinnacle of mastery of hard pen calligraphy. He has won first place in the school's penmanship and composition competitions many times. That's why Zhang Hao thought of asking Yang Xiaodong to write a love letter for him to Su Ting. When Yang Xiaodong was wooing Shenjie, he wrote her a letter every 3 days on average. Of course, Shenjie never read any of them and just threw them in the trash. "Oh, Xiaodong, please help me," Zhang Hao piteously pleaded. Okay, I'll help you write it, but I can't be held responsible if it fails." Yang Xiaodong reluctantly agreed. Chen Peng on the side shook his head in disbelief. He had always looked down on this kind of confession to a girl, writing love letters. He felt that this kind of thing was downright cheap. And it was also very childish. The process of dating a man or woman is about letting things happen naturally. Never take the initiative to confess. Confessing is the most stupid thing to do before confirming a relationship. Unless you are 100% sure that the other person also likes you, you can only confess when the last layer of paper has not been pierced between you. When you like someone, you just need to let them know that you like them too, and it has nothing to do with whether you confess or not. But this simple truth is not understood by some people. They think that buying a cheap bouquet of flowers and writing a worthless love letter will make someone like them. This is absolutely impossible. Zhang Hao then handed Yang Xiaodong a very beautiful piece of paper. This kind of paper is specifically used for writing love letters. Chen Peng and Zhang Chang then pulled Zhang Hao into a sweet flirt. Didn't Zhang Hao say he would never play LOL again? Because a dog can't change its eating habits. Zhang Hao can't change playing LOL. Writing love letters is nothing for Yang Xiaodong, a senior dog licker. At this time, Yang Xiaodong's phone rang. He picked it up and looked at the screen. It was Pei Duo. "What's up?" Pei Duo. Yang Xiaodong asked. "Brother Xiaodong, do you have anything to do tonight? I want to go to the movies with you," Pei Duo said. This time, she came to Jinling essentially for Yang Xiaodong. Knowing that Yang Xiaodong was a student at Jinling University, she simply booked a hotel near Jinling University. She was prepared to make good use of these few days to cultivate her relationship with Yang Xiaodong. Tonight, Yang Xiaodong was a little surprised. "What kind of movie are you going to watch on a night like this? What's wrong? Brother Yang Xiaodong, don't you have time?" Pei Duo's tone was a little disappointed. "Oh, no, that's fine." Yang Xiaodong hesitated for a moment before agreeing. "There's nothing else to do tonight, so it's fine to watch a movie with Pei Duo." "Okay, I'll wait for you." Pei Duo hung up the phone, a big smile on her face. "What's wrong?" "Second brother, you've got a date," Chen Peng teased, as soon as he heard that the person on the other end of the line was a girl. "A friend I just met." Yang Xiaodong continued writing. "That's great, Chen, you've turned over a new leaf. How about I go with you as wingman?" Chen Peng said with a sly grin. "Get lost." Yang Xiaodong scolded without mercy. "Humph, you're not welcome." Chen Peng pouted in dissatisfaction. Ding! Yang Xiaodong's phone rang. It was a message from Pei Duo. "Brother Xiaodong, I'll wait for you in front of your school." Yang Xiaodong smiled as he read Pei Duo's message. "Just wait a few minutes, I'll be right there." Yang Xiaodong then began to type much faster. Before long, a lengthy love letter was completed. Yang Xiaodong nodded with satisfaction as he read what he had written. Perfect. Okay. Yang Xiaodong handed the love letter to Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao took it and put it in a very beautiful envelope. "What? You're not going to read it again?" Yang Xiaodong asked. "No need to read it, I trust you to do the job." Zhang Hao had great confidence in Yang Xiaodong's abilities. After all, the reputation of Jinling University's top talent was no joke. "Go for it, I wish you luck with the girl," Yang Xiaodong said. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Hao smiled shyly. Zhang Hao then took the love letter Yang Xiaodong had written and went to confess his love to Su Ting. Yang Xiaodong also left the dormitory to find Pei Duo. When he arrived at the school gate, Pei Duo had already been waiting for a long time. Duo, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," Yang Xiaodong said as he walked up to her. "It's fine, brother Xiaodong, I just got here too," Pei Duo said. In fact, she had already been waiting for almost an hour.
while the two were chatting. Hey, look, isn't that girl over there Doudu, the one who's so popular on Douyin? You're right, she really does look like Doudu. I saw on the news that a big shot recently spent 10,000 carnival points on her in one night, a total of 30 million. And look, isn't the guy next to her Yang Xiaodong from the history department? Yang Xiaodong? Why is he with Doudu? Are they a couple? Definitely not. Yang Xiaodong is such a loser, how could Duo possibly like him? Yang Xiaodong is considered a well-known figure at Jilin University.
Although he is famous for being a dog licker and being cheated on. But he is also a famous figure. The students around him stopped and chattered.
At that moment, Xinjiai and Lu Jianhua had just come out of a hotel and were preparing to go back to school. Hey, isn't that Xiaodong? Xinjiai saw Yang Xiaodong from afar. Ha? Who is the girl next to him? Is she his new girlfriend? Xinjiai looked at Pei Duo.
Pei Duo was no match for Xinjiai in terms of appearance, figure, clothing, and temperament. And she was even prettier than Xinjiai.
Jianhua, look, isn't that girl the very popular Duo from the music club? Xinjiai pointed at Pei Duo and said to Lu Jianhua. Ha? Following Xinjiai's pointing, Lu Jianhua's gaze also fell on Pei Duo. Lu Jianhua gave a perfunctory glance. Then he said. Who cares about her, what does she have to do with us? Baby, I'm really sleepy. These few times, you've gotten better and better, exhausting me. I just want to sleep well now.
If this continues, sooner or later I'll die at your hands.
Lu Jianhua wrapped his arms around Xinjiai and kissed her. Then the two of them walked into the school together. Chapter 14, First Kiss Gone. Brother Xiaodong, I've called a taxi, let's go. Yang Xiaodong didn't drive his own car to school.
Mainly because it was too conspicuous. There were only 50 Lamborghini Poison models in the world.
If he wasn't mistaken, there was only one in the entire Jilin.
After the two got in the car, they arrived at a private cinema in no time.
Aren't we going to the cinema? Why are we here? Yang Xiaodong asked. Brother Yang Xiaodong, there are too many people in the cinema. This is a private cinema, just the two of us, I want to watch a movie with you alone. Pei Duo said shyly, lowering her head. Well, that's fine. Since they were already here, Yang Xiaodong could only agree. After entering, the two checked in at the front desk. Led by the waiter, they went to the private room. The room was warmly decorated, with a large round bed in the middle and a bottle of red wine and two stem glasses on the side table. There was also soft music playing in the room, and the lavender lighting made the whole atmosphere even more enchanting. Yang Xiaodong felt a little overwhelmed. Brother Xiaodong, I'm going to take a shower first.
Pei Duo put her bag on the sofa nearby and turned to go into the bathroom.
Yang Xiaodong looked around the room. This was also his first time in a private cinema.
In fact, it was no different from a love hotel except for a large projection screen and projector.
Yang Xiaodong lay on the bed, picked up the remote control and started to select a movie.
In a regular cinema, a single film is shown at a fixed time and can only be viewed during the film's release period. A private cinema, on the other hand, offers a library of thousands or tens of thousands of films, including comedies, thrillers, action movies, science fiction films, dramas, and more. You can choose whatever you like, from films from the last century to the latest hits, and watch them whenever you like, with no time restrictions. After much deliberation, Yang Xiaodong chose a science fiction film. Then he opened the bottle of red wine on the coffee table and poured himself a glass.
He gulped it down. In the bathroom, Pei Duo was in agony.
The reason she had asked Yang Xiaodong out tonight was definitely not as simple as watching a movie together.
She wanted to have sex with Yang Xiaodong.
She knew in her heart that the reason Yang Xiaodong had spent so much money on her was definitely because he had his own agenda. It was nothing more than wanting to sleep with her. But he hadn't taken the initiative to suggest it, so he was just trying to make her take the initiative. If she doesn't agree, Yang Xiaodong may never come back to her live broadcast room again.
In the world of online streaming, there is nothing lacking except for pretty female anchors.
Yang Xiaodong can make you popular today if he wants to, but if he gets upset with you, he will kick you out in a heartbeat. If you can hook up with Yang Xiaodong, this cash cow, it will be hard to stay poor in the future. Although this is Pei Duo's first time, she doesn't know if she can trust Yang Xiaodong with her whole self. But she could only choose between her chastity and money. On the one hand was her body, which she had kept pure for 22 years, and on the other was a life of wealth and glory.
She had to make a choice. There is no such thing as a free lunch, and there is no such thing as a free gift when you are an anchor. If you want to get something, then you are destined to lose something else. Pei Duo closed her eyes as the rushing water pounded against her delicate body. Finally, she opened her eyes becoming determined. She made a difficult decision. That is to offer herself to Yang Xiaodong. Yang Xiaodong is young and handsome, rich and wealthy, and it is not a loss to give him for the first time. Compared to some anchors who have to accompany old and ugly old men for a little trivial benefit, Pei Duo is undoubtedly lucky. Of course, she does not dare to expect to become Yang Xiaodong's official girlfriend. In the future, she may have to become Yang Xiaodong's lover. Pei Duo came out of the bathroom. When she saw Yang Xiaodong lying on the bed watching a movie, her heart beat inexplicably faster. This feeling was strange, but also very exciting. Pei Duo's cheeks flushed slightly. However, she still gathered her courage and walked towards Yang Xiaodong. At this time, she was only wearing a bath towel, revealing her snow-white slender legs and seductive collarbone. Yang Xiaodong looked up and watched Pei Duo slowly approach him. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but swallow. "Brother Xiaodong, I'm done, you go ahead and shower," Pei Duo said softly. "Shower? Why do I need to shower? I showered the day before yesterday." Yang Xiaodong was a little puzzled. He didn't understand why Pei Duo told him to shower. How could he do that? He didn't even want to shower before having sex. Pei Duo cursed in her heart. But on the surface, she still maintained a smile. "Brother Xiaodong, you should go ahead and shower." "No, you sit down. This movie is really good." Yang Xiaodong pointed at the screen and motioned for Pei Duo to sit down quickly. Is he trying to watch it and then do it? Pei Duo muttered to herself. Okay then. Pei Duo sat down. Yang Xiaodong poured Pei Duo a glass of red wine. Then the two of them watched the movie while drinking. Time passed by minute, and the movie was about to end, but Yang Xiaodong still didn't make a move. Pei Duo was getting a little anxious. He's got a lot of patience. Does that mean I'm not attractive to him? Pei Duo was still confident in her figure, and she believed that no man could resist her charms. Pei Duo then lowered the towel a little more and turned to look at Yang Xiaodong with a very seductive look in her eyes. But Yang Xiaodong still didn't react. Is this guy made of wood? I've done this, and he still hasn't reacted at all? Could it be that he's... Pei Duo suddenly had a thought. Could it be that this guy is impotent? Or is he a male impotent? Pei Duo's mood became a little complicated when she thought about this. After a few more minutes, the movie finally ended. Yang Xiaodong gulped down the red wine in his glass and then turned and lay down on the bed. This movie was really good. Yang Xiaodong sincerely exclaimed. Pei Duo, what do you think? Before Yang Xiaodong could finish speaking, he felt something soft at his lips. Pei Duo suddenly kissed him. Yang Xiaodong's head exploded. He was kissed? He couldn't help but widen his eyes. This crafty woman actually made a sneak attack. Young people don't talk about martial arts. She actually kissed me without my noticing. This is my first kiss, and it was taken away like this, woohoo. Pei Duo used her other hand to untie the bath towel on her body. The bath towel fell. Faced with Pei Duo's frankness, Yang Xiaodong completely panicked. If he didn't push Pei Duo away, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to bear it. Although he also really wanted Pei Duo, as long as he could successfully take Pei Duo tonight, he would be able to receive a reward from the system. But he couldn't do it. Yang Xiaodong had his own principles in his heart. He didn't want to take advantage of someone in need, and he didn't want Pei Duo to commit to him because of money or other benefits. He pushed Pei Duo away with all his strength, and Pei Duo looked at him in shock. Dodo, don't be like this, Yang Xiaodong said, breathing heavily, with a hint of struggle in his eyes. Brother Xiaodong, don't you like me? Tears welled up in Pei Duo's eyes. She didn't understand why Yang Xiaodong still refused even though she had done everything she could. Of course I like you. But I'd rather you were sincere with me. Yang Xiaodong sat up and picked up the quilt next to him and covered Pei Duo's body to hide her. Pei Duo was stunned. She had originally thought that Yang Xiaodong was no different from those men who only pursued her body, but now it seemed that she had been wrong. Brother Xiaodong, I didn't know you felt this way. Pei Duo's tears could not be stopped, with both emotion and shame.
Pei Duo, you are a good girl, we can take our time, I don't want you to make a decision that you will regret because of a wrong idea.
Yang Xiaodong gently wiped away the tears from Pei Duo's face. Pei Duo threw herself into Yang Xiaodong's arms and burst into tears.
Yang Xiaodong patted her back to comfort her. After a while, Pei Duo gradually calmed down.
Brother Xiaodong, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. It's okay, now we can watch a good movie or chat.
Yang Xiaodong said with a smile. The two sat back down, and the atmosphere became warm and pure, without the previous beautiful but awkward atmosphere.
Chapter 15, Backfire.
After returning from the movie theater, the two went back to their respective rooms.
Today was definitely an unforgettable day for Yang Xiaodong.
Because today he lost his first kiss. And the first kiss was given to a woman he didn't like. Although Pei Duo was also quite good looking. Shinjiai was Yang Xiaodong's first love, and they had never kissed for 2 years. So Yang Xiaodong's first kiss had been kept. Until just now, it was forcibly taken away by Pei Duo. The story is divided into 2 parts. Zhang Hao held a bouquet of roses and a love letter written by Yang Xiaodong, and went to declare his love for Su Ting in a grand manner.
He went to the bottom of Su Ting's dormitory building and waited for her.
Before coming, Zhang Hao sent a message to Su Ting, saying that he had something important to tell her. Su Ting felt obliged to come. While Zhang Hao was waiting for Su Ting, the area was surrounded by onlookers. This made Zhang Hao, who was already shy by nature, even more nervous. After a while, Su Ting came downstairs. Su Ting looked at Zhang Hao holding a rose and was a little angry. She knew that Zhang Hao had come to confess his love to her again today. And he had made such a big deal about it.
There were also so many people watching.
This was very embarrassing.
If she refused, Zhang Hao would definitely be embarrassed.
But if she agreed, there was no way she could agree. Zhang Hao's approach had undoubtedly put her in an awkward situation.
Well, if it's a blessing, it's not a misfortune, and if it's a misfortune, it can't be avoided.
I'll see what he has to say first. Su Ting walked over with a stiff upper lip.
Zhang Hao, what do you want to see me about?
Su Ting asked knowingly. At this time, Zhang Hao was already extremely nervous.
Su Ting's question made him even more nervous. Su Ting, you know. You like me. Oh no, you like me. I know. It's not true. Zhang Hao's mind went blank at the critical moment.
The words he had rehearsed so many times were now scattered and he could not put them together. Zhang Hao, if you don't have anything to say, I'll go first. Su Ting said this and was about to turn around and leave. This made Zhang Hao even more panicked, and the sweat on his forehead began to fall. He hurriedly stopped Su Ting.
But he didn't know what to say.
He stuffed the roses and the love letter written by Yang Xiaodong into Su Ting's arms, and then ran away without looking back. The surrounding spectators, seeing Zhang Hao flee in disgrace, immediately booed. They showed their contempt for Zhang Hao's cowardice. Zhang Hao ran away, and Su Ting could only helplessly return to the dormitory with the flowers in her hands.
At this time, she was the only one in her dormitory.
Du Jingjing also went out for fun, and no one knew where she had gone. Bai Weiwei went to the dance club to practice.
Chen Ruoxi went to the library to study.
Su Ting returned to the dormitory and casually threw Zhang Hao's roses on the table.
Su Ting was a little annoyed.
She had clearly formally rejected Zhang Hao, but he was still obsessed, and this time he actually sent flowers to profess his love to her.
Did he have to force her to be with him?
Then there was the love letter Zhang Hao gave her.
Su Ting didn't want to read it. But she couldn't resist her curiosity. So she opened the envelope. Dear Miss Su Ting. Omitted 500 words here.
I dare not say that I will like you for the rest of my life, but at least for as long as I can see you, I only want to be good to you. Even if life is not that easy, I still want to put you in the future, be happy for the rest of my life, and not be influenced by the world. Love you, Yang Xiaodong. Yang Xiaodong had previously written a love letter to Xinjiai every 3 days, in a fixed format, with only the content changing, and it had almost become muscle memory. Plus, Pei Duo had just been waiting for him at the school gate, so he was a bit anxious, and he had signed the letter with his own name. How could the signature be Yang Xiaodong's?
Did Yang Xiaodong write this to me? Did Yang Xiaodong write this love letter to me? Did Yang Xiaodong give me these flowers? Su Ting's heart was pounding. She couldn't believe it. But she had to believe it. Her cheeks immediately turned rosy.
She and Yang Xiaodong had only met once at the karaoke bar.
And he confessed his love to her? He fell in love with me at first sight? Then why did he ask Zhang Hao to give me flowers and a love letter? Didn't he know that Zhang Hao liked me?
He probably didn't know that Zhang Hao liked me. He felt that Zhang Hao and I were classmates in high school, so he asked Zhang Hao to give me flowers and a love letter.
This is the only explanation.
Su Ting's mind was racing.
Although Yang Xiaodong was indeed very handsome, should I accept him?
Then Su Ting thought of Yang Xiaodong's charming eyes that night, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. A few days ago, Zhang Hao confessed to me under the influence of alcohol, and I rejected him.
If I accept Yang Xiaodong's confession in a few days, won't that hurt Zhang Hao too much? They are still roommates, will I turn them against each other because of me? Su Ting was caught in a dilemma.
Whether she admitted it or not, Yang Xiaodong was already in her heart.
What should I say to Yang Xiaodong?
Su Ting took out her phone and thought for a long time, but couldn't find the right words. If I agree directly, it will be too easy for him to get what he wants.
Will he think I'm cheap? But if I refuse, will he misunderstand that I'm not interested in him?
Su Ting had never been in a relationship before, let alone been in a situation like this.
I don't know what to do.
Maybe I should test him first to see if he really likes me or if he just wants to have fun with me. Su Ting picked up her phone and sent a WeChat message to Yang Xiaodong.
Last time at the karaoke bar, everyone politely exchanged WeChat IDs. Yang Xiaodong, I've received your message and flowers, thank you.
After composing the message, Su Ting nervously put down her phone, sat quietly on the bed, and waited for Yang Xiaodong's reply. Back at the hotel, Yang Xiaodong was drinking red wine while reading study materials. He had just been aroused by Pei Duo's flirting, and he needed to let off some steam. As a model young man, Yang Xiaodong naturally couldn't go looking for Kuan. So he could only trouble the fifth girl.
The message bell rang. Damn, who the hell is sending a message at this hour? Don't they know I'm busy?
Yang Xiaodong cursed and exited the study material.
Ha! Why is it Su Ting? At this hour, what could she possibly want with me? Yang Xiaodong opened WeChat.
When he saw what Su Ting had sent, his mind went blank.
What? Did she find out that I wrote the love letter for Zhang Hao? Yang Xiaodong was a little confused. Did Zhang Hao tell her? Or did she figure it out on her own?
No, it was definitely not Zhang Hao who told her. Zhang Hao would never do anything to backfire on himself.
How did she know that I wrote the love letter? Well, since everyone knows that I wrote it, I might as well admit it.
Otherwise, people will think that a real man dares to do what he wants but not to take responsibility for it. Please don't be offended by my poor writing.
Yang Xiaodong replied.
In fact, he was a bit of a Versailles. At Jilin University, if Yang Xiaodong said he was second in writing, then no one would dare to say they were first. Su Ting saw that Yang Xiaodong had not denied it, and her heart suddenly felt sweet.
The person you like also likes you. What a wonderful thing this is. After that night, Su Ting's mind would always conjure up the image of Yang Xiaodong. She had no experience of love and was very sensitive to this feeling. Every detail of Yang Xiaodong was imprinted in her mind. I have read your letter. Can you let me think about it? I will let you know my feelings as soon as I have thought it over. Su Ting edited a message again and sent it. At this time, her pretty face had already turned faintly rosy, and her whole heart was pounding furiously. She clenched her fists and waited for Yang Xiaodong's reply. Think about it? Tell me? Shouldn't she tell Zhang Hao? Why is she telling me? Oh, maybe the girl is shy, so she wants to tell Zhang Hao through me. Yang Xiaodong's head was spinning rapidly. Okay, I'll wait for you. Yang Xiaodong quickly replied. I'll wait for you. These words were like an aphrodisiac, instantly overwhelming Su Ting's rationality. Her little face became more and more rosy, and her eyes looked out of the window with a dazed look, as if she had already immersed herself in happiness. Su Ting threw her phone onto the bed, closed her eyes, and her mind was filled with Yang Xiaodong's charming smile. After a while, Su Ting picked up her phone again. Xiaodong, good night. It was followed by an emoticon of a flying kiss. Yang Xiaodong was a little shocked when he saw this message. Because the emoticon of a flying kiss after good night was indeed a bit ambiguous. The reason Su Ting did this was that before, after looking into Yang Xiaodong's eyes for more than 7 seconds, the special energy of the extremely charming devil's pupil caused her to develop a strong feeling for Yang Xiaodong.
This feeling was not under her control, and it completely depended on Yang Xiaodong's charm attribute value. The lower the attribute value, the worse the effect of the extremely charming devil's pupil when activated. On the contrary, the higher the attribute value, the better the effect of the extremely charming devil's pupil when activated. She probably pressed the wrong button by accident. Oh well, who cares? Yang Xiaodong then opened the study materials again and studied them carefully.
Chapter 16, It Really Was That Man. 10 minutes later.
Yang Xiaodong, who had entered sage time, lay lazily on the bed and lit a cigarette. So comfortable. He then turned on the tease function. He swiped through a dozen videos, but unexpectedly, they were all videos of young women wearing revealing clothes dancing in hot and sexy ways. Everyone knows that when a man enters sage time, his moral realm is comparable to that of the monk Tang monk. No matter how beautiful you are, or how attractive your figure is, you cannot make him feel the slightest bit of desire. But the sage mode usually only lasts about 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, things will be just the same as they were before. Your moral state of mind will also change from that of the monk Tang to that of the pig Pigsy. When you look at any woman, she all looks like Chang'e, Miss Gao. You can't help but want to flirt with her. Yang Xiaodong was feeling the same way at this moment. Alas, morals are declining, people's hearts are not as ancient as before. These women, barely covered, writing about like that, what is the world coming to? Alas, don't look, don't listen to indecent things. Quickly swipe away. Yang Xiaodong swiped down a few more. Damn it, why is it all borderline dance? Douyin will understand your preferences based on your viewing history, likes, comments, and reposts, and recommend corresponding videos to you. For example, if you like watching short videos of people dancing provocatively, he will push them to you like crazy. As he continued swiping, a video of a girl dancing appeared on the screen. The girl was wearing a white tank top and shorts, showing off her long, pale legs. She had a curvy figure, especially those long legs, which were so mesmerizing that people couldn't take their eyes off them. Her innocent expression revealed a touch of flirtatious charm, and her movements were full of temptation, very provocative.
Holy shit! Isn't that Du Jingjing?
Yang Xiaodong, who had met her once, immediately recognized the girl in the video as Du Jingjing, whom he had seen at the bar the other time.
Is she also posting to Douyin? Yang Xiaodong then clicked on Du Jingjing's Douyin homepage.
She had less than 10,000 followers.
There were only 8 or 9 works.
They were all dance videos. Yang Xiaodong watched them all and almost couldn't help spitting blood.
Damn it, this is a bit too much.
Although Du Jingjing's looks are not as good as Su Ting and Chen Ruoxi's, her figure is really great, with a nice curve. It seems like she really understands men, and every movement is just right, not vulgar but also very arousing.
Just as Yang Xiaodong was watching the video,
Du Jingjing unexpectedly started a live broadcast.
Ha! Why is she broadcasting live? Let's go in and have a look.
Yang Xiaodong clicked into her live broadcast room. Du Jingjing was wearing a tight black V-neck dress that hugged her hips, and she had done her makeup in smoky tones, looking very sexy and seductive. I don't know if she did it on purpose or not. The V neckline at her chest was very low, and you could even faintly see the bottomless ravine. Du Jingjing didn't have many followers, and since she had just started the broadcast, there were only a few people in the broadcast room. And there was no one swiping gifts. Looking at the empty screen, Du Jingjing was a little discouraged.
Hey, it seems that not every pretty woman can be an anchor. Just then, Nai Weihe entered the live broadcast room.
Du Jingjing looked at the screen and froze, her mouth opening into an O shape. She immediately shook her head, and her eyes blinked several times.
She thought she was seeing things.
She stared at the screen again.
It really was Nai Weihe. It really was that man.
Du Jingjing was extremely excited, but on the surface she still maintained her composure.
This is the new anchor's first broadcast, so I hope you guys can look after me. I love you all, hugs and kisses. In order to hide her inner excitement, Du Jingjing deliberately spoke in a cute voice. I really was born to be a live streaming saint. Didn't the recently popular godly hero just come to my broadcast room?
Watch how I manipulate him. This sky-high fortune has finally come to me, ha! Du Jingjing was extremely pleased with herself. Guys, I want to go out and play some PK, and you will definitely help me, right?
Du Jingjing said with a smile.
Du Jingjing then randomly connected to a female streamer. However, there were more than 500 people in the other person's broadcast room, while Du Jingjing had less than 100. The other person agreed that whoever lost the PK would have to do a hot dance.
Attention, a hot dance. The PK begins.
The opponent has more than 300,000 followers on their live broadcast, with more than 500 people in the broadcast room, and there are quite a few die-hard fans. Brothers, work harder and make that slut dance for us.
A hardcore fan of the opponent's live broadcast room wrote on the public screen. Fuck the opponent and make her dance. In just a split second, Du Jingjing's health bar was completely depleted.
Du Jingjing looked at the screen, a little dazed.
Why hasn't he made a move yet?
Apart from being able to flirt, Du Jingjing didn't have any talents to show off. She knew in her heart that Yang Xiaodong wouldn't reward her for no reason.
That's why she proposed a battle, hoping to stimulate Yang Xiaodong to spend money by doing so.
Oh, brothers, the anchor man on the other side is bullying me, and you're not helping me.
Brothers, I really want to win. Du Jingjing's voice was as cute as it could be.
But the audience in the broadcast room remained indifferent.
Oh no, I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose.
If you guys help me win this hand, I'll dance for you.
And it'll be something you've never seen before, I promise. But still, not many people in the broadcast room were sending gifts.
Du Jingjing could see that time was almost up, and she was on the verge of breaking through the defense.
Just then, a dazzling carnival shot up. And then, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. Yang Xiaodong unleashed 10 carnivals.
Thank you, my dear brother.
I love you, brother. Du Jingjing was extremely excited. He finally made his move, yes. Yang Xiaodong's 10 carnivals completely wiped out the opponent's health bar.
At that moment, the battle ended. Du Jingjing was able to turn the tide and defeat Yang Xiaodong. Immediately afterwards, the host on the other side performed a risky dance.
Chapter 17, The Breakup with a Friend with Benefits. Guys, I still want to play PK, will you still help me?
Du Jingjing said in a sweet voice.
Of course we will. Keep playing. Sister, I'm here, what are you afraid of? I'll take you to the top.
Netizens in the live broadcast room kept scrolling.
Du Jingjing continued to match with an anchor for PK.
This time Yang Xiaodong was not playing around. The PK had just begun when Yang Xiaodong directly spent 10 carnivals.
The opponent's host's health bar immediately hit rock bottom. Carry away, next.
When playing PK on Douyin, the host can set how long a PK will last.
Usually it's 3 minutes, 5 minutes, or 10 minutes.
In order to stimulate the audience's enthusiasm for consumption in the live broadcast room, Du Jingjing set the PK time to 1 minute. Immediately afterwards, she connected to another host.
The PK began.
Yang Xiaodong came up with 10 carnivals.
The opponent was immediately carried away by a wave of popularity. Seeing the carnival gifts fill the screen, Du Jingjing couldn't be happier.
On Douyin, whenever someone sends a carnival gift, the screen will flash on all the live streams on the platform, so it attracted a lot of people to watch. The number of people in Du Jingjing's live stream room also increased from just under 100 to over 10,000 in an instant. She continued to match. The competition began. Yang Xiaodong didn't say a word, and directly sent 10 carnival gifts, sweeping the competition away. The audience in the live stream room went wild. Having money really is so damn carefree. If only I could be as rich as Lord Crazy.
Pa, do you really think you're on the same level as Lord Crazy with your measly fortune?
Du Jingjing was looking at the gifts filling the screen, her smile shaking her frame, her breasts rising and falling with her breathing. She said excitedly, "Thank you all for your support, and thank you Lord Crazy for your generous gifts.
I won't be playing any more PK tonight, I'll dance for you all instead. Du Jingjing earned a lot tonight. Yang Xiaodong alone rewarded 40 carnivals.
You need to know that one carnival is worth 30,000 tiabits, which is equivalent to 3,000 huaxia coins. 40 carnivals are worth 120,000, and after deducting the platform's share, she also earned more than 60,000. If she continues to fight for money in the PK circle, her behavior will look really bad. The most important thing now is to take good care of this cash cow, so that she will become a regular fan.
Then it will be easy to make money in the future, right? The music started.
Du Jingjing danced a sexy dance. Her dancing skills were only so-so, but she knew how to show off.
Every gesture and movement is full of charm and allure.
Looking at Du Jingjing on the screen, Yang Xiaodong suddenly felt his throat go dry. Little Dongdong also unconsciously straightened his shoulders.
This situation made Yang Xiaodong unable to laugh or cry. Why is he getting more and more regressive, reacting just by watching a dance?
You have to know that Yang Xiaodong is a man who has been tested by many Japanese romantic action movies, and ordinary images cannot stimulate him. But for some reason, ever since he got the system and added physical attribute points, his desire in that area has become stronger and stronger.
It's almost as if, with each physical attribute point added, his desire increases by 1 point. Du Jingjing has finished dancing? Brothers, I'm going off the air.
Thank you, brothers, for your support.
We'll see you all again tomorrow at the same time. Love you all, hugs and kisses. Du Jingjing blows a kiss into the camera.
After closing the live broadcast, Du Jingjing could no longer contain her excitement.
Yes, yes. I was born to be a live broadcast sensation. Ah, I made 60,000 yuan in one night. So happy, so happy.
Du Jingjing was not in the dormitory tonight, but had rented a room elsewhere. Just as Du Jingjing was happily skipping and jumping,
her phone rang. It was Chen Pang. Jingjing, I bought a small umbrella.
I'll wait for you at the usual place.
Let's have a 300-round battle tonight. A wry expression followed.
Looking at the message from Chen Pang, the smile on Du Jingjing's face instantly disappeared without a trace.
Damn it, who cares about fighting a big battle with you for 300 rounds? Do I lack men or what? And a big battle for 300 rounds? Your puny body can't even last 3 rounds with me.
Brother, I advise you to go to the hospital and have a look. You really are almost meaningless. Du Jingjing replied mercilessly.
Seeing Du Jingjing's reply, Chen Peng's face, which had been full of red, suddenly turned black.
In recent years, he has been promiscuous and has been having sex every night, and his body has long been seriously overdrawn. Du Jingjing and Chen Peng have been having sex for almost a year, and every time it happens, Du Jingjing is just getting into the mood, while Chen Peng has already surrendered. Over time, Du Jingjing's dissatisfaction with Chen Peng has grown, and it finally exploded tonight. Facing Du Jingjing's blatant mockery, Chen Peng was actually a little inferior for a moment. You have to understand that any man in the world cares a great deal about his ability in that area. You can say a man is stupid, silly, ugly, short, and poor.
But you can never say he's impotent. Otherwise, he'll fight you to the death. This is a man's taboo.
Seeing Du Jingjing's aggressive text message, Chen Peng felt like his whole being was on the verge of collapse.
Jingjing, is it really that I can't satisfy you? I've been working out recently and will get better. Trust me, I'll be able to give you a satisfying experience soon.
Seeing Chen Peng's words, Du Jingjing rolled her eyes.
Fine, I've long lost interest in you.
There's no need for us to contact each other in the future. After saying this, Du Jingjing directly blacklisted Chen Peng. I'll have to satisfy my craving with a male model with 8 abs today. Chen Peng, looking at his phone, was so angry that his lungs were about to burst.
On the other side, Yang Xiaodong was also burning with passion.
He then went into the bathroom and took a cold shower, which gradually quelled the fire of his desire. Chapter 18, Staring at Each Other. Chen Ruoxi.
The next day, Yang Xiaodong woke up. He picked up his phone and looked at it.
His Douyin followers had already reached more than 1.5 million. In the past few days, his Douyin followers and the number of followers of a certain account had risen sharply, by tens of thousands every day. If this trend continued, it was estimated that it would not take long for him to break through the 10 million mark.
And the private messages in the background were too numerous to count.
Most of them were flattering words, and there were also invitations to join several guilds. Yang Xiaodong didn't even want to read them.
After washing up, Yang Xiaodong took the key and went downstairs.
The elevator door slowly opened, and Yang Xiaodong arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the hotel. At this time, a beautiful figure attracted Yang Xiaodong's attention. He saw a girl in a white dress in front of him, holding the arm of a bald man. The two stood at the front desk, presumably checking in. The bald man was wearing a black suit, probably in his 40s or 50s, and was quite fat, conservatively estimated to weigh over 200 pounds. The girl was wearing a white dress, with long flowing hair, fair skin, and a full height of over 1.7 meters. She had a slender figure with a well-proportioned body, and her appearance was beyond words, her delicate face incredibly beautiful, as if a fairy had come down to earth. The two were very intimate in their movements, the bald man beaming with a smile, reaching out to touch the girl's face. The girl's face was also full of smiles. Hey, how come all the good cabbage has been trampled by pigs? But judging by the way that guy looks, he should be very rich.
If the girl isn't after his money, then she must have unique tastes.
That's right, the guy is the chairman of the board, and the girl is mature for her age.
Yang Xiaodong secretly sighed in his heart. However, when he looked at the girl again, he froze.
Because he felt that the girl in front of him was somewhat familiar.
Chen Ruoxi?
Yang Xiaodong rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't mistaken, and suddenly his heart was in turmoil. Holy shit, it really is Chen Ruoxi.
Then this fat guy is her boyfriend?
As one of the top 10 campus beauties at Jinling University, Chen Ruoxi had countless suitors, including some handsome guys with prominent family backgrounds. But she rejected them all. As for the reasons Chen Ruoxi rejected them, there are two versions. One is that Chen Ruoxi had a first love that left an indelible mark. Her first boyfriend was killed in a car accident. Since then, Chen Ruoxi has never been able to forget her first love, and has not been in a relationship since. The other version is that Chen Ruoxi is a lesbian who doesn't like men, but women.
However, it now seems that both versions are false.
But why didn't she find a young and handsome boyfriend, but instead a fat and greasy middle-aged uncle?
Could it be that Chen Ruoxi is a gold digger, someone's mistress? Yang Xiaodong frowned slightly, speculating in his heart. That must be it. Or is it that Chen Ruoxi just likes this kind of fat, ugly, greasy middle-aged uncle? Thinking about this, Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but snicker. Looking at the two people in front of him, Yang Xiaodong's eyes were full of derision.
Unexpectedly, Chen Ruoxi, who was known as the school goddess, was actually a gold-digging woman.
Yang Xiaodong's mouth curled up in a sneer. I wonder how her suitors would feel if they saw the scene. Hey, the goddess in your hearts is about to be ravaged by a wild boar. But it's not really any of his business.
Yang Xiaodong was about to turn around and leave when Chen Ruoxi seemed to sense someone ticking her behind.
She turned around. Hey, it's Xiaodong.
A sweet smile appeared on Chen Ruoxi's pretty face as she waved at Yang Xiaodong.
Classmate Yang Xiaodong, what are you doing here too?
Chen Ruoxi said as she walked towards Yang Xiaodong. I'm staying at this hotel for the time being.
Yang Xiaodong replied indifferently. Oh, I see.
So, are you satisfied with the service at this hotel?
Chen Ruoxi asked with a smile. It's quite good. Yang Xiaodong nodded.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Chen Ruoxi giggled, her tone full of enthusiasm.
Honey, we should go up now.
The bald man behind Chen Ruoxi suddenly spoke, his tone full of affection. Yang Xiaodong felt a little disgusted when he heard this baby.
Dad, you go up first, I'll chat with my classmate.
Chen Ruoxi said softly. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaodong was completely stunned.
He's your father? Yang Xiaodong asked incredulously. What did you think?
Chen Ruoxi covered her mouth with one hand and giggled. Yang Xiaodong felt a little embarrassed at this smile. Just now, he thought Chen Ruoxi was the man's mistress, and was gossiping behind his back.
Yang Xiaodong laughed. Oh, right, why are you here too?
Yang Xiaodong immediately changed the subject.
You don't know, do you? My father owns this hotel.
What, this hotel is your family's?
Yang Xiaodong's eyes widened in disbelief.
The Carlton Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Jinling, and I never imagined that it was Chen Ruoxi's family's.
Yang Xiaodong also let out a gasp. Xiaodong, are you going back to school? Chen Ruoxi asked. Yes. Yang Xiaodong nodded. Then can you do me a favor?
Chen Ruoxi still asked with a smile.
What favor? Yang Xiaodong was puzzled.
Chen Ruoxi took out a document from her bag and handed it to Yang Xiaodong.
What is it?
Yang Xiaodong asked, puzzled, as he took the document.
It's the list of new assistant librarians hired by the school library. I want you to take it to Wei shooting in the library. Chen Ruoxi explained with a smile.
Chen Ruoxi had signed up for the job of assistant librarian from the very beginning of her freshman year. And she had now become the leader of the assistant librarians. So she was in charge of the recruitment of new assistant librarians every year.
Okay, I see. I understand. Yang Xiaodong took the documents and nodded with a smile. Thank you, Xiaodong. Chen Ruoxi smiled.
Then the two of them walked out of the hotel door, chatting and laughing. At that moment, a young boy, estimated to be 5 or 6 years old, was speeding towards Yang Xiaodong and Chen Ruoxi on a scooter. It looked like he was about to hit Chen Ruoxi. Subconsciously, Yang Xiaodong put his arm around Chen Ruoxi's waist and pulled her into his arms.
Chen Ruoxi's delicate body was tightly embraced in Yang Xiaodong's arms.
Their faces were close together, their noses touching, and the distance between them was so close. So close that they could feel the temperature of the other's breath. Their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still in that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 7 seconds. In an instant, Chen Ruoxi's mind went blank, and Yang Xiaodong's dark eyes seemed to shine like stars, exuding a strong charm. Chen Ruoxi felt her heart suddenly racing, her body burning with heat, her blood boiling. An inexplicable feeling quickly welled up in her heart. Their bodies pressed together, and Yang Xiaodong could even clearly feel Chen Ruoxi's heartbeat. He looked at Chen Ruoxi's delicate lips, which were as pretty as flower petals, and was momentarily lost in thought. Then he snapped back to reality, quickly let go of her hand, and said awkwardly, "Sorry." Chen Ruoxi's cheeks had already flushed, and she coughed lightly to try to hide her fluster. "It's okay, thank you." The atmosphere between the two became delicate, as if there was an invisible electric current running through the air. The little boy stopped a short distance away, looking at them with a confused expression, as if he didn't understand that he had almost caused a big problem. Chen Ruoxi took a deep breath and walked over, whispering to the little boy, "Kid, you have to be careful when playing with the scooter, you can't go so fast, it's dangerous." The little boy blinked his big eyes, nodded, and then pedaled away on his scooter. Yang Xiaodong and Chen Ruoxi smiled at each other, and the awkwardness just now seemed to have eased a little. "Then I'll go to school first, and I'll deliver this document to Teacher Wei as soon as possible," Yang Xiaodong said. "Okay, thank you for your hard work," Chen Ruoxi responded. After Yang Xiaodong left, Chen Ruoxi stood still, touched her still hot cheeks, and the scene just now in Yang Xiaodong's arms kept popping up in her mind. She was a little annoyed, wondering why she had such a strange reaction. Could it be that she had different feelings for Yang Xiaodong? She shook her head, trying to shake these thoughts off, but it was as if a seed had been planted in her heart, beginning to take root and sprout. Chapter 19, Divorced Young Woman. Just as Yang Xiaodong and Chen Ruoxi were distracted, a man in a black Land Rover not far away had a panoramic view of Yang Xiaodong and Chen Ruoxi's intimate behavior. This person is the same person who has just cheated on Yang Xiaodong with Chen Ruoxi. What everyone doesn't know is that Lu Jianhua and Chen Ruoxi were classmates in high school, and he has been hopelessly in love with Chen Ruoxi since high school. He once pursued Chen Ruoxi like crazy. Unfortunately, Chen Ruoxi never even looked at him. Lu Jianhua is arrogant and domineering by nature. Since he was young, other women have tried every means to please him. Chen Ruoxi, however, had always been cold towards him and never gave him a second glance. She even took the initiative to keep her distance from him. This made young Master Lu, who had grown up in luxury and had everything he wanted, very unhappy. But he remained steadfastly in love with Chen Ruoxi and vowed that he would get her in this life and the next. He wanted not only her body, but also her heart. Over the years, Lu Jianhua has had sex with hundreds of women, but he still feels that being with these women is nothing more than a way to satisfy his physical needs. His true love is still Bai Yu Guang, Chen Ruoxi. So whenever he has sex with these women, Lu Jianhua always imagines the woman beneath him is Chen Ruoxi. Chen Ruoxi has become Lu Jianhua's forbidden fruit. Not only that, he even bribed Chen Ruoxi's classmates. Anyone who dares to deliberately approach Chen Ruoxi will receive a beating if he is found out. Ding, ding, ding. Lu Jianhua's phone rang. After answering it, "Brother Jianhua, everyone has been waiting for you for a long time. Why haven't you come yet? Tonight, I'm wearing your favorite black stockings. I've also prepared a small whip, a cat toy, and a maid costume. All of your favorites." The woman on the other end of the phone spoke sweetly, her tone very seductive. Who else could this woman be if not Xinjiai? The two of them had originally come here today to check into a hotel room, and Xinjiai had checked in and was waiting for Lu Jianhua. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lu Jianhua arrived downstairs, he saw Yang Xiaodong and Chen Ruoxi cuddling and cooing. "Great. I'll go up there right away, and tonight I'll show you how I'll fix you, you little slut," Lu Jianhua said with a wicked smile. The phone hung up. "Yang Xiaodong, you're a piece of shit. I slept with your girlfriend, but it was that fucking bitch Xinjiai who seduced me. And now you've got the nerve to hit on Chen Ruoxi? Looks like you've already got her. And you, Chen Ruoxi, you pretend to be a pure goddess, but behind my back you're fucking that piece of shit Yang Xiaodong. I thought you didn't like me,
that you had high standards and didn't think I was good enough for you. Now you're actually getting it on with Yang Xiaodong. What's so great about Yang Xiaodong that I'm not good enough for you? Lu Jianhua became more and more irritated as he thought about it.
Chen Ruoxi, since you're being unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous.
As for Yang Xiaodong, just wait and see.
I'll have fun with your goddess tonight, and tomorrow I'll show you what I can do.
Humph. Lu Jianhua sneered coldly.
Yang Xiaodong, who was driving, sneezed twice suddenly.
He thought, cursed, and caught a cold. Damn it, who the hell is bugging me? Yang Xiaodong cursed and continued to drive attentively.
In a short while, they arrived at a parking lot near the school. Of course, there was a parking lot at the school. If Yang Xiaodong drove his Lamborghini Poison into the school, he was afraid that it would cause an unnecessary commotion.
Park the car. Come to the library. Deputy Director Wei Shooting's office. The door to the office was ajar. Yang Xiaodong knocked softly a few times. Come in. A pleasant female voice came from inside. Yang Xiaodong pushed the door open.
Wei Shooting was sitting in a chair, flipping through a book in her hands. The woman in front of him had a head of beautiful, black hair that was casually draped over her shoulders. Her skin was white and delicate, her cheeks were slightly red, and her eyes were smart. A simple t-shirt and denim shorts perfectly show off her graceful curves, long, straight thighs, a round, perky butt, a waist that's easy to hold, and a chest with proud peaks.
Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but swallow. He walked over. Hello, Miss Wei.
Yang Xiaodong called respectfully.
Hello, classmate.
Wei Shooting looked up at Yang Xiaodong and responded politely.
Ding, the goddess conquest mission has begun.
The conquest target has been bound.
Name, Wei Shooting.
Age, 38 years old. Face value, 86 points.
Body, 95 points. Emotional status, divorced. Mission deadline, 100 days.
Mission reward, 100 attribute points added to all attributes, 500 million Huaxia coins. Within 100 days, the host must make the conquest target fall truly in love with the host and complete the charging process with them, and the mission will be considered successful, and the host will receive the mission reward. If the host fails to complete the task within the specified time, the system will reset all of the host's wealth.
Damn it, here comes another one.
Yang Xiaodong cursed in his heart. Yan Ruyu, Chen Ruoxi, Pei Duo, none of them have been taken.
Now there is another Wei Shooting.
The emotional status is divorced, which means she is a widow.
Damn you system, you want me to woo a widow? Yang Xiaodong was furious.
Although Wei Shooting's appearance was not exactly breathtaking, she had an extremely attractive figure, especially her sparkling eyes, which gave off a charming and seductive aura. In particular, the shallow dimple at the corner of her mouth added to her charm.
Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but stare. His eyes lingered on Wei Shooting's impressive figure.
Wei Shooting looked at Yang Xiaodong's dumbfounded expression, her mouth curling up slightly, as if she was enjoying the scene.
She was used to people looking at her with admiring eyes. Whether it's a man or a woman. She doesn't mind being stared at like this. Cough cough. Wei Xiaodong pretended to cough seriously, instantly waking Yang Xiaodong up.
Yang Xiaodong awkwardly touched his nose and quickly handed Wei Xiaodong the list of library assistant librarians in his hand.
Teacher, this is what Chen Ruoxi asked me to bring you.
Wei Xiaodong took the list and briefly looked at it.
Okay, I understand.
Wei Shooting looked up and blinked her big, watery eyes at Yang Xiaodong.
What's your name? Which faculty are you in? My name is Yang Xiaodong, and I'm in the history faculty. Yang Xiaodong just finished speaking. You're Yang Xiaodong.
Wei Shooting suddenly realized.
Ha? You know me, teacher? Yang Xiaodong was puzzled.
You've published articles in the school magazine many times and won many awards, and there are also your posts on the school forum.
Of course I know you.
I used to read you on my phone, but today I get to meet the real you. Wei Shooting stood up and patted Yang Xiaodong on the shoulder, and a strong, faint fragrance entered Yang Xiaodong's breathing.
Ha ha.
Yang Xiaodong giggled, a little nervous, and said, Teacher, you're too kind. Wei Shooting is 38 years old this year, and she just got divorced 2 years ago. She also has a 5-year-old daughter and is currently a widow. But looking at her appearance, this is not at all like a woman who is about to turn 40. At most, she is 27 or 28 years old, but she has a little more maturity and sex appeal than those young and beautiful girls.
To use an internet buzzword, she is full of wifey vibes. By the way, Xiaodong, are you not interested in becoming an assistant librarian at our library? Wei Shooting asked with a smile. The basic work of an assistant librarian is very simple. You come to the various libraries of the library to work when you don't have classes. Usually, you are only responsible for simple tasks such as lending books to students, returning books, and organizing books. You also get paid 500 yuan a month. Great, I can't wait to do it. Yang Xiaodong agreed without hesitation. Yang Xiaodong agreed to be an assistant librarian not because of the measly 500 yuan, but because he wanted to find a quiet place to read and study. Okay, I'll register you. Give me your bank card number. We'll get the paperwork done quickly. Xiaodong, I've assigned you to the library under my supervision, so we'll be colleagues from now on. Wei Shooting said with a smile. Thank you, Miss Wei. Yang Xiaodong said politely. Wei Shooting then gave Yang Xiaodong a brief rundown on the work. Chapter 20, Looking at Legs on the Playground. After leaving the library, Yang Xiaodong picked up his phone and dialed Zheng Chang's number. When it connected. Big brother, are you guys in the dormitory? Yang Xiaodong asked. No, I, mouse, scumbag, am going to the playground to look at legs. Do you want to come alone? Zheng Chang said with a wicked smile. Looking at legs on the playground has become an indispensable form of zero-cost entertainment for contemporary male college students. Every evening when dusk falls, those schoolmates who hid in their dormitories during the day and refuse to come out, will all come out in groups, dressed up to the nines. It's the hot summer, so you can see the romance that is unique to the summer. Black silk, white silk, gradient, knee-high, fishnets, JK, there's everything. I'm saying, can you guys be a little more mature? No matter how much you look, she's not your girlfriend. Yang Xiaodong said seriously. You're wrong, Yang Xiaodong. If you don't look at her when she's dressed up so nicely and going out for a stroll, then she's dressed up for nothing. Yang Xiaodong immediately looked down when Zheng Chang said this. Oh dear, are you coming or not? Zheng Chang didn't want to waste any more time talking to Yang Xiaodong. I'm not going. Yang Xiaodong said resolutely. Okay, but there's going to be a dance club performance tonight. Zheng Chang's nasty voice came over. Okay, I'll be right there. Yang Xiaodong's main character is real. Sure enough, no one can break the law of true fragrance. Those white thighs are worth seeing. If you're so capable, cover my eyes. Yang Xiaodong immediately sprinted and flashed to the three of them. Second, it's still you, this speed as Bolt here would have to call you brother. Zheng Chang gave Yang Xiaodong a thumbs up. He had just hung up the phone when Yang Xiaodong appeared in front of him. Cut the crap, where are the legs? No, when does the dance performance start? Yang Xiaodong went straight to the point. Look at you, so eager. Zhang Hao despised Yang Xiaodong's eager appearance. Okay, stop messing around, let's go. Zheng Chang said this and took the lead towards the playground. The university playground is very lively in the evening, with singing, dancing, and young couples in love hiding in the corner making out. Yang Xiaodong and a few others chose an open space and sat cross-legged. Chen Pang, why are you so glum today? You're usually the one with the most to say. Yang Xiaodong noticed that Chen Pang next to him was glum and his face showed no trace of joy. Chen Pang, who had been severely despised by his pal friend Du Jingjing, could not stand the pain in his heart these past 2 days. Although Chen Pang had more than one pal friend, such as Du Jingjing. Could it be that I really have a problem in that area? No way, I'm only 21 this year. Is it really me that's not good enough, or is it just that she has high demands? Chen Pang was torn between conflicting emotions. Chen Pang, what's wrong with you? Yang Xiaodong reached out and patted Chen Pang on the shoulder. I'm fine. Chen Pang shook his head impatiently. Mouse, how are things going with Su Ting? Has she given you an answer yet? Yang Xiaodong saw that Chen Pang was in a bad mood, so he turned to Zhang Hao. Oh, don't mention her, she's annoying. Zhang Hao sighed, his tone revealing a strong sense of sadness. What happened? Yang Xiaodong raised an eyebrow and pursued. That night, after I called her downstairs, I gave her the flowers and love letter, and she accepted them. Zhang Hao gave a bitter smile. Then what? Just say it. Yang Xiaodong became agitated when he heard this. And then there was nothing. Shit. The guys chatted for a while. Night fell, and more people gathered in the playground.
The dance club was also in position. As the music started, a beautiful girl with a voluptuous figure and a stunning appearance walked onto the stage in a tight t-shirt and blue denim hot pants.
Good evening, everyone.
The beautiful woman spoke. The originally quiet playground instantly came to life, and the cheers were deafening. Wow, it's Xia Yuyin, the president of the dance club. My goddess, she's so beautiful.
Goddess, I like you. A boy in the audience shouted.
Xia Yuyin is also one of the top 10 campus beauties at Jinling University, and is the goddess in the hearts of many boys. Xia Yuyin has studied dance since she was young, and her outgoing and lively personality makes her a standard beautiful young goddess-level girl. Seeing the students below the stage so crazy, Xia Yuyan couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of her mouth, revealing a bright and charming smile.
Okay, thank you all for your support. Xia Yuyan waved with a smile.
Next, please enjoy the dance brought by all the members of our dance club. Xia Yuyan then turned around and joined the dance queue behind her. There were a total of 28 members in the dance club, all of whom had studied dance since childhood, and were all exceptional in terms of appearance and figure. Especially the lead dancer Xia Yuyan, who was even more beautiful and moving. All the members of the club were wearing tight-fitting white t-shirts with blue jeans and matching white sneakers. A melodious English song started playing. The slender and long legs moved slowly to the rhythm.
Oh, my God! The male audience members exclaimed in surprise.
Xia Yuyan's jumps, spins, hip swings, waist twists, hip lifts, and other various poses simply struck the boys' hearts, causing many gay men to burst with blood and hate themselves for not pouncing on her immediately.
Damn, dude, do these girls have to be so seductive? I can't hold back any longer. Zheng Chang felt his nose bleed.
Son of a bitch, close your eyes, don't look. The girl next to a guy could see the drool coming out of his mouth as he stared motionlessly at the stage. Okay, my dear, don't be angry, I'll close my eyes right away, close my eyes. His girlfriend grabbed him by the collar, and the guy quickly covered his eyes with both hands in a gesture of surrender.
The music ended. Wow!
The boys in the audience erupted into thunderous applause.
Xia Yuyan led the members of the dance club off the stage. What do you think, little brother? Any favorites? I have a few good friends in the dance club. Do you want me to introduce you?
Chen Peng said to Yang Xiaodong as he looked at the girls on stage.
Great, I'm interested in Xia Yueying. Go get me her WeChat. Yang Xiaodong said jokingly.
Second brother, Xia Yueying is not someone we can date at our level. Chen Peng originally wanted to help Yang Xiaodong find a girlfriend so that he could get over his failed relationship as soon as possible.
Xiaodong, apart from Xia Yueying, if you like any other girl, I'll get you her WeChat.
Chen Peng patted his chest and said with a righteous air.
Buddy, if you want to hit on someone, hit on the prettiest one.
I'm only interested in Xia Yuyin. Besides, she's nothing special. She's just pretty, and I don't think she's all that in other aspects. We guys are 1,000 times better than her. Yang Xiaodong looked arrogant, as if he didn't even take the dancing goddess Xia Yuyin seriously. As soon as he said this, the surrounding area instantly became quiet.
Ha, you're full of shit. Just you? A strange mocking voice entered Yang Xiaodong's ears.
Yang Xiaodong looked in the direction of the voice and saw a boy wearing a black short-sleeved shirt, earrings, and dyed yellow hair walking towards him.
Yang Xiaodong, your attitude is even worse than my athlete's foot. Xia Yueying is someone like you, an ugly and poor loser, can you even think about?
You're probably forgetting what it's like to be a cuckolded loser, ha.
The boy came over, stood still, looked at Yang Xiaodong with contempt, and said mockingly, ha, so he's the dog licking Yang Xiaodong. Ha, who did I think he was?
It turns out that the king of dog lickers is here, ha.
Oh, he's the Yang Xiaodong in the melon eating group.
I heard that this kid only ate once a day in order to buy a gift for Xinjiai. He couldn't bear to eat or wear anything nice, and gave all his money to Xinjiai.
But in the end, he didn't even get to kiss her, and he was cuckolded, ha.
There was a loud laugh around.
Hearing the sound of the surrounding discussions, Huang Mao's contempt on his face increased even more.
Yang Xiaodong, I will give you a piece of advice today, a toad can't eat swan meat, ha.
Chapter 21 Mao Pang becomes an eunuch.
Yang Xiaodong, Huagu showed me a video of him and Xinjiai having sex.
Let's just say you have really good taste, Xinjiai is superb in bed. Of course you've never seen it, ha. Huang Mao walked up to Yang Xiaodong and whispered in his ear. The Huagu mentioned by the brat Huang Mao was Lu Jianhua, and he was Lu Jianhua's most loyal lackey.
Lu Jianhua has a hobby, and that is to film all the women he has slept with for bragging rights.
Mao Peng, you're going too far.
Zheng Chang, who was standing nearby, was furious when he saw him insulting his brother like that.
Mao Peng, whose real name was Mao Peng, was the head of the male workers department of the Jinling University Student Union and Lu Jianhua's #1 lackey.
At this time, there were more than a dozen boys behind Mao Peng, all of them looking at Yang Xiaodong with a mocking expression. Zheng Chang, let's go, ignore these people. Yang Xiaodong reached out to stop Zheng Chang.
Brother Zhang, they insulted you like this, are you just going to put up with it?
Zheng Chang asked Yang Xiaodong in a sarcastic tone. Brother Zhang, don't be afraid, they are more people, but we are not afraid of them either, we both have 2 shoulders to carry a head, if the worst comes to the worst, we can fight them.
Chen Peng took Yang Xiaodong's arm and said, Yes, let's fight them, we can't let them bully us like this.
Even Zhang Hao, who usually has the weakest character, couldn't bear to watch anymore, and yelled with a face of anger. The reason Yang Xiaodong didn't move his hand was not because he was afraid, but because he didn't want to implicate his brothers. Once they started fighting, even if they won, they would all be punished. If it got worse, they might even be held criminally responsible.
Let's go,
Yang Xiaodong said with gritted teeth. Then he dragged a few people to the side and walked away.
Ha ha ha, this kid is a coward.
Look at how scared he is, he's a coward.
No wonder you're a loser, what woman could ever look at him? Ha ha ha.
Mao Peng and the others behind him jeered unbridled. Yang Xiaodong's fists clenched with anger at hearing this, but he still chose to endure it. This was not the time to act on impulse.
Damn it, Lao Er, if you can put up with this, are you still a man?
Zheng Chang, who was naturally outgoing, couldn't help but say. Second brother, if you just walk away, they'll still find reasons to bully you in the future.
Chen Peng also agreed. Alright, stop it. Let's go. Yang Xiaodong took a deep breath and said heavily. Stop, did I let you go? A dozen people behind Mao Peng surrounded Yang Xiaodong and the others. It seems that Mao Peng didn't come here today specifically to taunt Yang Xiaodong, but to fight.
Yang Xiaodong is in this state, what more do you want?
Zheng Chang stood in front of Yang Xiaodong, glaring at Mao Peng angrily and asking.
Very simple, as long as he crawls through my crotch, I won't bother him anymore.
Mao Peng spread his legs apart, pointing arrogantly between his legs. Mao Peng, you're going too far. Zheng Chang roared. Ha, you're wrong, it's not me going too far, it's him being a bully. At this moment, Yang Xiaodong's eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at Mao Peng with a ferocious expression.
He didn't want to argue with the other party, but the other party was pressing him hard and aggressively. Since that was the case, there was no need for Yang Xiaodong to indulge him. Mao Peng, I have no grudges with you from the past, and I have no complaints recently.
Why are you pushing so hard? Since you are being so unreasonable, don't blame me.
Yang Xiaodong said with clenched teeth, word by word.
System, open the mystery mall.
Okay.
Yang Xiaodong then opened the skills section.
He found the combat skills. This section was full of various combat skills. The attribute points required for each skill were different. Yang Xiaodong looked at them. His gaze finally settled on a skill called street fighting.
And it only required 10 attribute points. Okay, you're the one. System, redeem street fighting for me. Redeeming street fighting will cost 10 attribute points. Do you wish to redeem? Redeem. Then add all remaining attribute points to the combat skills. Okay. Host, Yang Xiaodong. Stamina, 100. Combat, 90. Intelligence, 80. Agility, 50. Charisma, 10. Currently available attribute points, 0. Personal wealth, 716000563. Acquired skills, Demon Eyes of Charm Charisma, Street Fighting Combat. Skill description. Name, Street Fighting.
Function, no rules, no restrictions, mixed martial arts skills. This skill is a physical skill, and the higher the physical attribute of the host, the more powerful this skill will be.
All done.
Yang Xiaodong slowly looked up, his gaze fiercely staring at Mao Peng. What, Yang Xiaodong, you dare to hit me?
Mao Peng's words were not finished when Yang Xiaodong, with lightning speed, grabbed Mao Peng's yellow hair and pulled him downwards. Immediately afterwards, a powerful knee strike hit Mao Peng's groin. Ah!
Mao Peng let out a pig-slaughtering scream. His entire body arched like a shrimp, and he fell to the ground, covering his groin. When the people around saw this, they felt a sudden tightening in their anuses. At the same time, they secretly gasped in awe, "This guy is really ruthless, he just gave him a leg-breaking kick." Yang Xiaodong, who still hadn't gotten his revenge, added 2 more kicks to Mao Peng, who was still lying on the ground, and they were in the same position. Ah! Ah! Mao Peng's screams of unbearable pain echoed across the playground. "It's ruined, it's definitely ruined. Yang Xiaodong, you're so damn ruthless. After these 3 kicks, Mao Peng's dick will be useless unless it's made of iron. It's completely useless, Mao Peng has become a eunuch. Brothers, kill them for me." Mao Peng endured the intense pain and roared in anger. "Who's afraid of who? Damn it, I've wanted to do this for a long time." Zheng Chang and the others shouted in defiance. Immediately, a group of people rushed towards Yang Xiaodong and the others. Chapter 22, Policewoman Qin Ro. The surrounding spectators dispersed to form a large circle, surrounding the 2 groups. The team battle began. Yang Xiaodong, Zhang Hao, Zheng Chang, and Chen Peng were not initially outmatched in the face of the siege by more than 10 people. However, the other party was outnumbered, and soon, Zhang Hao and Chen Peng were knocked to the ground by the other party. Only Yang Xiaodong and Zheng Chang were still struggling to hold their ground. Zheng Chang, with his 200-plus pound frame, bravely withstood the opponent's attacks. Although he was beaten up, with a bloody nose and bleeding mouth, he still didn't fall. Yang Xiaodong, with the system's enhanced strength and the street fighting skills he had just purchased, suddenly gained the upper hand and beat the opponent back. Street fighting is different from ordinary boxing competitions and martial arts training. It is a practical fighting technique that is not restricted by any rules or bound by morality. As long as you can knock your opponent down, you can use any move. So Yang Xiaodong's every move attacks the opponent's vital points. Kicking the groin, gouging the eyes, pulling the hair, Yang Xiaodong uses every deadly move. The spectators watching the fight are on the edge of their seats, waving their hands in excitement. This kind of bare-knuckle fighting is so exciting. Just as the 2 sides are fighting fiercely. On the other side, Xia Yuyan, who had returned to the lounge, was just about to take a sip of water. "Sister Yuyan, something's wrong." A female member of a dance club rushed in, looking flustered. "What's wrong? What happened?" Xia Yuyang asked, a little confused. "Sister Yuyan, a guy is fighting with Mao Peng and the others over you." "What? Who's fighting with who? Over me? What's going on?" Xia Yuyan was stunned when she heard this. "I think his name is Yang Xiaodong." "Yang Xiaodong? I don't know any Yang Xiaodong." "Mao Peng, Xia Yuyan knows, but she doesn't know Yang Xiaodong." "Oh, it's hard to explain in a few words, you'd better go and see for yourself." Subsequently, the 2 hurriedly rushed to the scene and finally squeezed in through the crowd. Just now, Zheng Chang, Yang Xiaodong's only helper, was also beaten to the ground. Now only Yang Xiaodong is fighting alone. Yang Xiaodong was covered in blood, his own and others. His clothes had been torn to shreds, and he looked a complete mess. But the other side wasn't doing much better. More than half of the dozen people who had been beaten to the ground were now covering their wounds and wailing in pain. The 2 or 3 people who were still standing were also all covered in wounds, not much better than Yang Xiaodong. Seeing such a tragic scene, Xia Yuyan was shocked and her mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. At that moment, the school security guard finally arrived, belatedly. "Call the police first, then call an ambulance. No one involved in the fight is allowed to leave, no matter who they are. All other unrelated people, go away." The school security guard captain was shocked at the scene in front of him. This scene was no longer under his control as the security guard captain. So he decisively chose to call the police. After 10 minutes, the ambulance and police car arrived one after the other, followed by the school leaders. First, the injured students were carried into the ambulance. Everyone else was taken away. The leader was a policewoman, about 27 or 28 years old, dressed in neat police uniform, looking valiant and heroic. "Why were you fighting?" The policewoman's voice was clear but full of authority. No one answered, and Yang Xiaodong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Those around him who had participated in the fight were either bowing their heads or still panting heavily. The school leader frowned. This kind of large-scale student fight had a great impact on the school's reputation. "We must investigate thoroughly," the leader whispered to his assistant. Xia Yuyan watched anxiously from the side. She really didn't understand why this boy Yang Xiaodong would fight for her and Mao Pang and the others. She walked over to the police and tried to explain that she didn't know Yang Xiaodong, but didn't know where to start. The paramedics in the ambulance quickly loaded the injured onto the stretcher. Zhang Chang shouted at Yang Xiaodong as he was being carried away, "Brother, hang in there." Yang Xiaodong nodded slightly. Later, Mao Pang and several others, who had been seriously injured, were taken to the hospital by ambulance. Zhang Hao was taken away after being seriously injured. Yang Xiaodong and the others, who had suffered minor injuries, were taken back to the police station. Yan Ruyu, who had received a call from the school leader at home, also quickly arrived at the police station. When she received the call that Yang Xiaodong had gotten into a fight and was injured, Yan Ruyu was so anxious that she wished she had wings so she could fly to Yang Xiaodong's side immediately. Yang Xiaodong and the others had their wounds treated briefly at the police station. Subsequently, as the mastermind behind the fight, Yang Xiaodong was the first to be taken away for questioning. Name? The police officer opposite Yang Xiaodong was the same woman who had just brought them in. Her name was Chen Ruo, and she was the head of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Jinling City Police Station. Ding, Goddess Conquest mission has been activated. Conquest target has been bound. Name, Chen Ruo. Age, 30 years old. Face value, 90 points. Body, 91 points. Emotional status. Mission deadline, 100 days. Mission reward, 5 billion Huaxia currency. Within 100 days, the host must make the conquest object fall truly and sincerely in love with the host and complete the charge with them. If this is considered a successful mission, the host will receive the mission reward. On the contrary, if the host fails to complete the mission within the specified time, the system will directly reset all of the host's wealth. Great, another one. Yang Xiaodong was about to scold the system a bit. But. Name? Chen Ruo asked again. Yang Xiaodong. Age? 21 years old. Hometown? Xinzhou Province, Longxi City. Why did you fight? Chen Ruo asked. Yang Xiaodong did not answer. I hope you can cooperate with the work. Chen Ruo said sternly. Because of some personal grudges. Personal grudges? What personal grudges do you have with them? They came to trouble me first, I couldn't hold back so we both fought. Yang Xiaodong said indifferently. No matter what the reason is, you shouldn't have hit someone. It's illegal, do you know that? Chen Ruo said coldly. Of course I know. If the other party doesn't accept a private settlement and insists on pursuing your criminal liability, you will go to jail, do you know that? Chen Ruo's tone was cold, and she stared at Yang Xiaodong's eyes with a serious expression as she said every word carefully. They will definitely accept a private settlement. Yang Xiaodong said without hesitation. What makes you so sure? Chen Ruo continued to ask. Because I will offer a price that is so high that they won't be able to refuse. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruo angrily slammed the table and stood up. Yang Xiaodong, do you think that everything can be solved with money? Officer, can you tell me what can't be solved with money? If there is, then it must be because there isn't enough. Yang Xiaodong said calmly. Please give a message to those people I injured. Just tell them that if they accept a private settlement, I will give each of them 1 million. If they think 1 million is too little, then 2 million, and so on until they are satisfied. Yang Xiaodong said calmly. Chen Ruo's eyes widened in disbelief at what she had heard. This Yang Xiaodong is really arrogant. Chen Ruo, who was extremely angry, slammed the door and left. Yang Xiaodong wanted to settle the matter privately mainly because the incident had become a bit too big, or because he had struck first. There were as many as 20 people involved on both sides, and it was in front of so many people. Several people were seriously injured. If the other party pursued criminal liability, not only Yang Xiaodong, but also Zhang Chang and the others, would be implicated. Chapter 23, Sister Ruyu. A week later, everything was settled. Yang Xiaodong paid to settle the matter quietly, and the other party was willing to accept a private settlement, mainly because Yang Xiaodong gave too much. Those who suffered minor injuries received 1 million yuan each. Those who suffered serious injuries received 2 million yuan each. There were a total of 5 seriously injured and 12 slightly injured. Yang Xiaodong paid a total of more than 22 million yuan in compensation. This caused some people to feel psychologically imbalanced. Damn, if I had known he was going to pay so much, I wouldn't have fought back. I would have let him beat me up, as long as he didn't kill me.
Yeah, but it wasn't a waste of a beating. 1,000,000 yuan, it was really worth it. I really want him to beat me up again, so I can make another fortune, ha. As for eunuch Mao, it wasn't a big deal. Yang Xiaodong waved his hand and paid him 3,000,000 yuan. Without this money, Yang Xiaodong would have definitely received a prison sentence of 3 to 5 years for the simple act of turning Mao Peng into an eunuch. After Yang Xiaodong left the police station, Yan Ruyu, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed over and tightly embraced him in her arms. Yang Xiaodong was a little overwhelmed by this sudden bear hug from Yan Ruyu. Yan Ruyu lay on Yang Xiaodong's shoulder and could not stop sobbing. During the few days that Yang Xiaodong was detained, Yan Ruyu had been worried about him constantly. Seeing Yang Xiaodong come out, she relaxed and burst into tears with joy. Yang Xiaodong gently stroked Yan Ruyu's hair and said softly, "Teacher Yan, I'm fine, don't worry." Yan Ruyu reluctantly let go of Yang Xiaodong in her arms. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him with tears in her eyes, Yang Xiaodong reached out and gently wiped away the crystal-clear teardrop. Yan Ruyu looked up and into Yang Xiaodong's eyes, choking as she asked, "Xiaodong, are you okay?" Yang Xiaodong shook his head gently. "I'm fine, thank you, Teacher Yan." Yang Xiaodong looked at Yan Ruyu gratefully. Yan Ruyu smiled, her face revealing an imperceptible trace of shyness. Yang Xiaodong followed suit and giggled. "Okay, you were lucky this time, but next time you can't fight with anyone." Yan Ruyu gave Yang Xiaodong a reproachful glare. "Well." Yang Xiaodong nodded obediently. "You haven't been able to eat or sleep well these past few days. Come, I'll treat you to a big meal." Yan Ruyu took Yang Xiaodong's arm and walked towards the parking lot. Yang Xiaodong didn't refuse, letting Yan Ruyu lead him. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. In Yang Xiaodong's heart, Yan Ruyu was like a big sister he could confide in, and it was really comfortable spending time with her. Yan Ruyu chose a Sichuan restaurant. After sitting down, the waiter handed Yang Xiaodong the menu. Yang Xiaodong then handed the menu to Yan Ruyu. "Teacher Yan, you go first." Yan Ruyu smiled and picked up the menu, ordering a few dishes she liked. Finally, Yan Ruyu handed the menu to Yang Xiaodong. Yang Xiaodong casually ordered a few things. After ordering, the waiter left. "Xiaodong, there's something I'm not sure whether to ask you." Yan Ruyu looked at Yang Xiaodong, hesitated for a long time, and finally asked. "Go ahead, Teacher Yan." Yan Ruyu took a deep breath and then said, "Xiaodong, when did you become so rich?" When Yan Ruyu asked this question, Yang Xiaodong suddenly became nervous. This time, Yang Xiaodong took out more than 25 million in one go, causing a huge sensation. Almost everyone in the school knew about it. "Xiaodong, if it's inconvenient for you to say, then don't." Yan Ruyu saw that Yang Xiaodong was in a difficult situation and said understandingly, "Teacher Yan, it's actually nothing, so I'll tell you." During the past few days, Yang Xiaodong had long expected that someone would ask him how he had so much money, so he had already made up a lie. "Teacher Yan, I'll tell you, but you must keep it a secret for me. I don't want too many people to know about this," Yang Xiaodong said mysteriously. Looking at Yang Xiaodong's serious expression, Yan Ruyu couldn't help laughing. She thought Yang Xiaodong was really cute. "Don't worry, I'll keep your secret." It's said that a long, long time ago there was Yang Xiaodong, who was serious about nonsense. "Oh, you're telling me a bedtime story." Yan Ruyu playfully poked Yang Xiaodong's forehead with her finger. He. "Teacher Yan, actually I won the lottery. I haven't told anyone before because I was afraid of getting into trouble. This time I really have no choice but to use this money to solve the problem." Yang Xiaodong scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and then said again. Yan Ruyu looked at him doubtfully, "Really? You're so lucky, winning so much money." Yang Xiaodong nodded forcefully, "Really, Teacher Yan, I feel like I'm dreaming too. But with this money, I can solve all these troubles, which is a blessing in disguise." At this time, the waiter started to serve the food, and a dish of Sichuan cuisine with a complete array of colors and aromas was placed on the table, steaming hot. Yan Ruyu took a piece of mapo tofu and put it in Yang Xiaodong's bowl. "Anyway, it's good that things have been resolved. Eat up, you must not have eaten well in there." Yang Xiaodong took a bite of the tofu and gasped from the spiciness. Yan Ruyu couldn't help but laugh at the way he looked, and handed him a glass of water. "Eat slowly, no one is rushing you." The two of them ate and chatted, in a relaxed and happy atmosphere. "However, Xiaodong, now that you have money. But you can't go overboard with your spending. You have to make good use of the money."
Yan Ruyu said with a serious tone. I will, teacher.
Yang Xiaodong nodded obediently.
Oh, don't call me teacher, you're going to make me sound old. Yan Ruyu's face turned red.
If I can't call you teacher, then what should I call you? Yang Xiaodong asked with a raised eyebrow. At school you can still call me teacher Yan, but in private you can call me Ruyu.
After saying this, Yan Ruyu blushed and turned her head to the side.
Ruyu, that's a nice name.
Yang Xiaodong muttered it a few times in his mouth.
Ruyu. Yang Xiaodong tried to call out.
Upon hearing this, Yan Ruyu's face turned even redder, as beautiful as the evening sun.
Ruyu, why is your face so red? Yang Xiaodong asked deliberately. Eat your food. Yan Ruyu picked up a big spoonful of food and put it on Yang Xiaodong's plate.
After eating, it gradually got dark outside.
Xiaodong, it's already dark, why don't you stay at my place tonight? My home is in the opposite neighborhood. Yan Ruyu pointed to a neighborhood diagonally across the street.
This is not possible, I'd better take a taxi back to school.
Yang Xiaodong quickly refused.
It's okay, I'm the only one at home, and besides, it's quite far from school, and a taxi will cost more than 100 yuan, so just stay at my place for the night.
Tomorrow we'll go back to school together. Yan Ruyu said again. In that case, okay. Yang Xiaodong no longer refused and followed Yan Ruyu to her house.
When the door opened, Yang Xiaodong was dumbfounded. There was only a very small bathroom, a sofa, a small coffee table, a double bed, and the bed was also piled with all kinds of clothes from Yan Ruyu.
This is a small one-person apartment.
Although Yan Ruyu was a full-time teacher at Jilin University, her monthly salary was only a little over 5,000 yuan, and after deducting living expenses, she didn't have much left each month. It was simply a dream to buy a house in Jilin, where land was expensive. Yan Ruyu was a little embarrassed when she looked at the messy room.
Xiaodong, come in and sit down.
Yan Ruyu invited Yang Xiaodong to sit on the sofa.
Ruyu, do you live here alone?
Yang Xiaodong thought about it and felt that it was more appropriate to call her Ruyu.
Yes.
This place is a bit small, but it's quite comfortable to live in.
Yan Ruyu said with a smile.
Then, Yan Ruyu took out a glass and poured water for Yang Xiaodong, and then turned around to make the bed.
Xiaodong, have you recovered from your injuries? Yan Ruyu asked. It's okay.
Yang Xiaodong answered, taking a sip of water. You go take a shower first. I have medicine for external wounds at home, I'll help you apply it.
Yan Ruyu said. Ruyu, I'm really fine. Yang Xiaodong waved his hand. Xiaodong, listen to me.
Yan Ruyu said in an unmistakable tone.
Yang Xiaodong shook his head helplessly and turned around and walked into the bathroom. Chapter 24, Sharing the Same Bed. Click. Yang Xiaodong closed the bathroom door.
The bathroom was less than 5 square meters, with only a ceramic wash basin, a toilet, and a shower head.
But what shocked Yang Xiaodong even more was the many women's underwear and stockings hanging on the clothesline. If they're not Yan Ruyu's, then whose are they?
Black silk, white silk, purple silk, red silk, knee-high socks, garter socks, pantyhose, calf socks.
As for the panties, they're even more revealing.
Looking at all these sexy panties and stockings in front of him, Yang Xiaodong's heart suddenly stirred with waves of emotion.
There are so many stockings, could it be that she's a stockings addict? But why have I never seen her wear any? Plus these.
In Yang Xiaodong's eyes, Yan Ruyu belongs to the kind of gentle and kind, well-read and well-mannered, virtuous woman.
I never thought she was so wild. Who doesn't have a little hobby?
Maybe after work, she puts these on to play with the contrasts or something.
Oops, what was I thinking?
Yang Xiaodong admitted that some of the thoughts in his head had gradually lost their morality. 15 minutes later, Yang Xiaodong came out of the shower. The mess in the house had been tidied up.
Yan Ruyu took out a small first aid kit.
Yang Xiaodong, sit on the sofa and take off your shirt, I'll help you apply some medicine.
Yan Ruyu opened the first aid kit and prepared it.
Yang Xiaodong was taken aback by these words.
Why take off my shirt? It's just a superficial wound, it won't get in the way.
Yang Xiaodong hurriedly stopped him. He was now wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Even if it's only a superficial wound, it's important to take care of it.
Leaving a scar would be bad. Listen to me. Yan Ruyu's eyes were firm and unyielding.
Yang Xiaodong hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he had no choice but to obey Yan Ruyu.
Okay.
Yang Xiaodong sat down and took off his short-sleeved shirt. When she saw the bruises all over Yang Xiaodong's body, Yan Ruyu's eyes immediately filled with concern. Still trying to be brave, he's hurt like this. It's nothing, it'll heal in a few days. Just sit still. With that, Yan Ruyu took some ointment from the first aid kit and gently applied it to Yang Xiaodong's wounds. Yang Xiaodong wasn't particularly well built, but his 8-pack was clearly visible, and his muscles were evenly distributed and clearly defined, giving him a very masculine appearance. When Yan Ruyu used the cotton swab to apply the ointment, Yang Xiaodong could clearly feel her hand tremble slightly. Although it was just a simple action, it contained a lot of hidden emotions. The two of them were getting closer and closer, and Yang Xiaodong could even smell the faint fragrance on her body. This fragrance was very natural and elegant, giving a very comfortable feeling and making people feel an urge to get close. The atmosphere also became a little ambiguous at this moment. Yang Xiaodong felt his heartbeat getting faster and faster. Yan Ruyu felt the same way, and even her face turned red. Looking at this young man in front of her, who was many years younger than she was, she felt an inexplicable sense of happiness. She wished that time and space could pause at that moment, so that this sweet happiness could last a little longer. After a while, Yan Ruyu finished applying the medicine to Yang Xiaodong's wound. It's done. Yan Ruyu put down the cotton swab. Well, thank you, Ruyu. Yang Xiaodong let out a sigh of relief and quickly stood up, turning his back to Yan Ruyu as he changed his clothes. Yan Ruyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she looked at Yang Xiaodong with mixed feelings in her eyes. When Yang Xiaodong turned back, she hurriedly looked away. The two were silent at the same time, not knowing what to say. Ruyu, have you got a boyfriend? Yang Xiaodong was looking for something to say in order to break the current silence. Yan Ruyu was already 28 years old this year, and it was long past the time to get married. Some of her university classmates have even had their second children, but she has remained alone all these years. Why do you suddenly ask this? Yan Ruyu asked with a smile. Ruyu, you are so beautiful, there must be many men after you, huh? Yang Xiaodong teased. Although Yan Ruyu's appearance was not particularly outstanding, she had a gentle and virtuous temperament that was very pleasing, and naturally there were many men after her, including many outstanding young talents. However, she did not agree to anyone. When Yan Ruyu was in college, she had a boyfriend. After graduation, the two of them agreed to get married as soon as their careers stabilized. Soon after, they both found satisfactory jobs. Her boyfriend became an honorable firefighter. They were on the verge of marriage, but things did not go as planned. Her boyfriend died during a firefighting mission. Since then, Yan Ruyu sealed her heart and has never been in love again. She has never been attracted to any man, not even a little bit. Until that day, after Yang Xiaodong had looked at Yan Ruyu for 7 seconds. And seeing that she hadn't said anything, he continued to tease her. Sister Ruyu must have really high standards, because none of the men who chase after you can meet your standards, huh? Okay, enough of that. I've made up the bed for you, so go to sleep. Yan Ruyu stopped Yang Xiaodong. What? I'm sleeping in the bed? If I'm sleeping in the bed, where are you going to sleep? Yang Xiaodong looked suspicious. I'll sleep on the sofa. Yan Ruyu replied calmly. That won't do. I'll sleep on the sofa and you sleep in the bed. Yang Xiaodong said, reaching for the blanket on the sofa. Stop it, you're hurt. Why don't we both sleep in the bed, Ruyu? Yang Xiaodong didn't know what came over him, and he actually said something so shameless. Then he saw Yan Ruyu staring at him with a slight blush on her pretty face. Her angry expression was very beautiful. Great, this is a double bed, there is absolutely no problem sleeping two people. Yan Ruyu's mouth curved up into a shallow arc, her voice full of mockery. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaodong was extremely embarrassed and wished he could slap himself in the face. You go to bed first, I'm going to wash up. Yan Ruyu turned and walked towards the bathroom. Yang Xiaodong felt a million wild horses galloping through his heart, and then he gave himself a hard slap in the face. You owe me. At this point, Yang Xiaodong could only resign himself to his fate. He climbed slowly onto the bed, lay down on the pillow, and his thoughts flew through his mind. Unconsciously, he fell asleep. Yan Ruyu, who had come out of the bathroom, looked at Yang Xiaodong, who had already fallen asleep, and a soft smile appeared on her pretty face. This was the first time Yang Xiaodong had been in the same room as her, and it was definitely a wonderful experience for her. She then slowly climbed into bed, leaning sideways next to Yang Xiaodong.
Yan Ruyu stared at Yang Xiaodong's handsome face and couldn't help but lift her hand to stroke it.
Her fingertips traced the angular features of Yang Xiaodong's face, leaving a ripple-like sensation.
What a silly boy, he. Chapter 25, Beauty Awakens.
The next morning, sunlight shone through the gaps in the curtains and fell like silk threads on the bed. Yang Xiaodong slowly opened his eyes. The first thing that caught his eye was the spot of snow white on Yan Ruyu's chest. Her snow-white skin, illuminated by the glimmering light, gave off a halo that made his heart race. Yang Xiaodong felt as if he had been put under a spell, and his whole body stiffened. He then took a sharp breath and turned his head to the side.
She was so beautiful.
If he didn't turn around, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to control himself. After they fell asleep last night, they had embraced and fallen asleep together, without knowing when. Yang Xiaodong looked at the sleeping beauty in front of him. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, like two resting butterflies. He could only feel his heartbeat quicken, and his mind was like a stampede of thousands of horses, with all kinds of thoughts rushing in. His heart was racing and his mind was racing, and he almost couldn't hold back, about to do something beastly that he himself would despise. Fortunately, the last shred of reason was like a lifesaver, allowing him to force himself to calm down and try to calm the surging desire. Unfortunately, Yan Ruyu seemed to have sensed the abnormal atmosphere around her, and suddenly opened her eyes.
Time seemed to have come to a standstill as their eyes met.
They were eyes as bright as stars, and Yang Xiaodong felt as if his very soul had been seen through.
You're awake.
Yan Ruyu's voice was laced with the languid tones of someone who had just woken up, and her mouth curved up into a smile that was as beautiful as a blooming spring flower.
Good morning, Ruyu.
Yang Xiaodong scratched his head awkwardly, trying to hide his inner turmoil.
Good morning.
Yan Ruyu rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly sat up. At this moment, the pajamas, which were already a bit loose, slid down her round shoulders to her waist, exposing a large area of snow-white skin. The skin was as delicate and smooth as lamb's fat jade. Seeing this beautiful sight, Yang Xiaodong felt as if he had been scalded, and quickly looked away, his eyes flustered and looking elsewhere. Yan Ruyu also realized that her body's springtime beauty had been revealed, and her pretty face turned slightly red, like the evening glow in the sky. She hurriedly reached out to cover her neckline, coughed lightly, and said, "You turn around." Yang Xiaodong felt like he had been pardoned, and immediately turned around, with his back facing Yan Ruyu. However, his heartbeat still could not calm down. "Okay, I'll go take a shower first."
Yan Ruyu stood up and walked towards the bathroom with light steps.
Hearing the sound of the dripping water, Yang Xiaodong let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat beads that had appeared on his forehead at some unknown time. The scene just now was really exciting, and he secretly felt grateful that he was still able to hold back. If he were to be impacted by such a scene any longer, he was really afraid that he would burst into nosebleeds on the spot.
After not long, the bathroom door opened, and Yan Ruyu, dressed neatly, walked out from inside.
At this time, she had already regained her usual calm.
Her exquisite and perfect facial features were even more moving in the morning light.
Her slightly charming and moving expression was like a hand-painted scroll from a master.
"Okay, go wash up," Yan Ruyu said.
"Okay." Yang Xiaodong washed up briefly, and then the two of them went out together. Yan Ruyu's car was a Toyota Corolla. The car's market price is around 100,000 yuan, which is a practical and economical choice for her as a salaryman. 30 minutes later, the car stopped steadily at the school gate. Yan Ruyu parked the car and turned to Yang Xiaodong in the passenger seat and said, "Xiaodong, I helped you all apply for leave from your teachers today. You guys should rest for a day and go to class on time tomorrow." Yang Xiaodong heard this and said gratefully, "Thank you, Ruyu."
Then, "Ruyu, I'll go first."
After getting out of the car, Yang Xiaodong smiled and waved at Yan Ruyu, and only after watching Yan Ruyu drive away did he turn and walk towards the dormitory. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yang Xiaodong pushed open the door to find Chen Pang, Zhang Hao, and Zhang Chang all there. Zhang Hao's arm was wrapped in a thick bandage, and the bandage was still oozing blood in some places, making it look particularly glaring. The several men looked at each other and then burst out laughing.
"Ha ha ha, this fight was exhilarating, ha ha ha."
Zhang Chang shouted out first, his face beaming with excitement. Yes, next time if that idiot Mao Pang dares to give Xiaodong a hard time, we'll beat him up again."
Chen Pang also said with a heroic air. "Yes, Xiaodong, we will never let Mao Pang bully you." Zhang Hao followed suit.
Looking at the three men in front of him, Yang Xiaodong's eyes reddened slightly. They had all sustained injuries of varying degrees in order to help him, especially Zhang Hao, who had almost had his arm broken. This brotherly friendship was like a ball of fire burning fiercely in his heart. In an instant, Yang Xiaodong's heart was filled with emotion, and he said, "In the future, if my brothers need anything from me, just let me know.
As long as it's something a brother can do, I won't say no." "Yang Xiaodong, don't be formal. We're buddies, aren't we?"
Zheng Chang patted Yang Xiaodong on the shoulder and said nonchalantly. "But despite what you said, Yang Xiaodong, we have to treat you to a big meal to make you feel better."
Chen Pang laughed heartily.
Zhang Hao and Zheng Chang quickly agreed, saying, "Yes, we have to have a good meal."
"Okay, no problem. Today, we'll let loose and eat, and I'll pay," Yang Xiaodong said generously. Yang Xiaodong took Zheng Chang and the others to the most luxurious Chinese restaurant in Jinling, the emperor's residence. The minimum cost per table here is 20,000, which is an astronomical figure for ordinary students and simply unaffordable.
However, for Yang Xiaodong, there was no pressure at all. After settling in the VLP private room, the waiter, dressed in a neat uniform and walking with an elegant gait, came in with the menu. The waiter handed Yang Xiaodong the exquisite menu. When he opened the menu, he was dazzled by the pictures and descriptions of the various delicacies. However, Yang Xiaodong did not look at it, but handed the menu back to the waiter.
The waiter looked puzzled and asked in puzzlement, "Sir, what is this?"
"I want everything on the menu," Yang Xiaodong said in a flat tone but with full authority. "I won't pay the bill if there is one dish missing." His eyes exuded an unquestionable confidence.
"That's fine," the waiter said, not saying anything more, and left the room after bowing slightly.
After the waiter left, the room fell into a short silence. The three of them could no longer hold back their doubts.
"Xiaodong, where did you get all that money?"
The three of them asked together, their eyes full of curiosity and doubt. Yang Xiaodong had known this question would come, so he had already thought of a response. He sighed deliberately, "Well, since you guys are asking, I won't hide it anymore." He paused, looked at the three of them, and said to them with a serious face, "But please keep this a secret from everyone."
"Xiaodong, we will definitely keep your secret,"
Chen Peng said first, patting his chest to promise.
Yes, don't you trust us?"
Zhang Hao also agreed, his eyes full of sincerity. "My grandfather had a younger brother who accidentally got lost when he was very young. I never thought that when he grew up, he would go into business and work his way up through the ranks, experiencing hardships along the way, and eventually making a lot of money. But fate is cruel. He had no children, and as he lay dying, he thought of our family line. So I became the first heir to his estate." Yang Xiaodong finished speaking, his face unflushed and his heart unruffled, as if he were telling a true story.
"Oh, I see,"
Zheng Chang said with a sudden realization, and then said enviously, "Xiaodong, you are so lucky."
"So, Xiaodong, just how much did you inherit?" Zhang Hao asked curiously, his eyes sparkling with curiosity.
Yang Xiaodong slowly held up one hand and spread his fingers.
5 million.
Zhang Hao exclaimed, his face full of surprise. For Zhang Hao, 5 million was already an astronomical number that he could not even dream of, and it was enough for him and his family to live a life of plenty for many lifetimes. Chen Peng gave Zhang Hao a mental slap. "You idiot, Xiaodong only lost 25 million this time." "In my opinion, it should be 50 million, Chen Peng said seriously, frowning as if he were analyzing a complicated problem.
"I also think it's 50 million, right, Xiaodong?"
Zheng Chang also agreed, looking at Yang Xiaodong with anticipation in his eyes. Yang Xiaodong slowly shook his head. The three of them looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion.
Could it be? Could it be? Could it be? Could it be 500 million?
The three of them shouted in unison, their voices echoing around the box in shock.
Yang Xiaodong slowly nodded.
When Zheng Chang saw Yang Xiaodong nod, he felt as if the strength in his legs had been instantly sucked away, and he collapsed to the ground.
"My goodness, 500 million, how much is that?" Zheng Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. 500 million, that's more than my joy beans.
Zheng Chang was already shocked beyond words, and the other two were no better, their mouths wide open as if they could stuff an ostrich egg in there. They stood stock still, as if they had been struck by lightning. "My goodness, 500 million, even if I lived a life of eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, I could never spend that much money," Zheng Chang said, sitting on the ground in shock. His mind had already started to imagine the spectacular sight of 500 million in cash stacked together.
"Yeah, if I had 500 million, I'd have to sleep with 2 young models every night."
Chen Peng looked at the ceiling in ecstasy, as if the 500 million was already his and he was enjoying a life of luxury. "But Xiaodong, you can't forget your brothers just because you've got money." Chen Peng reacted and immediately came up to Yang Xiaodong and said, his eyes full of worry, afraid that Yang Xiaodong would become distant from them because he had money.
Of course not. Am I that kind of person?
Yang Xiaodong said sternly, patting Chen Peng on the shoulder. His eyes were resolute, showing that he would not forget the brotherhood.
Chapter 26, The School Beauty Comes to Deliver Medicine.
After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Yang Xiaodong waved his hand and gave each person 200,000 yuan. Even if it's a fee for the hard work of the few of them helping him fight.
The few of them laughed and joked as they prepared to go back to the dormitory.
Just as they reached the dormitory building, they sensed that the atmosphere around them had changed. A beautiful figure, like a shining star, appeared at the bottom of the boys' dormitory building, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The girl had her hair in a high ponytail, wearing a white t-shirt that was simple and refreshing, and blue denim shorts that made her look full of youthful vitality. In her slender hands she held a small box, and her eyes kept looking towards the entrance of the dormitory building, as if she were waiting for someone extremely important to her.
Holy shit, what's the goddess of summer doing here?
One guy's eyes were wide as saucers, his face full of disbelief.
Holy shit, pinch me, I can't be dreaming.
Another guy said, pinching his own arm hard. He grimaced in pain, but still couldn't take his eyes off the girl.
Holy shit, it really is Xia Yuyin. There were exclamations of surprise all around. Is she waiting for someone? Someone whispered a guess. Hey, it looks like she's waiting for her boyfriend. I wonder which guy is so lucky.
A boy said with envy in his eyes. The boys walking by looked at Xia Yuiying and, as if under a spell, looked at her with fascination, their eyes glued to her. Some even blushed with excitement and started talking excitedly.
Xiaodong, look, it's Xia Yuiyang.
Chen Peng excitedly nudged Yang Xiaodong, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked with a smile.
She's probably waiting for someone, what does it have to do with us?
Yang Xiaodong shrugged nonchalantly, although he said so, his eyes still unconsciously glanced over to Xia Yuiyang's direction. And just then, Xia Yuiyang seemed to have discovered her target and walked straight towards them. She walked with a light step, each step seeming to tread on the tip of everyone's heart.
Excuse me, are you Yang Xiaodong? Xia Yuiyang walked up to Yang Xiaodong and said softly.
Her voice was like a clear spring in the mountains, crisp and pleasant. This question made Yang Xiaodong suddenly feel a little overwhelmed. He never expected that this figure in the school, like a fairy, would have anything to do with him. He only knew her name, and had occasionally heard it at various school activities, that was all.
I'm Yang Xiaodong. What can I do for you?
Yang Xiaodong tried to remain calm and spoke in a very indifferent tone, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner nervousness. Chen Peng and the other two people next to him instantly widened their eyes, their mouths wide open as if they could stuff an egg in, with an expression of disbelief. They never would have guessed that the goddess of dance Xia Yuiying was actually here to see Yang Xiaodong. The scene was like a heavy bomb suddenly dropped into the calm surface of a lake, sending up a storm. Xia Yuiying bit her lip slightly, looking as if she wanted to say something but was holding back, as if she had something difficult to say.
Xiaodong, you guys chat, we'll go up first.
Chen Peng understandably led Zheng Hao and Chen Peng away, and kept looking back, his eyes full of curiosity and surprise.
Hello, my name is Xia Yuiyang. Xia Yuiyang said a little embarrassed.
Ding, the goddess conquest mission has been activated. The conquest target has been bound.
Name, Xia Yuiyang.
Age, 21 years old.
Face value, 90 points.
Body,
91 points. Relationship status, single. Mission deadline, 100 days. Mission reward, 2 billion huaxia coins.
Within 100 days, the host must make the conquest object fall truly and sincerely in love with the host and complete the charging process with them. If this is the case, the mission will be considered successful and the host will receive the mission reward. If not, the host will fail to complete the mission within the specified time, and the system will directly reset all of the host's wealth.
This is the medicine I bought for you.
Xia Yuiying handed the box in her hand to Yang Xiaodong and whispered softly as she bowed her head.
Yang Xiaodong was confused. What the hell was going on?
After Yang Xiaodong and the others were taken away by the police that night, Xia Yuiying was beside herself with worry. What everyone didn't know was that Mao Peng had always liked Xia Yuiying and had openly courted her, but Xia Yuiying had never agreed. But Mao Peng, the idiot, had mistakenly taken Xia Yuiying for his woman. So Mao Peng spread the word at school that Xia Yuiying was his woman, telling the other boys to stay away from Xia Yuiying or he would get rid of whoever they were. Xia Yueying naturally thought that Yang Xiaodong and Mao Peng had clashed that night because of her. So after Yang Xiaodong and the others were taken away that night, Xia Yueying was beside herself with worry. Yang Xiaodong frowned, staring at the medicine Xia Yueying handed him, and remained silent for a long time. He couldn't figure out why Xia Yuyang had given him the medicine. "Miss Xia, we don't know each other, so why did you give me the medicine?" Yang Xiaodong asked directly. Xia Yuyan lowered her eyebrows, bit her lower lip, hesitated for a long time, and didn't speak. "Thank you for your kindness, but I can't accept this medicine." Seeing this, Yang Xiaodong directly refused. "If there's nothing else, I'll be going first." As soon as Yang Xiaodong finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. Xia Yueying saw Yang Xiaodong leaving and she could no longer hold back. She just grabbed Yang Xiaodong's arm. "Wait, I have something to say to you." Xia Yueying blushed and said to Yang Xiaodong. "Okay, just say it." Yang Xiaodong was a little impatient. "I know that night, you had a conflict with Mao Peng because of me. Mao Peng has been pursuing me, but I didn't agree, so he..." Before Xia Yueying finished speaking, Yang Xiaodong interrupted her. "I think you've got it wrong. I didn't have a conflict with Mao Peng because of you, and I don't care about what happened between you and Mao Peng." Yang Xiaodong said coldly. "Damn, this Xia Yuyang is really gullible. She's practically a pushover." Yang Xiaodong cursed in his heart, ignored Xia Yuyang, and turned around and left. Back in the dormitory. As soon as he entered the door, Yang Xiaodong was surrounded by the three of them. "Xiaodong, what did Xia Yuyang want with you? You know Xia Yuyin." "Shit, when did you meet Xia Yuyin?" The three of them immediately came over in a flurry. As one of the top 10 campus beauties, Xia Yuyin was pure and beautiful, with a gentle and kind personality. She was the goddess in the hearts of many boys and the object of envy and jealousy for countless girls. And the fact that she had actually come to find Yang Xiaodong today proved that their relationship was definitely not ordinary. "She came to give me medicine," Yang Xiaodong said very calmly. "She's here to give you medicine." As soon as he said this, the three of them immediately shouted in unison. "Yeah, I don't know her, so what kind of medicine is she here to give?" Yang Xiaodong not only didn't feel flattered, but instead felt a little angry. "Damn it, Xiaodong, you're pretty awesome. A goddess of Xia Yuyang's caliber actually came in person to give you medicine, what more do you want? Buddy, you should be secretly happy." The three of them said with envy and jealousy, especially Chen Peng, whose eyes were about to fall out. The few people laughed and teased each other for a while before stopping. At this time, Zhang Hao's phone rang. Zhang Hao picked up the phone and saw that it was actually Su Ting. In an instant, he was so excited that he almost dropped the phone on the ground. He quickly opened the message and read it. "Zhang Hao, I'm downstairs in front of your dormitory. I need to see you." Zhang Hao's blood pressure soared instantly, and he was so excited that he couldn't wait to appear in front of Su Ting. Zhang Hao immediately put on his shoes and went downstairs. When he arrived downstairs, Su Ting had already been waiting for a long time. Zhang Hao suppressed his excitement and walked over to Su Ting. "Su Ting, what do you want to see me about?" Zhang Hao asked carefully. He thought that Su Ting had finally agreed to be with him and had come to see him today to confirm their relationship. "Zhang Hao, are you hurt?" Su Ting asked, looking at Zhang Hao's arm and a bandage. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao became even more excited. Su Ting is actually concerned about me, she really still cares about me. Pink bubbles popped up in Zhang Hao's heart. "I'm fine, thank you, Su Ting," Zhang Hao said shyly, his face turning red. "This is for you." Su Ting handed Zhang Hao the pillbox in her hand. Zhang Hao looked at the medicine that Su Ting bought for him, and he was so happy that he almost fainted. "Thank you. These are the pills I bought for Xiaodong. Please give them to him for me." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Hao's heart, which had just been about to leap with joy, instantly cooled by half. Zhang Hao stood there in a daze, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. "These are for Xiaodong, not for me." "Yes," Su Ting admitted without any hesitation. Upon hearing Su Ting's words, Zhang Hao's heart completely shattered. These past few days, Su Ting had thought very seriously about it. She decided to accept Yang Xiaodong's confession and go out with him officially. Although she also knew that this would hurt Zhang Hao too much, Yang Xiaodong liked her and she liked Yang Xiaodong too. Should they let him stand in the way and miss out on their chance? If so, Su Ting was determined not to accept it. She doesn't like Zhang Hao, she likes Yang Xiaodong. Su Ting knows that if she and Yang Xiaodong get together, she must heartlessly reject Zhang Hao. Since she has made her choice, she should not drag her feet and keep Zhang Hao hanging, otherwise she will cause him even greater harm.
Chapter 27, Wealth and Power Cannot Corrupt, but what's the point of being rich and powerful?
Zhang Hao returned to the dormitory with the pillbox that Su Ting had given to Yang Xiaodong, his footsteps heavy and his mind a blank. As soon as Zhang Hao entered the door, Chen Peng couldn't help but tease him.
What's up? Something good is about to happen, right? Su Ting has agreed to be with you. Zhang Hao's face was gloomy and intimidating, and he casually threw the pillbox in his hand to Yang Xiaodong.
Su Ting gave it to you. Without waiting for Yang Xiaodong to react, Zhang Hao rolled onto the bed.
Yang Xiaodong looked at the pillbox in his hands with a dumbfounded expression. What the hell is going on today? First Xia Yuyin, now Su Ting. The thing is, I don't even know either of them well, so why are they both bringing me medicine? No.
Yang Xiaodong suddenly realized something. Su Ting asked Zhang Hao to bring me medicine, so Zhang Hao probably doesn't think there's anything between Su Ting and me.
Shit.
Yang Xiaodong knew Zhang Hao well.
He was self-conscious, sensitive, and suspicious.
Yang Xiaodong slowly poked his head around to look at Zhang Hao, who was lying on the bed with his back to them.
Damn, what a pain.
It was obvious that Zhang Hao was really angry.
Damn, this woman Su Ting is sick, aren't you just inviting trouble? Ding. Su Ting, Xiaodong, have you recovered from your injury?
I bought some medicine for Zhang Hao to bring to you, you must take it regularly.
Yang Xiaodong. Fuck you. Yang Xiaodong was about to lose his temper.
Zhang Hao had taken him for his rival in love.
Yang Xiaodong really wanted to curse.
He and Su Ting had only met once, and they weren't even friends, so why was Su Ting doing this?
Yang Xiaodong really couldn't figure it out.
Judging from Zhang Hao's reaction, he must have decided that Yang Xiaodong and Su Ting were having an affair. After the lights went out, Chen Peng pulled Yang Xiaodong and Zhang Chang into a small group. Chen Peng, Xiaodong, you've been having a lot of luck with the ladies lately. It's not enough that you have Xia Yuyin, when did you start hooking up with Su Ting? Laughs evilly. Zhang Chang, yeah, Xiaodong, you're not being a good friend by doing this. You know how much Su Ting means to Rat, so why would you hook up with her when there are so many other good options?
Yang Xiaodong, you two are full of shit. When the hell did I start hooking up with Su Ting? Angrily. Chen Peng, don't pretend. Just because Su Ting brings you medicine doesn't mean there's something going on between you two? Zhang Chang, Xiaodong, you're right. You've gone too far. Yang Xiaodong, guys, I'm being framed. Su Ting and I really don't have anything going on. I don't even know her that well. Chen Peng, are you sure? Laughs creepily. Yang Xiaodong, are you sure you're not?
The next morning, after washing up, the guys get ready to go to class. In the past, the four of them would always go out together. Today, after Yang Xiaodong and the others finished getting ready, Zhang Hao had already left, still looking angry with Yang Xiaodong. Last night, Yang Xiaodong had tossed and turned in bed, and finally come to a conclusion. Su Ting has a crush on me, and wants to woo me.
Otherwise, how else can you explain her bringing me medicine? Walking on the way to the classroom. Look, that's Yang Xiaodong. Wow, he's Yang Xiaodong. He's so handsome. He's the one who sent Mao Ping to the hospital?
Not only that, Yang Xiaodong fought 10 against 1 and won.
Can you believe it?
Holy shit, he looks so gentle and weak, I never thought he was so awesome.
Not only that, he's also a super rich second generation.
This time, Yang Xiaodong injured more than 10 people, and 5 of them were seriously injured. In order to settle the matter quietly, Yang Xiaodong directly paid them more than 25 million in private. Holy shit, more than 25 million, that's a lot, oh my god. The surrounding discussions made Yang Xiaodong frown. Good things don't leave the house, but bad things spread 1,000 li. This time, Yang Xiaodong first got into a fight that caused multiple injuries, and then spent more than 20 million to settle it privately. These two events, when linked together, made Yang Xiaodong a well-known figure at Jingling University. Although Yang Xiaodong was also quite famous before, it was when he was a lickspill who got dumped that he became famous.
Now it's different. A fierce fighter plus the title of super rich second generation has instantly made Yang Xiaodong's image tall and mighty.
He came to the classroom.
The originally noisy classroom fell silent as soon as Yang Xiaodong entered.
Everyone's gaze turned to Yang Xiaodong. There was envy, fear, jealousy, and surprise in their gazes. In particular, the expression on one girl's face was extremely complex as she looked at Yang Xiaodong. That girl was Xin Jia. In the past, she had disliked Yang Xiaodong for being a poor loser, looked down on him for not being able to provide her with a life of luxury and debauchery, and unceremoniously dumped him. But now it has been revealed that she is a super-rich second generation. With over 20 million yuan at her disposal, Yang Xiaodong's identity as a rich second generation is definitely not fake. So why did he pretend to be a poor loser when we were together? There is only one truth. He was testing himself. If she could pass Yang Xiaodong's test, then she would be able to have anything she wanted in the future. Unfortunately, she did not pass the test. Not only did she fail, she also put a big green hat on Yang Xiaodong, making him the laughingstock of the whole school. Thinking about this, Xin Jia lowered her head, her heart filled with remorse, but the corner of her eye was secretly glancing at Yang Xiaodong, hoping that he would notice her. However, Yang Xiaodong did not look at her, completely ignoring her. After the morning classes were over, the few of them returned to the dormitory. A notice issued by the school's Political and Educational Affairs Office shook the entire Jinling University. The original text of the punishment is as follows. It was found that on the evening of August 10, 2024, in the school's history department, Yang Xiaodong, Zheng Chang, Zhang Hao, and Chen Peng, all of whom were 2021 students, had an argument with Mao Peng, a 2021 student in the engineering school, and others in the playground. Yang Xiaodong was the first to start the fight, beating Mao Peng, causing damage to Mao Peng's reproductive function and loss of reproductive function. This fight resulted in 5 students being seriously injured and 15 students being slightly injured. It was a serious violation of school discipline and rules and had a very bad influence. In order to seriously enforce school discipline and warn other students, the following punishments are hereby imposed. According to the Jinling University measures for handling students who violate disciplinary rules and the unanimous discussion of the team from the Political and Educational Affairs Office, Yang Xiaodong is expelled from school and placed on probation, and is disqualified from all awards and merit evaluations while at school. If he violates school discipline again while on probation, he will be expelled directly. Mao Peng is given one severe demerit, his position as head of the Male Workers Department of the Student Union is revoked, and he is disqualified from all awards and merit evaluations while at school. He is also required to participate in 1 week of labor education. Zhang Hao, Chen Peng, Zheng Chang and others were given a written warning and disqualified from all awards and merit-based scholarships for the duration of their time at school. It is hoped that other students will take this as a warning and abide by all school rules and regulations and study hard. Discipline Office. August 18, 2024. The punishment has finally arrived, and the heart that had been hanging in the balance has finally been set free. Yang Xiaodong received the harshest punishment, expulsion from school and probation. In the past, this would undoubtedly have been even more of a disaster for Yang Xiaodong. Being disqualified from awards and honors also meant that Yang Xiaodong would never be able to receive scholarships and grants from the school. But these were different times. Punishment was of no concern to him. Zhang Hao and the other two, Yang Xiaodong gave each of them 200,000 yuan, so they didn't care about the punishment. For the other people who were beaten, Yang Xiaodong gave them at least 1 million yuan, and at most 2 million yuan. They didn't care about the punishment either, and they even hoped that Yang Xiaodong would beat them again. The most pitiful person was Mao Peng, who was beaten into an eunuch by Yang Xiaodong. Although he received 3 million yuan, what was the use of it? Chapter 28, Without love, there is no hate. The next day, Yang Xiaodong woke up and opened his eyes. He subconsciously reached out and touched the phone by his pillow. Unlocking the screen, the message prompts came in like beating notes. Wei Shooting's message was the first to catch his eye. Xiaodong, you've become famous all over the school. Smirking Yang Xiaodong looked at the message and his mouth twitched slightly. Before he could recover from this message, Yan Ruyu's message popped up again. Xiaodong, I have talked to several teachers from the discipline office, but there is no way to help. However, since it has come to this, you must not break school rules again in the future. A warm current welled up in Yang Xiaodong's heart. Ruyu always cares about him so much. He quickly replied, Thank you, Ruyu. Immediately afterwards, Chen Rushi's message came. Xiaodong, I heard from Teacher Wei that you have also become one of our assistant librarians. From now on, we will be colleagues. Laughs. Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but smile and replied, I'll have to ask team leader Chen to look after me. Puts his fists together. However, when he saw Su Ting's message, his smile instantly froze. Su Ting said, Xiaodong, do you have class this afternoon? If not, I want to go to the movies with you. Blushes.
Yang Xiaodong frowned, thinking to himself, watch a movie? Watch your sister's movie? You little brat, for no reason at all, you sent me what kind of medicine? Now Zhang Hao won't even talk to me. If I go to the movies with you again, and Zhang Hao finds out, then we'll really go from being brothers to enemies. He snorted, and didn't reply to Su Ting. Just then, Bei Weiwei's message popped up, Xiaodong, am I free today? I have something to ask you. Yang Xiaodong was a little puzzled. What could Bei Weiwei possibly want with him? But he replied, I don't have any classes in the afternoon, so if there's something you need to ask, let's talk then. Bei Weiwei quickly replied, okay, I'll wait for you in the back garden of the school this afternoon. Yang Xiaodong replied okay, put down his phone, and got up to wash up. After tidying up a bit, Yang Xiaodong walked with his roommates towards the teaching building. As soon as they arrived at the teaching building, they saw a crowd of people surrounding them, and the noise of the crowd could be heard. Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but frown, and asked, what's going on? Chen Peng excitedly pulled him and Zhang Chang along, saying as they pushed their way through the crowd, who cares, let's go over and see what's going on. It took a lot of effort for them to push their way through the crowd. They could see 5 or 6 girls surrounding a girl in the middle, and the scene was very chaotic. The girl in charge angrily shouted, Shinjai, you stinking bitch, while I was away on leave for a few days, you actually dared to seduce Jianhua. After she finished, she raised her hand and slapped Shinjai, and the crisp slap echoed in the air, and everyone around them gasped in shock. The girl leading the way was Lu Jianhua's official girlfriend, Han Lijun. She was a popular figure at Jinling University, one of the top 10 campus beauties and the #1 flower of the information engineering department. She came from a wealthy family and had lived a princess-like life since childhood, having everything she wanted. Not only did she have an outstanding appearance, her academic performance was also top-notch. She was a good student in the eyes of her teachers and the pride of heaven in the eyes of her classmates. During this period, she participated in a skills competition outside of school and returned full of joy, but she never expected to encounter such a thing. The anger in her heart flared up like a burning flame. In fact, Han Lijun also knew that in addition to her and Shinjai, Lu Jianhua must have had other women. In their circle, this kind of thing was not uncommon. However, in her heart, the only person who could truly threaten her status as the primary girlfriend was Shinjai. She felt that Shinjai was a woman with a deep heart, deliberately seducing Lu Jianhua. What she didn't know was that Lu Jianhua was just using Shinjai as a tool to satisfy his physiological needs. He didn't like Shinjai, let alone love her. Chen Peng was gloating and laughing, damn, there's such a good show to watch early in the morning. Today is a good day, haha. However, when the three of them saw the appearance of the people in front of them, the smile on their faces immediately disappeared. Chen Peng and Zhang Chang looked at Yang Xiaodong at the same time, their eyes full of concern. Shinjai covered her burning half-face and sobbed, I didn't seduce Jianhua, we were together of our own free will. Han Lijun became even more furious when she heard this, her eyes seemed to spit fire as she yelled, you bitch, did you call Jianhua too? Then she slapped Shinjai hard again. The slap was extremely heavy, and blood oozed from the corners of Shinjai's mouth. Han Lijun had been spoiled since she was young, which had shaped her character as willful, arrogant, and domineering. In her world, she was the queen, and no one could go against her wishes. She could not tolerate the slightest bit of sand in her eyes, and once she found someone who had offended her, she would make that person pay. At school, she was notorious as a tyrant, and many people kept their distance from her. Bitch, I don't care what your relationship with Jianhua is, but I warn you, if you ever dare to get close to Jianhua again, I promise you will wish you were dead. Han Lijun said with a fierce glare, her eyes as if they wanted to devour Shinjai. Afterwards, she delivered another heavy kick, right to Shinjai's belly, and Shinjai was kicked to the ground, curling up in pain. Han Lijun looked contemptuously at Shinjai on the ground, turned away haughtily, and her followers hurriedly followed. People around them began to talk about it, and one boy cursed and said, this kind of slut who seduces other people's boyfriends doesn't deserve sympathy. Another boy agreed, exactly, she dumped Yang Xiaodong, the dog licker, for money, so she should have expected this outcome. But when the boy turned his head and saw Yang Xiaodong standing nearby, he suddenly turned pale, his anus tightened, and he quickly shut up. After all, Yang Xiaodong's glorious deeds were known to everyone in the school, and the students of the whole school had given him an elegant yet domineering nickname, the crotch-kicking god of war. And Mao Pang also gained a resounding nickname because of his conflict with Yang Xiaodong eunuch Mao. Shinjai was lying on the ground, covering her stomach and moaning in pain. It looked like she couldn't get up on her own. Yang Xiaodong looked at the scene in front of him and let out a long sigh. At that moment, his emotions were like the raging sea, unable to calm down for a long time.
The woman in front of him was his first love, the person he had loved wholeheartedly, the person he loved dearly, and the wound in his heart that could never be healed. To be honest, Yang Xiaodong still loved Xinjiai to this day. The beautiful times they spent together still shine in his memory like bright stars. They strolled together along the paths on campus, studied together in the library, and shared each other's joys and sorrows. However, all of this shattered the moment Xinjiai betrayed him. He couldn't accept this fact, and his heart was filled with anger, pain, and helplessness. He didn't know how to face Xinjiai, and he didn't know how to deal with this complicated emotion. Yang Xiaodong gave Zhang Chang a wink, and Zhang Chang nodded in understanding. It's all over, it's all over. Zhang Chang yelled, and his loud voice echoed through the crowd. The surrounding spectators scattered after hearing it. Chen Peng and Zhang Chang then walked over and carefully helped Xinjiai up. Xinjiai stood up with difficulty and glanced at Yang Xiaodong. Their eyes met, and both were filled with complex emotions. It was as if 1,000 words had frozen in that instant, and they were both speechless. Everything that had happened seemed like a movie, playing back in Yang Xiaodong's mind. Those sweet moments, the moments of arguing, and the sad scenes all came flooding back. Xinjiai also looked at Yang Xiaodong with a complex expression. Her eyes were filled with guilt, remorse, reluctance, and an indescribable feeling. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 7 seconds. During this brief but long gaze, an inexplicable feeling suddenly arose in Xinjiai's heart, followed by a flood of guilt and remorse. She knew she had wronged Yang Xiaodong. She had been overcome by vanity and had done something to hurt Yang Xiaodong. Yang Xiaodong nodded to Chen Peng and Zhang Chang, and the two men helped Xinjiai walk towards the school clinic. Yang Xiaodong silently watched their departing backs, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. He didn't know whether he should hate Xinjiai, hate her for betraying him, and hate her for hurting him. However, he knew clearly that without unforgettable love, how could there be heart-rending hatred? It was as if there were two little people fighting inside his heart. One told him to let go of the past and forget about Xinjiai, while the other told him that he could not let go of this relationship. Yang Xiaodong was distracted during the morning class. The teacher was talking enthusiastically on the podium, but his thoughts had already wandered far away. He stared blankly at the blackboard, his eyes vacant, wondering what he was thinking. Xiaodong, what's wrong? You've been so distracted. The girl sitting next to Yang Xiaodong spoke up. Her name was Song Mimi, and she was in the same dormitory as Xinjiai. When Yang Xiaodong pursued Xinjiai, he often took them out to dinner in order to get closer to her. He still remembered once, he had carefully selected a restaurant and ordered a large table of sumptuous dishes, full of anticipation to impress Xinjiai. However, Song Mimi's eyes were full of disdain. She felt that Yang Xiaodong was just a poor boy, and was not worthy of Xinjiai. In private, she had said a lot in front of Xinjiai that Yang Xiaodong was poor and a loser, and told Xinjiai not to get together with Yang Xiaodong. Yang Xiaodong looked at Song Mimi impatiently and said, "It's nothing." Song Mimi, however, was not going to let it go, and said in a very green tea-sounding tone, "Is it because of Jai?" Since Yang Xiaodong was exposed as a hidden rich kid, the girls in the class who previously looked down on him are now actively approaching him, and Song Mimi is one of them. Song Mimi is also quite good-looking, but compared to Xinjiai, she pales in comparison. Under her delicate makeup, she conceals a vain heart, and Yang Xiaodong has never had a good impression of people like her. He snorted, paid no further attention to Song Mimi, and continued to immerse himself in his thoughts. The atmosphere in the classroom was a bit dull, with only the sound of the teacher's lecture echoing. Yang Xiaodong's mood was like the gloomy sky outside the window, oppressive and heavy. Chapter 29. Su Ting is jealous. The morning class finally ended. Yang Xiaodong, Zhang Chang, Chen Peng and the others finished eating in the school cafeteria and were preparing to go back to the dormitory. "Boss, you guys go back first, I'm going to the back garden for a bit," Yang Xiaodong said to Zhang Chang and the others. "What are you doing in the back garden, second in command?" Chen Peng had a wicked smile on his face. "Could it be that in broad daylight you're asking a girl to go to the woods with you? You're really wild." "I'm not going to your sister's grove, who the fuck are you like?" Yang Xiaodong laughed and scolded, kicking Chen Peng with one foot, who laughed and dodged. Jinling University is built against the mountains, and the large garden is a romantic place on campus. At night, it becomes a paradise for young lovers. Under the dim lights, the intimate giggles can be heard from time to time in the woods. Occasionally, there are embarrassing situations. Some couples get too carried away and are even filmed and posted online, becoming the talk of the town. Yang Xiaodong arrived at the back garden and saw Bei Weiwei standing disconsolately by the lake in the distance. Her thin figure looked somewhat helpless in the breeze. Yang Xiaodong, who had a nagging doubt in his heart, quickly walked over and patted Bei Weiwei on the shoulder.
Weiwei, what can I do for you?
Bei Weiwei slowly turned around, her eyes full of tears. Before Yang Xiaodong could react, she put her arms around his waist and then sobbed uncontrollably in his arms.
Yang Xiaodong was at a loss for what to do. Not far away, Su Ting was hanging out with Du Jingjing.
Su Ting's brow was knitted, her eyes full of sadness as she held her phone in her hands and looked at it from time to time.
Jingjing, what should we do?
Xiaodong doesn't care about me, Su Ting said with a sad face. As the brain of their dormitory, Du Jingjing naturally could not stand by and do nothing in the face of Su Ting's relationship problems. She patted Su Ting on the shoulder and said with a smile, Ting Ting, as the saying goes, it's harder for a man to woo a woman than for a woman to woo a man. Yang Xiaodong doesn't take the initiative to find you, so you take the initiative to find him. I asked him to go to the movies with me, but he didn't even reply.
Jingjing, do you think Xiaodong hates me?
Su Ting was in a low mood, and her voice even carried a hint of a sob.
Ting Ting, don't think like that. Men are naturally cheap. The more you treat them well, the less they'll take you seriously.
The colder you are to them, the more they'll try to get close to you. Du Jingjing said with conviction. In fact, she had already thought of a way for Su Ting to deal with Yang Xiaodong.
Jingjing, but what exactly should I do?
Su Ting asked with bitterness.
Actually, wooing a man is a very simple matter.
First, let go of all your feminine inhibitions, be proactive and bold. Du Jingjing covered her mouth and laughed as she said this.
What's that? Su Ting couldn't wait to ask. It means be a little more flirtatious.
As soon as Du Jingjing said this, Su Ting immediately understood, and her face flushed.
Jingjing, can you be serious? I'm talking to you seriously.
Su Ting rolled her eyes.
Ting Ting, you are just too serious. All men in the world are the same, aren't they, just after that fleeting moment of joy?
If you don't give him something sweet, how will he?
Du Jingjing's words were not finished when she suddenly looked ahead in shock.
Su Ting also looked in the direction of Du Jingjing's gaze and saw a man and a woman embracing each other tightly. The girl was her good roommate and best friend Bei Weiwei, and the man was her crush Yang Xiaodong. Seeing this scene, Su Ting's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a knife. She couldn't believe her eyes, that Bei Weiwei and Yang Xiaodong were hugging together. Countless questions flooded her mind. Are they together? When did they get together? They're all together, so why did Yang Xiaodong buy me flowers, write me love letters, and confess his love to me? Su Ting felt the whole world spinning around her, and her mind went blank. Great, this Bei Weiwei usually looks unassuming, but I didn't expect her to act so quickly. Du Jingjing was also a little incredulous.
Look, Ting Ting, if you don't take the initiative, Yang Xiaodong will be someone else's. Du Jingjing said to Su Ting.
2 clear tears fell from Su Ting's eyes. She bit her lip and whispered, Jingjing, let's go. It was as if she had made up her mind. She had decided that she would formally pursue Yang Xiaodong, and she would do so openly and honestly. Even if Yang Xiaodong is already with Bei Weiwei, she still wants to let Yang Xiaodong know that she, Su Ting, is also worthy of his deep love. On the other side, Yang Xiaodong gently patted Bei Weiwei's back to try to calm her down. Bei Weiwei slowly let go of Yang Xiaodong in her arms and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her hand. Xiaodong, Bei Weiwei paused, her lips trembling slightly, not knowing how to say what was on her mind.
What is it? Just say it. Yang Xiaodong looked at Bei Weiwei with concern in his eyes. Xiaodong, can you lend me some money? Bei Weiwei's tone was full of pleading.
She kept her head down, afraid to look Yang Xiaodong in the eye, as if it were an extremely shameful thing to do. Some time ago, Bei Weiwei had been obsessed with buying the new Fruit 15 mobile phone, and had foolishly borrowed 10,000 yuan from a small loan company for a period of 3 months. But now there are only 10 days left until the repayment deadline, and the principal and interest combined have already reached more than 20,000 yuan. Bei Weiwei's family background is so ordinary that she dares not ask her family for money. All of her friends have lent what they can, but there is still a shortfall of more than 10,000 yuan. Just when she was at her wit's end, she heard someone say that Yang Xiaodong is a hidden super-rich second generation, with a family fortune of at least 100 million yuan, and so on. That's why she thought of asking Yang Xiaodong for a loan. However, she and Yang Xiaodong had only just met, and she was torn between her feelings for him.
How could she ask him for money?
If she couldn't raise the money by the due date, she would be listed as a person of bad credit, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Ha, I thought you had encountered some insurmountable difficulty, but it turns out to be a matter of borrowing money. Yang Xiaodong said with a face full of confidence.
Go ahead, how much do you need? Borrowing money was not a problem for Yang Xiaodong at all.
He had plenty of money now, and he wasn't afraid of Bai Weiwei borrowing, he was just afraid that she would borrow too little.
Bai Weiwei nervously held up one finger and whispered, Xiaodong, is 10,000 okay? 10,000? Yang Xiaodong looked at Bai Weiwei expressionlessly and didn't say anything. Bai Weiwei panicked and quickly changed her words, Xiaodong, I know 10,000 is a bit much, so is 5,000 okay?
Although it was cut in half, it was better than not getting any, and her eyes were full of anticipation and unease.
Yang Xiaodong still looked at Bai Weiwei expressionlessly, which made Bai Weiwei even more nervous. Xiaodong, 3,000, is 3,000 okay?
Bai Weiwei was on the verge of tears, her voice trembling slightly.
Xiaodong, 2,000 is fine too, I will definitely find a way to pay you back.
Bai Weiwei was almost pleading with tears in her eyes, as tears kept falling down her cheeks. Yang Xiaodong still had an expressionless face, staring straight at Bai Weiwei. At this moment, Bai Weiwei suddenly understood in her heart. He wouldn't lend me money for no reason.
He wants.
Looking at Yang Xiaodong with red eyes, Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, How much are you willing to give me if I sleep with you? She knew that the only way out for her now was to sleep with him, and this sentence seemed to have used up all her courage. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaodong was shocked, his eyes wide.
He never expected Bai Weiwei to think this way. Vivi, where did you get that idea from?
Yang Xiaodong shook his head and smiled bitterly, then directly used his phone to transfer 100,000 yuan to her. I transferred 100,000 yuan to you, you can use it first, if it's not enough, I'll transfer more. Bai Weiwei looked at the transfer record on her phone in surprise, her eyes full of disbelief, and tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She didn't expect Yang Xiaodong to be so generous and trust her so much, without the slightest hesitation or other thoughts.
Xiaodong, I really don't know how to thank you.
Bai Weiwei said with a choked voice.
Don't say that. Everyone has difficult times.
You can use this money to pay off your loan first, but don't be so impulsive in the future, Yang Xiaodong said with a smile. Bai Weiwei nodded vigorously, her heart full of gratitude for Yang Xiaodong. At this moment, in the face of Yang Xiaodong's kindness, she felt incredibly ashamed. Yang Xiaodong, looking at Bai Weiwei, just hoped that she could get through this difficult time, and didn't think about any other rewards.
Chapter 30, Soul Juice, pouring it over.
Bai Weiwei picked up her phone and looked at the 100,000 yuan that Yang Xiaodong had transferred to her. She felt a mixture of emotions. She knew that she and Yang Xiaodong only knew each other, and they weren't even considered to be the most basic of friends, but Yang Xiaodong had lent her 100,000 yuan without hesitation. Thinking about this, the tears in Bai Weiwei's eyes could no longer be stopped, and she once again threw herself into Yang Xiaodong's arms, sobbing uncontrollably.
Xiaodong, thank you, really thank you. Bai Weiwei said while crying. Okay, don't cry, it won't look good if you keep crying.
Yang Xiaodong gently pushed Bai Weiwei away and comforted her softly.
Xiaodong, you only need to lend me 10,000 yuan, I'll return the rest to you.
Bai Weiwei wiped away her tears and said. As she spoke, Bai Weiwei was about to return the extra 90,000 yuan to Yang Xiaodong.
No, don't.
Yang Xiaodong quickly stopped her. Besides, I have a habit of never needing to repay money lent to friends.
Anyone who repays me will be cut off from me forever.
Yang Xiaodong said this very seriously. Xiaodong, I will definitely repay you when I have the money, don't worry.
Why don't I write you a promissory note? Bai Weiwei didn't believe a single word Yang Xiaodong had said. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. As soon as these words were uttered, Yang Xiaodong's face instantly turned black.
Vivi, if you dare to mention paying me back again, I will no longer consider you a friend.
Are you kidding?
If I didn't want to scare you, I would have just transferred you 1 million yuan. Seeing that he was serious and wasn't joking, and then thinking that Yang Xiaodong had been exposed as a super rich second generation, he definitely wouldn't mind the 100,000 yuan. Maybe 100,000 yuan is just the cost of a meal for him. But despite this, it was still hard for Bai Weiwei to accept.
Okay, Xiaodong, don't be angry, I know you don't lack money. How about this, I'll treat you to dinner.
Bai Weiwei changed the subject and said.
Great, what do you want to eat? Yang Xiaodong's mouth curled up and he immediately agreed.
I'll treat you, so of course you call the shots.
Bei Weiwei said with a smile. Have you ever eaten lamb's head?
Yang Xiaodong said with a raised eyebrow.
Lamb's head?
Bei Weiwei looked confused, as if she had never heard of the term before.
Let's go, I'll take you somewhere nice. The two left the school. Xiaodong, where exactly are we going?
Bei Wei asked with a puzzled look on her face.
You'll know when we get there.
Yang Xiaodong then took her to the underground parking lot near the school.
Get in, Weiwei. Yang Xiaodong opened the door to his 200 million Lamborghini Poison.
Bei Wei looked at the incredibly cool sports car in front of her, her beautiful eyes wide and her face full of shock. Although Bei Wei knew nothing about cars, she understood that this car was definitely very expensive.
This is so awesome. It's just so awesome. Bei couldn't help but swallow, and got into the car. Fasten your seatbelt, I'm starting it up.
Yang Xiaodong expertly started the car, shifted gears, and gave it gas.
Hum hum hum.
The engine made a low rumble, as if a fierce beast was growling in low rumble. Bei felt her whole body suddenly lurch backwards. This was her first time in such a top-of-the-line sports car, and she was so nervous that she didn't even dare to breathe.
Hold on tight.
Yang Xiaodong said this to Bei Weiwei and then slammed on the accelerator, sending a strong impact that made Bei Weiwei's heart beat faster.
Yang Xiaodong continued to slam on the accelerator, and the engine roared. Pedestrians on both sides of the road looked on, surprised to see this extremely luxurious Lamborghini Poison, and couldn't help but stop and watch.
Wow, I can't believe it's a Lamborghini Poison.
Jiling actually has this car. My goodness, I have to take a picture and post it on WeChat Moments.
At the traffic lights, Yang Xiaodong lowered both side windows and rested one hand outside, leisurely whistling. This move was full of class. Driving a Lamborghini during the day and riding a JK Lowly at night, other people's lives are my dreams. The pedestrians on the side muttered to themselves, full of envy.
The red light ended. Yang Xiaodong continued to slam the accelerator.
Bei Weiwei felt only a ringing in her ears, followed by a strong feeling of being pushed backwards. The speed and wind pressure made her feel like she was going to fly, so she clung tightly to Yang Xiaodong's arm. At this moment, all Bei Weiwei wanted to say was, slow down, slow down, slow down, I'm going to throw up. But Yang Xiaodong was already high, and with one foot on the accelerator, the car sped along like crazy.
Half an hour later,
the car stopped in front of a restaurant called Lao Ma Restaurant.
After entering the restaurant,
Boss, 2 bowls of beef waffle, for lamb trotters, and 2 lamb heads. Yang Xiaodong said to the shop owner in the Qinzhou dialect.
Okay, coming right up.
The shop owner responded to Yang Xiaodong in the Qinzhou dialect. The two spoke in their native dialect, and felt a sense of intimacy with each other.
But Bei Weiwei was at a loss. What on earth had they said? In a moment, the boss came up with the food.
When Bei Weiwei saw the lamb's head that Yang Xiaodong had ordered, her brows immediately furrowed.
Xiaodong, are you sure this is edible?
Bei Weiwei pointed at the lamb's head, which made her a little scared, with a look of disbelief.
What do you mean? Lamb's head is delicious. Sit down and try it.
Yang Xiaodong said to Bei Weiwei with a smile. Bei Weiwei hesitated for a moment, but then sat down. She had eaten beef soup with tripe and lamb's feet before, but this lamb's head was a bit much for her. She is a true southerner, so naturally she finds it hard to accept this northern food. Yang Xiaodong, on the other hand, is from the northwest, and back home he ate lamb's head all the time, to the point where he felt uncomfortable if he didn't eat it for a while. After the two had finished the lamb's feet and the beef and vegetable soup,
the main event began.
Yang Xiaodong took up a bowl of sauce and, imitating a certain internet celebrity, sprinkled it evenly over the lamb's head while chanting a spell.
Soul sauce, pour it on.
Immediately, he picked at the face of the lamb, poked out the eyes, and ate the brain.
He ate it with relish.
Very soon, a lamb's head was devoured by Yang Xiaodong. Seeing the whole process, Bei Weiwei was shocked and didn't know what to say. She was a bit scared to look at the lamb's head, but Yang Xiaodong was eating it so happily.
Weiwei, you eat it too, it's delicious. Yang Xiaodong said sincerely.
After tearing off a small piece with her small hands, Bei Weiwei closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then put it in her mouth with difficulty. It was as if she were drinking poison. After a while, she slowly opened her eyes.
What do you think? Is it delicious? Yang Xiaodong couldn't wait to ask. It's delicious. Bei Weiwei nodded approvingly.
It turns out that this lamb's head is not that hard to accept. Then Yang Xiaodong picked out the lamb's brain and handed it to Bei Weiwei. Eating sheep's brain will make you smarter. Really? I'll try it then. Bei Weiwei blinked her clear eyes, looking excited. Then. Puff. The taste of sheep's brain was really too much to bear, and Bei Weiwei simply couldn't stand it. Yang Xiaodong looked at Bei Weiwei's expression of discomfort. Ha 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 ha. And then burst out laughing. Xiaodong, you're teasing me. Bei Weiwei's face turned red, and she pouted in anger. Chapter 31, Naked Seduction. Yang Xiaodong took Bei Weiwei back to school. Bei Weiwei bounced back to the dormitory, her joy overflowing. The past few days of online lending had upset her and exhausted her. Fortunately, there is no way to stop a person from succeeding, and Yang Xiaodong generously lent her 100,000, which allowed her to pay off all her debts. Weiwei, you're back. I didn't see you this afternoon. Did you go out and play? Chen Ruoxi asked out of her own accord. I didn't have much to do this afternoon, so I went out for a stroll. Bei Weiwei didn't say that she had gone out to dinner with Yang Xiaodong, because she didn't think it was necessary to be that clear. Seeing that Bei Weiwei wasn't telling the truth, Su Ting and Du Jingjing, who had witnessed everything, exchanged glances and immediately a look of contempt appeared on their faces. What's the point of pretending? You were just cooing with Yang Xiaodong, and I don't know what it was that this girl did to get him to fall for her. I think he knew Yang Xiaodong's identity as a rich second generation and couldn't wait to give himself to him. Du Jingjing sneered in her heart. Su Ting was also outraged. A few days ago, Bei Weiwei asked her for money, saying that she had encountered an emergency. She didn't hesitate to lend her the 3,000 yuan she had saved up. And now she has come together with the man she likes, can Su Ting not be angry? Weiwei, what is your relationship with Yang Xiaodong? Du Jingjing said in a strange voice. Upon hearing this, Bei Weiwei frowned. Me and Xiaodong? I don't have anything to do with Xiaodong. Bei Weiwei answered truthfully. It was true that she and Yang Xiaodong didn't have much of a relationship. The only relationship was that Yang Xiaodong had just lent her 100,000 yuan. Not much of a relationship? Are you sure? Du Jingjing crossed her arms and smiled, her contempt growing. Of course it's not much of a relationship, why are you asking? Bei Weiwei was a little puzzled, and her tone couldn't help but become a little heavy. I just saw you and Yang Xiaodong together. Stop it, Jingjing. Without waiting for Du Jingjing to finish, Su Ting suddenly interrupted her. Vicky, let me ask you one thing, are you and Xiaodong already together? Su Ting's tone was really a bit harsh. When BBV heard Su Ting's question, she immediately looked dismal. Su Ting, what do you mean? BBV looked at Su Ting with disbelief, wondering why her best friend would treat her like this. Could it be because of Yang Xiaodong? Could it be that Su Ting also likes Yang Xiaodong? This thought popped into Bei Weiwei's mind. Bei Weiwei had a great fondness for Yang Xiaodong, and it could be said that she liked him, but it definitely had not reached the point where they had to be together. Su Ting was different, her liking for Yang Xiaodong was beyond her control, and it depended entirely on the special energy generated by the extremely charming magic pupil, which made her unable to control her own feelings, and she could even lose her rationality because of Yang Xiaodong. No. Bei Weiwei was silent for a moment before she finally spoke. So do you like him? Su Ting asked, following up. Upon hearing this, Bei Weiwei was taken aback. She understood that if she said in front of Su Ting, Du Jingjing, and Chen Ruoxi that she didn't like Yang Xiaodong, then it would be almost impossible for her to be with Yang Xiaodong in the future. What was certain now was that Su Ting liked Yang Xiaodong, otherwise she wouldn't have become so aggressive. Bei Weiwei was at a loss for words. Chen Ruoxi, who was standing nearby, understood what was going on and realized that Su Ting had fallen completely for Yang Xiaodong, otherwise Su Ting, who was usually gentle and kind, would never have said such things. She just didn't realize that Bei Weiwei also had a good impression of Yang Xiaodong. And like Su Ting, she had a good impression of Yang Xiaodong because of the enchanting devil pupil. Su Ting couldn't suppress her feelings for Yang Xiaodong, so how could she? The truth was already very clear. 3 of the 4 people living in the same dormitory had fallen for the same man. Vicky, I might as well tell you, a few days ago Xiaodong confessed his love to me, and I like him too. I hope you won't interfere in our relationship, okay? Su Ting's voice was full of infinite tenderness, and her eyes looked deeply into Bei Weiwei's. This remark not only shocked Bei Weiwei, but also Chen Ruoxi and Du Jingjing.
Xiaodong has already confessed his love to Su Ting.
It turns out that he likes Su Ting. When she thought about this, Chen Ruoxi suddenly felt a little sour in her heart. It is his freedom to like whom he likes and choose whom he chooses to be with. No one has the right to interfere, and I will not interfere with anyone's relationship either. At this moment, Bai Weiwei also felt a little sour in her heart, but she still pretended to be calm and said.
The atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point.
Two separate stories.
Yang Xiaodong lay in his dormitory, bored and checking his phone.
Pei Duo had sent him countless messages over the past few days, but Yang Xiaodong hadn't replied to any of them.
Then Yang Xiaodong dialed Pei Duo's phone number.
When the call connected, Pei Duo's flirtatious and seductive voice immediately came through. Brother Xiaodong, you finally called me.
Pei Duo, I'm really sorry, I've been a bit busy these past few days. Pei Duo didn't know that Yang Xiaodong had spent the past few days in jail. Are you busy right now, Brother Xiaodong? Do you need some company?
Pei Duo's voice was full of flirtatious meaning when she said this. I don't have anything to do today, and I want to go out for a walk.
Do you want to come with me? Yang Xiaodong smiled. Really? That would be great. Pei Duo was overjoyed.
Okay, I'll pick you up.
Yang Xiaodong hung up after saying this.
When Yang Xiaodong arrived in his Lamborghini, Pei Duo was already waiting downstairs for a long time. Today she was dressed in a very seductive and sexy way. A black shoulder-length V-neck wrap skirt showed off her curvy figure to the fullest, and her pretty face was made up with exquisite makeup, looking charming and seductive. Her slender legs were wrapped in a black silk stocking with letters, and she was wearing a pair of Valentino high heels and a Louis Vuitton bag. It seems that Pei Duo has made a lot of effort to get dressed up. After Pei Duo got into the car, Yang Xiaodong immediately smelled a very strong and seductive perfume. The perfume smelled exciting, and it made Yang Xiaodong feel a little excited. Pei Duo, you've been in Jinling for many days, and you haven't had a chance to explore the city yet. Today, I'll take you out and show you around. Yang Xiaodong said with a smile while driving. Upon hearing this, Pei Duo gave Yang Xiaodong a sultry glance and said coquettishly, Brother Xiaodong, as long as you are willing to take me there, I am willing to go anywhere. Immediately, Pei Duo pulled the V neckline of her wrap skirt down, revealing most of her large cleavage. Her deliberate display of her cleavage was like a blatant seduction of Yang Xiaodong.
Yang Xiaodong turned around and looked, a wicked smile curling the corner of his mouth. The car started. Chapter 32 Pei Duo's Shock. Yang Xiaodong first took Pei Duo to the Longjiang building. Brother Xiaodong, why are we here? Pei Duo asked in puzzlement.
Pei Duo, after getting to know you, I haven't given you a decent gift yet. This can be said to be the most luxurious shopping mall in Jinling.
Take a look and see if there's anything you like.
If you like it, buy it, no need to be polite. Yang Xiaodong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Pei Duo suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
Brother Xiaodong, this is embarrassing.
Pei Duo said with a hint of embarrassment. Don't be embarrassed, just go and buy whatever you want, don't be polite with me. Hearing this, a trace of secret joy flashed across Pei Duo's face.
Immediately afterwards, Yang Xiaodong led Pei Duo into the Longjiang building.
Last time, Yang Xiaodong spent 50 million in one day in the Longjiang building, breaking the record for single transaction spending since the building opened. As soon as Yang Xiaodong and Pei Duo entered the building, a receptionist immediately went to report to the general manager.
Manager Li, the god of wealth is here again. Lead the way quickly.
Manager Li immediately appeared in front of Yang Xiaodong, flashing and running.
Mr. Yang, welcome again.
Manager Li extended his hand flatteringly.
Manager Li, it's been a long time.
Yang Xiaodong also extended his hand and shook it with Manager Li.
Mr. Yang, do you need me to accompany you on your shopping trip?
Manager Li asked with a smile.
No, I'm just showing my friend around. Yang Xiaodong shook his head. Well, please feel free to look around. If you need anything, just let me know.
Manager Li bowed.
Okay. Brother Xiaodong, do you come here often?
Pei Duo asked, slightly surprised to see Manager Li fawning over Yang Xiaodong like that.
The second time.
The last time I came here to shop, he gave me a diamond membership card, saying that I could get 40% off all purchases. Yang Xiaodong said indifferently. Hearing this, Pei Duo's face changed slightly.
Diamond membership card. Brother Xiaodong, you must have reached a certain level of consumption before they would give you a diamond membership card, right?
Pei Duo asked with a smile. Not long ago, I bought some random things here and spent 50 million, and they gave me a diamond membership card. Yang Xiaodong said indifferently. Hearing this, Pei Duo's face suddenly turned pale, and her heart was pounding non-stop.
55 million.
Pei Duo felt a little breathless, as if she had fallen into an ice hole, and her whole body was cold. Spending 50 million on random purchases, it was hard to imagine just how rich Yang Xiaodong was.
Where did Yang Xiaodong come from? Was Yang Xiaodong a man she could handle? Pei Duo was completely at a loss.
Yang Xiaodong spent 50 million in one fell swoop, which was something no ordinary rich person could do. Only the top families or super rich people can be so reckless and spend money like water. When she thought about this, Pei Duo's eyes lit up, and a hint of longing and excitement shone in her gaze. She became more and more curious about Yang Xiaodong's identity, and she really wanted to know which family Yang Xiaodong in front of her belonged to.
Pei Duo, what's wrong? Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but ask when he saw Pei Duo suddenly look confused. Oh, it's nothing.
Pei Duo quickly hid her emotions. Brother Yang Xiaodong, I saw a pretty necklace here just now, I want to try it on.
Pei Duo pointed to a shop. Let's try it on then. Yang Xiaodong nodded. After entering the shop,
he looked at the diamond necklace priced at 54,000 yuan and his mouth twitched.
54,000, that's too cheap. Pei Duo looked at herself in the mirror and put on the necklace.
The necklace was indeed very beautiful, and Pei Duo was also beaming with a smile as she looked at herself in the mirror.
Dodo, do you like it? Yang Xiaodong asked with a smile.
Yes, of course I do.
Pei Duo blushed and said. If it looks good, then buy it. Yang Xiaodong laughed. What? Pei Duo was startled when she heard this. Brother Xiaodong, you're not buying such an expensive necklace, are you? Pei Duo quickly took off the necklace and put it back. It's just a necklace, buy it if you like it. Yang Xiaodong shrugged. But won't this be too expensive?
Pei Duo asked sheepishly. There's no such thing as expensive or not expensive, as long as you like it. Yang Xiaodong smiled, then directly told the cashier, wrap this necklace up for me.
Pei Duo, I think these necklaces look pretty good on you, so why don't you buy them all? You can wear them interchangeably. Yang Xiaodong pointed to the necklaces next to him. Ah.
Pei Duo looked at Yang Xiaodong in shock. The cheapest of these necklaces costs more than 30,000 yuan, and the most expensive one costs 230,000 yuan.
You want to buy them all at once? Don't you like them? Yang Xiaodong saw Pei Duo's expression and thought she didn't like them. No, it's not that I don't like them, it's just that. Pei Duo stammered. Dodo, don't be polite with me.
As long as you like them, I'll buy them for you no matter how much they cost.
Yang Xiaodong said seriously. Hearing this, Pei Duo was moved. But at the same time, she was a little apprehensive and hesitant.
Although she really wanted it, she wasn't sure if this was Yang Xiaodong testing her.
If she accepted it, would Yang Xiaodong confirm her impression of her as a vain woman who only cares about wealth?
Yang Xiaodong saw that Pei Duo was just staring at the necklace without saying anything, and his brows furrowed slightly.
He didn't like this feeling of being kept in suspense. Or do you also think that this necklace is a bit too cheap? He asked directly, raising his eyebrows. Fine, shop assistant, bring me the best and most expensive necklace in your store. Yang Xiaodong ordered.
Sir, I'm sorry, but the best necklaces we have here are the ones you just mentioned.
The shop assistant stammered. Brother Xiaodong, no.
Pei Duo saw that Yang Xiaodong was a little angry, and hurriedly explained. You only need to tell me if you like it, no need for any more words.
Yang Xiaodong said coldly. I like it. Pei Duo whispered. I'm glad you like it. Shop assistant, wrap up all these necklaces for me. Yang Xiaodong coldly instructed the stunned shop assistant. Yang Xiaodong's words left Pei Duo stunned.
She had never expected the man in front of her to be so domineering, nor had she expected that he would buy all of them without even blinking an eye after she casually said she liked them.
This man is really extraordinary.
At the moment, in Pei Duo's eyes, this man was simply a god come down to earth. Her heart was pounding, and she could hardly suppress her inner excitement. Faced with such a man, she simply could not resist the temptation of being with him.
Dudu, what's wrong? Yang Xiaodong asked, seeing Pei Duda frozen in place. Nothing.
Pei Duda came back to her senses and hurriedly shook her head.
Dudu, the shop next door sells bags, Let's go over and pick out a few. Yang Xiaodong said lightly. Bags. You want to buy bags? Pei Dudu was stunned. Just now she was thinking that she couldn't let Yang Xiaodong spend too much money, and now the other party is going to buy bags for her. This is too extravagant. Without waiting for Pei Duo to speak, Yang Xiaodong took her wrist and walked into the luxury bag store next door. Dodo, take a look, is there anything you like? Yang Xiaodong pointed to a few designer bags. Brother Xiaodong, how can I let you spend money again? Pei Duo said weakly. You're thinking too much, I just want to give you a gift, how can this be called spending money? Yang Xiaodong said with a smile. Hearing Yang Xiaodong say this, Pei Duo didn't say anything more and happily tried them on. After some deliberation, Pei Duo chose a Chanel chain bag. Pei Duo, you're already here, why not buy a few more? Yang Xiaodong said flatly. No, just one will do. Pei Duo shook her head. Pei Duo, don't be polite with me, just buy whatever you like. Yang Xiaodong said seriously. In the end, Pei Duo had no choice but to choose a few more bags. After the two came out, Yang Xiaodong once again dragged Pei Duo to buy clothes and shoes. On this shopping spree, Yang Xiaodong spent nearly 10 million yuan just on buying things for Pei Duo. Pei Duo was also shocked by Yang Xiaodong's generosity. There really are men who are willing to spend thousands of dollars for her without hesitation. This moved her deeply, and her feelings for Yang Xiaodong grew deeper and deeper. On the way back, Pei Duo's face was always filled with a smile. Yang Xiaodong's generosity made Pei Duo re-examine him. From her initial shock at his wealth to enjoying the surprises during the shopping process, Pei Duo experienced complex changes in her heart. Her initial refusal of the expensive gifts was out of her own modesty and respect for Yang Xiaodong, but with his persistence, she felt the sweetness of being spoiled. Yang Xiaodong, on the other hand, seemed to be at ease. His generosity was not a deliberate show-off, but a sincere expression. Pei Duo gradually fell into it, attracted by Yang Xiaodong's charm and wealth. Her initial awe of Yang Xiaodong's wealth slowly transformed into a sense of dependence and admiration. Chapter 33 Chapter 34 Heavy-hearted. In the evening, Yang Xiaodong returned to the dormitory with a slightly tired but somewhat excited body. His mind kept replaying the thrilling scene with Wei shooting in the library during the day. At that time, he was standing under the ladder, looking up at Wei Shooting's busy figure at a high altitude, the wonderful curves that he glimpsed inadvertently, and the intimate contact between the two when the accident happened afterwards. The closeness of their skin touching and their breathing audible seemed to be an electric current that struck his heart directly, making his restless heart difficult to suppress. He walked into the dormitory and saw his roommates each busy with their own things. Zheng Chang was wearing headphones and playing a game passionately on the computer screen, his fingers flying over the keyboard, while from time to time he greeted the other person's parents. Zhang Hao was quietly sitting at his desk, buried in books, studying hard. Chen Peng was lying on the bed, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling, wondering what he was thinking. Yang Xiaodong walked softly over to his bed and sat down, but his thoughts were still drifting to Wei Shooting. He couldn't help but secretly sigh. It's been more than 10 days since he got the system, and time really flies. And the conquests bound to the system, unbeknownst to him, have already reached several. Yan Ruyu's gentle and graceful demeanor. Chen Ruoxi's fresh and refined character. Pei Duo's passionate and unrestrained personality. Xia Yuyang's cold and elegant beauty. Qin Ro's heroic bearing. And Wei Shooting's mature charm. Each girl has a unique charm, like the bright stars in the night sky, dazzling him and making it hard for him to choose. At the moment, Pei Duo seems to be the easiest to win over. Recalling the bits and pieces of his time with Pei Duo, Yang Xiaodong's mouth unconsciously rose. During those dates, Pei Duo's undisguised admiration in her eyes when she looked at him, and the flirtatious manner in which she deliberately displayed herself in front of him, all made Yang Xiaodong feel her strong fondness for him. In particular, that experience in the private cinema, although nothing substantial happened in the end, Pei Duo's initiative also made Yang Xiaodong understand the extent of her feelings for him. Perhaps, I should speed up the progress of my strategy for Pei Duo. Yang Xiaodong thought to himself. After all, the system's mission time limit was like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, constantly reminding him not to let his guard down. Moreover, successfully completing Pei Duo's mission would not only earn him a huge fortune, but also the charming skill Cupid's kiss, which would undoubtedly be of great help to him in his subsequent conquest of other goddesses. However, there was a nagging unease in his heart. He didn't know if his feelings for Pei Duo were truly because he liked her, or if it was just to complete the system mission. If he only used Pei Duo's feelings to complete the system mission, was that not a bit immoral?
Yang Xiaodong was caught in a deep state of self-doubt. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from Pei Duo.
Brother Xiaodong, how was your day? I miss you so much.
Looking at the loving words on the screen of his phone, a ripple went through Yang Xiaodong's heart. He didn't know how to reply to Pei Duo, and his finger hovered over the screen for a long time.
After a moment's thought, he simply replied, I'm doing well today, how about you?
Not long after he sent the message, Pei Duo replied, I'm also very happy today, because I've been thinking about you.
Brother Xiaodong, when will we be able to meet again?
Yang Xiaodong looked at this message and felt a little helpless. He knew that Pei Duo's thoughts of him were sincere, but his own feelings were incredibly complicated. He let out a long sigh and threw his phone aside. He stood up, walked over to the window, and looked out at the night. The street lamps on the campus radiated a soft glow, illuminating the paths. Occasionally, a few couples walked hand in hand, their faces beaming with happiness. Seeing this, Yang Xiaodong's heart became even more confused. He longed for love and enjoyed being liked by girls, but he didn't want to hurt anyone. However, the system's mission made him pursue these girls and make them fall in love with him, which put him in a dilemma. What should I do? Yang Xiaodong muttered to himself. He knew that no matter what choice he made, it would change the fate of many people, including himself. Yang Xiaodong stood in front of the window for a long time, his thoughts in a whirl. At this time, Zhang Cheng finished playing the game, took off his headphones, stretched, and saw Yang Xiaodong standing in front of the window in a daze, so he walked over and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong, little brother? You look so worried. Zhang Cheng asked with concern. Yang Xiaodong turned around and looked at Zhang Cheng, but he was at a loss for words. He didn't know how to tell Zhang Cheng about his inner turmoil. After all, this kind of thing was too complicated and involved the secrets of the system. It's nothing, I'm just a little tired. Yang Xiaodong replied perfunctorily. Zhang Cheng obviously didn't believe Yang Xiaodong's words, but he didn't pursue the matter further. He knew that if Yang Xiaodong wanted to tell him, he would naturally tell him if he didn't want to, asking again and again would be useless. By the way, second brother, what's going on between you and Su Ting? Zhang Cheng suddenly remembered this and asked. Yang Xiaodong's heart tightened when he heard Su Ting's name. He knew that this matter must be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise it would affect the brotherly relationship between him and Zhang Hao. I don't have anything with Su Ting, we're just ordinary friends. Yang Xiaodong explained. However, Rat doesn't think so. He feels that there must be something amorous between you and Su Ting, so he's been angry with you for the past few days. Zhang Cheng said. I know, I also want to find an opportunity to explain it clearly to Rat, but he simply won't give me the chance. Yang Xiaodong said helplessly. Second son, you also know Rat's personality, he is just too sensitive. You'd better find some time to have a good talk with him, after all, you are brothers, you can't let a woman come between you. Zhang Cheng advised. Okay, I got it. Yang Xiaodong nodded. No words were exchanged that night. Chapter 34 Chapter 35 This is considered a goddess? The next day, Yang Xiaodong and the others went to class as usual. After the morning class was over, they went back to the dormitory as usual after eating in the cafeteria. Yang Xiaodong was going to read some study materials for a while, as he had been a bit too hot-tempered lately. Just as he pulled the bed curtain closed, prepared tissues, and prepared to reward himself well, his phone rang at an inopportune moment. I'll fuck you, old wood. Why does someone always bother me when I'm studying? Yang Xiaodong picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? Yang Xiaodong was a little angry. Brother Xiaodong, it's me. A sweet voice came from the other end of the line. Hearing this voice, Yang Xiaodong instantly lost his temper and said softly, It's Nana. What's wrong? Yang Xiaodong asked softly. Brother Xiaodong, my mother sent me some candy flowers. I can't finish them all by myself, so I brought some to you. I'm downstairs in front of your dormitory right now. The voice on the other end of the line was very pleasant, as if it were the song of an elegant lark. Okay, Nana, just wait for me a moment, I'll be right down. Yang Xiaodong said softly. Okay, I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Yang Xiaodong immediately put on his shoes and went downstairs. The girl on the other end of the line was named Anna, and she was Yang Xiaodong's childhood friend. The two had grown up together and had a very close relationship. In Yang Xiaodong's eyes, Anna was like his own younger sister, and Anna had always regarded Yang Xiaodong as her older brother. The two were true childhood sweethearts. Anna was a year younger than Yang Xiaodong and had just been admitted to Jilin University this year, where she was studying in the School of Information Science. Yang Xiaodong came downstairs and, in the crowd, immediately spotted Anna not far away. It wasn't that Yang Xiaodong had good eyesight. It was just that Anna was really easy to recognize. A young girl of just 20, she was 1.7 meters tall and weighed 230 pounds. She was always the most eye-catching one in the crowd. Anna. Yang Xiaodong waved at Anna. Brother Xiaodong, over here. Anna waved at Yang Xiaodong. Yang Xiaodong ran over to Anna. Anna, what are you doing here? Yang Xiaodong asked with a smile. Anna handed Yang Xiaodong the bag she was carrying. Brother Xiaodong, my mother sent me some sugar flowers. There were too many for me to eat alone, and I remembered that you liked them, so I brought them to you. Anna said this while wearing a sweet smile. Anna is still very cute, but unfortunately she is too fat. For girls, figure is always the most important. No matter how cute you look, if you are too fat, your appearance will be greatly affected. Just like Anna at this moment, if her figure was a little slimmer, even if she only lost 40 pounds, she would definitely be a high-quality girl. But now. Hey! Yang Xiaodong took the bag from Anna's hands. At this moment. Ding, the goddess conquest mission has started. The conquest target has been bound. Name, Anna. Age, 20. Face value, 40 points. Body, 10 points. Relationship status, single. Mission deadline, 100 days. Mission reward, physical skills. The secret technique of Lu AI. Within 100 days, the host must make the conquest object fall truly in love with the host and complete the charging process with them. If this is considered a successful mission, the host will receive the mission reward. If, on the other hand, the host fails to complete the mission within the specified time, the system will directly reset all of the host's wealth. In an instant, 100,000 wild horses galloped through Yang Xiaodong's mind. Nimas. Here comes another one. Grass. At this time, Yang Xiaodong really wanted to cry but had no tears. The previous women Yan Ruyu, Pei Duo, Chen Ruoxi, Qin Ro, Xia Yuyang, and Wei Shooting had good looks and figures, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were goddesses. Then look at Anna in front of you. She's 1.7 meters tall and weighs 230 pounds, like a gas tank that is turned into a spirit. How can this be considered a goddess? System, what the hell kind of aesthetic sense do you have? Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but scold. Brother Xiaodong? Brother Xiaodong? Anna called out anxiously when she saw Yang Xiaodong ignore her for a long time. Ah, it's fine, it's fine. Yang Xiaodong, who had come to his senses, waved his hand quickly. By the way, Nana, have you explored the school yet? How do you feel? Are you used to everything? Yang Xiaodong asked casually. Well, everything is quite good. Anna nodded obediently. Well, if you encounter any difficulties, just come to me. Yang Xiaodong stroked Anna's head and spoke softly. In Yang Xiaodong's heart, he had long since regarded Anna as his own younger sister. In the past, he had no money and no ability, so even if Anna did encounter any problems, he could not help her in any way. But now it was different. Yang Xiaodong is now a different person. Anyone who dares to bully Anna is looking for death. I know. Anna nodded and smiled happily. Brother Xiaodong, I've heard some things about you recently. Anna said playfully, changing the subject. About me? What is it? Yang Xiaodong asked knowingly. In the past few days, the news that he was a super rich second generation had spread like wildfire at school, and now no one was unaware of it. I heard someone say that Brother Xiaodong got into a fight over a girl. And? Anna paused, not continuing. What else? Yang Xiaodong smiled, looking at the fat girl in front of him with a face full of affection. Some people also say that Brother Xiaodong is a super rich second generation with a lot of money. Anna and Yang Xiaodong grew up together in the same village since childhood, and she knows very well about Yang Xiaodong's family conditions. Yang Xiaodong's family is not remotely rich, let alone being a second-generation rich kid, more like a second-generation poor kid. Yang Xiaodong felt a bitter smile in his heart, and he didn't expect Anna to know now. Anna, who are you listening to? I'm not some second-generation rich kid, I just got lucky and won the lottery a while ago.
Yang Xiaodong could only say this. Win the lottery? How much? Anna asked curiously. Yang Xiaodong held up 5 fingers. 500,000?
Anna's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Yang Xiaodong.
500,000 was already the limit she could think of. Yang Xiaodong shook his head. 5 million? Anna continued to guess.
In her mind, lottery winnings generally did not exceed 100,000 yuan, and 5 million was an unimaginable astronomical number for her.
It's not 5 million, it's 50 million. Yang Xiaodong shrugged. 50 million. Anna's eyes widened in shock. 50 million?
Anna's voice had grown much louder.
Wow. Anna's reaction left Yang Xiaodong quite helpless.
50 million was not a small sum for Yang Xiaodong, and it was indeed quite large for the average person, but for Yang Xiaodong, it was simply a drop in the bucket.
Yang Xiaodong looked at Anna's shocked expression and felt a little helpless.
He knew that the number was too shocking for Anna.
Brother Xiaodong, is it true that you have won this much money? Anna still asked in disbelief.
Well, but you have to keep this a secret from everyone, don't tell anyone, Yang Xiaodong reminded him.
Okay, Brother Xiaodong, I definitely won't tell anyone, Anna obediently nodded. Chapter 35 Chapter 36 Taking Down Pei Duo.
Yang Xiaodong returned to the dormitory carrying the sugar flowers Anna had sent him.
Younger brother, what were you doing in such a hurry?
Zheng Chang asked as soon as he saw him return.
My childhood friend sent me some snacks from my hometown. Come and try them.
Yang Xiaodong handed over the sugar flowers he was carrying and said with a smile. Everyone tried them and thought they were very good, so they praised them.
Yes, the taste is really sweet. It smells so good. Okay, you guys eat, I'm going out for a bit.
After saying this, Yang Xiaodong turned around and walked out.
Leaving the dormitory, Yang Xiaodong immediately dialed Pei Duo's phone number.
When the call was connected, Pei Duo's sweet voice immediately came through. Brother Xiaodong.
Pei Duo, are you free right now?
Yes, what is it, Brother Xiaodong?
I have something to discuss with you, I'll come pick you up now. Okay, Brother Xiaodong, I'll get ready first.
The call ended. Yang Xiaodong left the school and drove his Lamborghini in a nearby parking lot.
With the unique sound of the Lamborghini, it wasn't long before Yang Xiaodong appeared downstairs at the Carlton Hotel.
Pei Duo happened to be coming down as well. When she saw Yang Xiaodong, she waved at him quickly. Brother Xiaodong.
Let's go, we can talk in the car.
Yang Xiaodong opened the car door and let Pei Duo get in. Brother Xiaodong. Pei Duo got into the passenger seat with a happy expression on her face. Pei Duo looked exceptionally beautiful today, in a white shirt and black jeans, her hair falling over her shoulders, her delicate features looking even more charming. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes curved like a crescent moon, and she revealed 2 rows of perfectly white teeth. Yang Xiaodong's gaze fell on her cheeks. Duo, you're really pretty today.
Thanks.
Pei Duo flushed as she heard Yang Xiaodong's compliment. She gently tousled her hair and said with a hint of shyness, Brother Xiaodong, you just know how to make me happy. Yang Xiaodong laughed and started the car, saying, I really mean it, you are very beautiful. The car slowly pulled away from the hotel.
Pei Duo curiously asked, Brother Xiaodong, where are we going?
Yang Xiaodong gave a mysterious smile and said, you'll know when we get there. It's a very special place.
Pei Duo was full of anticipation.
She leaned back in her seat, her eyes shining with excitement. Before she knew it, the car had arrived at the top of a hill in the suburbs. Yang Xiaodong parked the car and said, Duo, we're here. Pei Duo got out of the car and was stunned by the beauty of the scene. From the top of the hill, the whole city of Jinling was spread out before her, a dazzling panorama of lights. Wow, Brother Yang, this is really beautiful.
Pei Duo couldn't help but exclaim.
Yang Xiaodong walked over to Pei Duo, gently put his arm around her shoulders, and said, I knew you'd like it here. Pei Duo tilted her head slightly, looked at Yang Xiaodong, and her eyes were filled with emotion. Brother Yang, thank you for bringing me to such a beautiful place. The two stood quietly at the top of the mountain, enjoying this peaceful and beautiful moment. After a while, Yang Xiaodong took a deep breath and took out a bouquet of bright red roses, which he had prepared long ago. He walked up to Pei Duo, knelt down on one knee, looked deeply into her eyes, and said, Duo, ever since we first met, I felt like my heart had been hit by a shooting star. You are like a ray of light that has entered my life, and every time I see you, my heart beats faster. During this time together, you are like a beautiful song that keeps echoing in my mind. I find myself liking you more and more, and this feeling is like a tide, crashing against my heart wave after wave.
Will you be my girlfriend? Let me spend my whole life protecting this beautiful flower that you are.
Pei Duo's eyes widened with surprise and emotion, her eyes slightly reddened as she said excitedly, Brother Xiaodong, I will.
I've always liked you. Yang Xiaodong's mouth curled up into a faint smile, and he gently put his arm around Pei Duo's shoulders. Duo, will you be with me from now on?
Pei Duo looked at the handsome, young, wealthy man in front of her, and a feeling of happiness welled up in her heart.
She nodded vigorously and said, Of course, Brother Xiaodong, I like you too.
Yang Xiaodong reached out and stroked Pei Duo's hair, his eyes betraying a tender, loving gaze. At this moment, Yang Xiaodong's heart was filled with mixed emotions. He did like Pei Duo a little, after all, she had a heart-stopping figure and face. But behind this liking, there was the pressure of the system mission. He had no choice but to pursue Pei Duo against his will, just to complete the deadline mission given by the system. Now, there were more and more bound conquests, each with a deadline of 100 days. This was like the sword of Damocles hanging over his head, constantly reminding him of the urgency of time. He knows that if he fails to conquer them within the time limit, he will lose everything and once again become that poor loser who was bullied by everyone. This fear drives him. Yang Xiaodong no longer wants to return to the kind of poor and humble life he had in the past. He craves the sense of security that wealth and status bring, even if it means doing things emotionally that go against his true feelings. At this moment, Pei Duo suddenly put her feet up and took the initiative to kiss Yang Xiaodong's lips. Yang Xiaodong's heart trembled, and he soon indulged in it. The two kissed so hard that they could hardly separate, and it was only when Pei Duo could no longer breathe easily that they slowly let go of each other. Brother Xiaodong, I really like you so much, I really want to be with you forever. A blush appeared on Pei Duo's cheeks, but her eyes were resolute. Yang Xiaodong looked at Pei Duo's loving eyes and a trace of guilt welled up in his heart. He knew that Pei Duo truly loved him, and yet he was using that love to complete a task. But he also comforted himself, perhaps in the process of getting to know each other, he could truly fall in love with Pei Duo and give her happiness. Pei Duo, I also want to be with you forever. Yang Xiaodong tightly held Pei Duo's hand and said. Pei Duo leaned against Yang Xiaodong's embrace and felt his warmth. At this moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. However, Yang Xiaodong's thoughts drifted far away. What are you thinking about, Xiaodong? Pei Duo noticed that Yang Xiaodong was absent-minded and asked, looking up. Nothing, Duo. I was just thinking that we have a lot to do together in the future. Yang Xiaodong came back to his senses and smiled. Pei Duo smiled sweetly, well, Xiaodong, I'm willing to do anything as long as I'm with you. The two of them stayed on the hilltop for a while longer, enjoying this rare moment of solitude. Let's go, Duo, let's go back. Yang Xiaodong said. Pei Duo nodded and followed Yang Xiaodong to the car. The car slowly drove away from the top of the mountain and disappeared into the night. After returning to the hotel, Yang Xiaodong took Pei Duo to the door of her room. Brother Xiaodong, will you stay with me tonight? Pei Duo took Yang Xiaodong's hand and said coquettishly. Chapter 36 Chapter 37 Sweet Double Row. Yang Xiaodong froze. For a moment, his eyes seemed to be intertwined with countless thoughts, flashing a complex and indescribable light. He knew very well that if he stayed as Pei Duo had asked, the delicate balance between them would be completely destroyed and their relationship would change beyond recognition. However, if he did so, the system mission he had longed for would be completed, and with it would come a very generous reward. This was a temptation that was really not small for him. Yang Xiaodong felt his mind become a tangled mess, and for a moment he was at a loss. Duo, we. He spoke with difficulty, his voice becoming a little hoarse from the inner turmoil. Pei Duo was like a keen doe, she seemed to sense Yang Xiaodong's hesitation. Her eyes first flashed with a trace of unease, like ripples spreading across a lake, fleeting, soon replaced by determination, as if that determination could shatter all hesitation. She reached out and shook Yang Xiaodong's hand firmly. The warmth from her small hand seemed to warm Yang Xiaodong's panicked heart. She said softly, Brother Xiaodong, I know you may feel a bit surprised, but I really like you. I don't want to suppress myself anymore, I want to get closer to you. Yang Xiaodong looked into Pei Duo's bright eyes full of sincerity and expectation. The hesitation in his heart was like snow in the sun. The two of them seemed to be drawn together by an invisible force, and they embraced and walked into the room. The room was filled with a warm atmosphere, quiet as if it were a small world isolated from the rest of the world. Pei Duo, like a meek kitten, nestled on Yang Xiaodong's shoulder and sat on the soft sofa. Neither of them spoke, and the air seemed to have congealed, but the atmosphere was unusually ambiguous.
The ambiguity was like light smoke, slowly drifting between the two of them.
A shy expression appeared on Pei Duo's little face, and the blush was like the evening glow in the sky. She bit her lip and lowered her head, afraid to look at Yang Xiaodong, and just played with the hem of her clothes with her slender fingers.
Yang Xiaodong's eyes inadvertently fell on the white, round area of Pei Duo's chest.
He felt his Adam's apple roll, as if a hot current was surging up his heart, and he moved his eyes away in some confusion.
"Brother Xiaodong, I want some wine."
Pei Duo broke the silence, pointing to a bottle of red wine sitting on the side of the wine cabinet, which shimmered with an enchanting luster in the light. Pei Duo knew what she was about to face, so her heart felt like it had a little bunny inside it, both pounding with nervousness and full of anticipation. That kind of complex emotion made her palms sweat slightly.
Yang Xiaodong was feeling the same thing.
He felt like his heart was going to jump right out of his throat. After all, he was still a complete virgin in this area, just like an explorer entering an unknown realm for the first time, nervous but also curious.
"Good."
Yang Xiaodong tried hard to make his voice sound more stable as he picked up 2 exquisite wine glasses from the wine cabinet and poured some red wine into them gently. The red wine in the glass was swaying, like a ball of burning flames.
"Brother Xiaodong, I toast you."
Pei Duo raised her glass, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Yang Xiaodong, her face wearing a smile that was as beautiful and charming as a blooming flower in spring.
"To me? To me what?"
Yang Xiaodong's gaze fell on Pei Duo's flushed face, his eyes narrowing slightly.
Pei Duo's pretty face flushed even more than before, the color of it like a ripe apple.
"To my brother Xiaodong's liking."
Deep affection shone in Pei Duo's eyes.
The two lightly touched their glasses together, making a crisp sound that was especially clear in the quiet room.
Pei Duo tilted her neck first, and without hesitation, gulped it down.
Yang Xiaodong looked at Pei Duo and followed suit, drinking the red wine in his glass in one gulp. The taste of the wine spread in his mouth, a little bitter, a little sweet.
Yang Xiaodong poured another glass and raised it. "To Pei Duo."
The two smiled at each other, their smiles containing 1,000 words. They drained the glass in one gulp again, and the mellow aroma of the red wine filled the air. The two of them drank a few more glasses like this, each one warming their feelings for each other. Pei Duo's face grew more and more rosy, and her eyes became hazy, as if covered in a mysterious veil. She gently stroked Yang Xiaodong's chest, her eyes revealing a strong love, like a burning flame, blazing fiercely. Yang Xiaodong felt the strangeness coming from his body. His throat rolled, and his heartbeat became faster and faster, like pounding an impassioned drumbeat. Spurred on by the alcohol, Pei Duo no longer felt the nervousness and awkwardness she had felt at the beginning. Instead, she felt emboldened, like a bird that had broken free of its bonds.
Yang Xiaodong was the same.
His arms involuntarily wrapped around Pei Duo's slender waist, feeling the soft touch.
His breathing became a little hasty. "Brother Yang Xiaodong, did you buy that?"
Pei Duo's face turned red, and the blush spread from her cheeks to her neck. Her voice was small, with a hint of shyness and a hint of expectation.
"Which one?"
Yang Xiaodong pretended to be confused, but in fact he already understood what Pei Duo meant. He just wanted to tease her a little because he was also a little embarrassed.
Pei Duo said coquettishly, "Naughty, it's that one."
Her eyes carried a hint of resentment, but more so shyness.
"Which one?" Yang Xiaodong knew the answer but couldn't help but let the corner of his mouth rise. He liked seeing Pei Duo's shy and cute appearance. "Oh, no."
Pei Duo's coquettish tone carried a hint of petulance, and her voice was soft and mellow, as sweet as cotton candy, as if she were being petulant. Yang Xiaodong felt a flutter in his heart, and he felt like his heart was about to melt from Pei Duo's charms.
"Don't worry, I'm prepared,"
Yang Xiaodong said, while gently picking Pei Duo up and carrying her horizontally towards the bed in the room.
Immediately afterwards, the two of them started their sweet double row.
Chapter 37 Chapter 38 Seeing Injustice. Early the next morning, Pei Duo slowly opened her eyes. What met her gaze was a familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar ceiling. She moved her body, and a sharp pain radiated from her limbs. Images from last night flashed through her mind like a revolving door, and her face instantly turned red like a ripe tomato.
Yang Xiaodong also woke up at this moment.
He looked at the somewhat shy Pei Duo beside him, and his mouth unconsciously rose up, reaching out to embrace her in his arms.
"Good morning, Duo."
His voice carried the lethargy and hoarseness of someone who had just woken up. The hot breath sprayed in Pei Duo's ear, making her face even redder.
Good morning."
Pei Duo's voice was so low that not even a mosquito could hear it. She struggled hard to get away, but Yang Xiaodong hugged her even tighter, and there was even a tendency for her to move upwards.
Stop it, I want to take a shower.
Pei Duo lowered her head and whispered, and Yang Xiaodong did not tease her anymore when he saw this.
Okay.
He let her go, and Pei Duo immediately climbed out of bed and hurriedly ran towards the bathroom.
Yang Xiaodong looked at her flustered back and smiled happily. I can see why some men are obsessed with women.
Just then, the long-lost system voice came again. Congratulations, host, on completing the conquest task.
Conquered goddess, Pei Duo. Reward, charisma skill Cupid's kiss, 500 million Chinese yuan. Skill introduction. Skill name, Cupid's kiss.
Function, anyone of the opposite sex who kisses the host will fall in love with them involuntarily. This is a charm skill, and the higher the host's charm attribute, the stronger the effect after the skill is cast.
Holy shit. Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but swear, the skill is simply awesome. He then opened his attribute panel. Host, Yang Xiaodong. Age, 21. Body, 100. Strength, 90. Intelligence, 80. Agility, 50. Charisma, 10. Current available attribute points, 0. Personal wealth, 117-930-0563.
Acquired skills, extreme beauty contact lenses charisma, street fighting strength, Cupid's kiss charisma. Yang Xiaodong couldn't stop smiling when he saw that he had gained another 500 million Chinese yuan. Yang Xiaodong looked at the series of numbers on the attribute panel, the newly acquired skills and wealth, and felt like there was a fire burning in his heart. He jumped out of bed and excitedly walked back and forth a few times in the room. This Cupid's kiss skill, if used well, can be very powerful. Yang Xiaodong muttered to himself while imagining various usage scenarios, with a smug smile on the corner of his mouth.
At this time, Pei Duo's voice came from the bathroom. Xiaodong, can you bring my clothes over here for a moment?
Yang Xiaodong came back to his senses, nodded, picked up the clothes on the chair and walked to the bathroom door.
The clothes are here, he shouted. Thanks.
Pei Duo's voice was still a little shy. After a while, Pei Duo walked out of the bathroom, her hair still damp, a few strands sticking to her cheeks, making her look even more charming.
Yang Xiaodong was a little dazed, and Pei Duo gave him a little tap. What are you looking at?
At you. You're really beautiful today.
Yang Xiaodong smiled.
Pei Duo gave him a glare, but a sweet smile still appeared on her face.
The two tidied up a little and were ready to go out.
Walking down the street, Yang Xiaodong felt that everything around him had become more beautiful, perhaps because he had a beautiful woman in his arms, or perhaps because of the sudden increase in wealth and powerful skills. Let's go get something to eat, Yang Xiaodong suggested.
Good, I'm a little hungry, Pei Duo said, taking his arm.
The two went to a small restaurant downstairs. Before they reached the door, the noisy and clamorous sounds came like a surging tide. Once inside, they were greeted by a chaotic scene. In the middle of the restaurant, a scruffy-looking man was standing there. At that moment, he was red-faced, his eyes bulging like brass bells, and the veins on his forehead were bulging.
He pointed at the bowl of noodles on the table in front of him and yelled hoarsely, "Are you blind? Look at what this is. This damn fly is in my noodles. Are you trying to poison me?"
As he yelled, he pointed at the bowl with his rough and dirty hands, spitting out saliva. The boss was a middle-aged man with a simple face and a slightly plump figure. Years of hard work in the kitchen had made his skin look a bit rough and greasy. He was wearing a somewhat faded apron, which was still stained with flour and oil. He looked anxious, and large beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead, soaking his sparse hair. He hurriedly explained, "Brother, please calm down. We have been in business for so many years, and we have always paid special attention to hygiene. We clean the restaurant every day. This fly really might have just flown in. Look, no one else in our restaurant has reported this either. Please forgive us this time."
The rascal didn't listen to the boss's explanation at all. His face turned even redder, like an angry bull.
He slammed the table with a loud bang, which made the chopsticks and spoons jump, and a few of them even fell to the ground.
He shouted, "Humph! Don't give me any nonsense. You say it's gone, but it's not?
I feel sick right now, and my stomach is in such pain, it's like there are worms crawling around. I'm telling you, this won't be settled for less than 3,000 yuan today, or I'll go to the Trade and Industry Bureau and complain about you, and you'll close down this shitty restaurant immediately." The boss's face became even more unpleasant, his lips trembling slightly, his eyes full of helplessness and despair. He gritted his teeth and spoke with a hint of pleading in his voice. Brother, 3,000 yuan is really too much. This is a small business, and I work hard every day, earning all this hard-earned money.
I really can't come up with this much. Can you look at it and see if you can reduce it a bit? The gangster showed no sign of softening.
A smirk of satisfaction curled the corners of his mouth. He crossed his arms, tilted his head to one side, and his eyes were full of disdain.
Don't bargain with me. 3,000 yuan is already a bargain. I haven't even counted my mental damages yet. Don't make me get nasty.
The customers around them stopped what they were doing and gathered around. They whispered to each other. Some of the customers frowned, their eyes showing dissatisfaction and sympathy. Whispering, this scoundrel is so hateful, he is obviously here to extort money. Some looked at the boss with a worried face, but they didn't dare to speak up. After all, it is better to avoid trouble. Just as the boss was helpless and preparing to turn around and go to the back to get the money, Yang Xiaodong pulled Pei Duo out of the crowd. Yang Xiaodong was dressed in simple and decent casual clothes, with a straight posture. His eyes were firm and bright, as if there was an invisible force. He gently pulled Pei Duo behind him, while she looked at him nervously but also with some expectation. Yang Xiaodong fixed his gaze on the thug, his voice steady and powerful, like an undercurrent surging beneath the surface of a calm sea. You've gone too far by deliberately putting flies in the bowl and blackmailing us.
Don't think that no one can see through your tricks.
The thug was taken aback at first, then he sized up Yang Xiaodong and saw his young appearance, a slight sneer of contempt curling the corner of his mouth. He shrugged his shoulders and said disdainfully, Yo? Who are you? Where did you come from? Kid, don't stick your nose in where it doesn't belong, or I'll take care of you too. As he spoke, he shook his fists to try to intimidate Yang Xiaodong.
Yang Xiaodong was not at all intimidated, however.
He took a step forward, each step firm and powerful.
His momentum grew stronger, and his eyes exuded an unquestionable air of authority. I'm going to take charge today.
Your kind of behavior is bullying, and I can't stand scoundrels like you. The thug was enraged by Yang Xiaodong's attitude. Like an enraged beast, he clenched his fists, his muscles tensing, and swung at Yang Xiaodong.
He cursed and shouted, little brat, looking for death.
Yang Xiaodong had been prepared for this. He slightly sidestepped, his movements swift and light, easily avoiding the thug's attack. The thug stumbled a few steps forward due to the excessive force, almost falling to the ground. His expression became even more hideous, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Before he could stand firmly, Yang Xiaodong quickly struck, his fist lightning fast and precisely landing on the thug's stomach. The punch contained a powerful force, like a cannonball hitting its target. The thug immediately felt a sharp pain, as if there was a ball of fire burning in his stomach. He let out a howl, bent over like an injured beast, and subconsciously covered his stomach with his hands, his facial features all twisted together.
Yang Xiaodong didn't pause for a second.
He followed up with another kick, which landed on the thug's leg. The force was so great that the thug was kicked directly to the ground. The thug fell on his face, looking utterly miserable. He struggled to get up on the ground, his eyes showing a fierce light, reaching out to grab the nearby stool, trying to use it as a weapon to fight back.
Yang Xiaodong's eyes flashed, and he took a step forward.
His eyes were like sharp blades, piercing straight at the thug. The majesty in those eyes made the thug suddenly dare not move again, as if he had been suppressed by Yang Xiaodong's momentum. His hand stopped in mid-air, and the ferocity in his eyes gradually gave way to fear.
Get out of here. Don't let me see you here again.
Yang Xiaodong's voice was low and full of deterrence, causing the thug's body to tremble involuntarily. Seeing this, the thug knew that he had met a tough guy today and would not get an advantage. He slowly got up from the ground, backing away while saying menacingly, You little brat, just wait for me. Then he ran away in disgrace, his fleeing backside looking very disheveled, in stark contrast to his previous arrogant appearance.
The boss thanked Yang Xiaodong profusely.
He was so moved that his lips trembled and tears welled in his eyes. He walked quickly up to Yang Xiaodong and shook his hand tightly. Young man, I really can't thank you enough today. If it weren't for you, my restaurant would have been screwed by him.
I don't know how I can repay you.
The surrounding customers also applauded and cheered, and the loud applause echoed throughout the restaurant.
Someone exclaimed, Well done.
This kind of person deserves a good lesson. Others gave Yang Xiaodong a thumbs up and looked at him with admiration. Pei Duo looked at Yang Xiaodong with admiration in her eyes, and her cheeks were slightly flushed with excitement.
Chapter 38 Chapter 39 Total Descent. Yang Xiaodong and Pei Duo sat down peacefully in the restaurant, surrounded by the admiring stares of the crowd.
Pei Duo held onto Yang Xiaodong's arm tightly, her head leaning intimately against his shoulder, her face beaming with a mixture of happiness and admiration. Xiaodong, those few moves of yours were so cool, just like the superheroes in the movies. Pei Duo looked up at Yang Xiaodong, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yang Xiaodong smiled, gently pinched Pei Duo's nose and said, "There's no need to exaggerate. It's just that this kind of person has gone too far and can't be allowed to get away with it." At this moment, the boss came over with a smile on his face, holding a menu in his hand and saying enthusiastically, "Today, I really have to thank you both. This meal is on me, so feel free to order whatever you like." Yang Xiaodong quickly waved his hand. "Boss, how can this be? Your small business is not easy, so we'll pay whatever the bill is." The boss, however, insisted on not charging them. Yang Xiaodong saw this and had to say, "Okay, boss, thank you this time. But if this happens again in the future, don't compromise so easily, just call the police." The boss nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, today I was confused for a moment, thinking that it's better to avoid trouble. I will definitely pay attention in the future, and I really thank you very much today." Yang Xiaodong and Pei Duo ordered a few signature dishes. While waiting for the food to be served, Pei Duo suddenly remembered something and asked, "Xiaodong, where did you learn to fight like that? I saw that you were very agile and you subdued that thug in no time." Yang Xiaodong was shocked. He couldn't tell Pei Duo that it was a skill he had exchanged from the system. His mind raced, and then he said mysteriously, "When I was a child, I learned a little kung fu from an old master in my hometown, but it was just the basics. I never thought it would come in handy today." Pei Duo said with admiration, "I see, Xiaodong, you're really amazing, you can do anything. By the way, didn't you play on the basketball team at school before? You can play basketball too?" Yang Xiaodong nodded, "Well, a little, but it was just for fun, nothing technical." Pei Duo, however, did not think so. She said enthusiastically, "I think boys who play basketball are especially handsome. Xiaodong, when are you playing basketball? Can you take me with you? I want to go and cheer you on." Yang Xiaodong hesitated for a moment, thinking about the situation at school, and he was a little worried. But looking at Pei Duo's expectant eyes, he could not bear to refuse, so he had to say, "Okay, when there's a chance. But recently there have been a lot of things going on at school, so it may be a while." Pei Duo was a little disappointed, but she obediently nodded, "Okay, then you must let me know when you're free." In a short while, the dishes were served one after the other. The aroma wafted over, and both their stomachs grumbled at the same time, causing them to smile at each other. "Eat up, you look famished," Yang Xiaodong said with a smile, and he helped Pei Duo with a piece of meat. Pei Duo happily ate, praising the delicious food as she did. Yang Xiaodong looked at Pei Duo's satisfied expression and felt a sense of happiness in his heart. However, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the system mission. Now that he had completed the mission of conquering Pei Duo, he had obtained the Cupid's Kiss skill and 500 million Chinese yuan. However, he knew that he still had other missions to complete, and each one of them would not be easy. Yan Ruyu's gentleness and thoughtfulness, Chen Ruoxi's fresh and refined appearance, Xia Yuyang's haughty and cold demeanor, Jin Ro's heroic and valiant spirit, Wei Shuting's mature and charming personality, and the newly appeared Anna, each of them has a unique charm and is waiting for him to conquer. Yang Xiaodong knows full well that he cannot indulge in the comfort of the moment and must continue to work hard. However, as the task progresses, his inner conflict deepens. He wonders if he is doing the right thing, using the system to pursue these girls. Although he can gain wealth and skills, is this fair to them? Yang Xiaodong, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly silent? Is the food not to your liking? Pei Duo's voice awakens Yang Xiaodong from his musings. He quickly comes back to his senses and smiles, saying, "No, I was just thinking about something at school. The food is delicious, you should eat more." Pei Duo looked at Yang Xiaodong, and a trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, but she did not pursue it further. After finishing their meal, Yang Xiaodong and Pei Duo walked out of the restaurant. The sunlight shone on them, casting long shadows. "Xiaodong, where are we going next?" Pei Duo asked. Yang Xiaodong thought for a moment and said, "How about going shopping? I'll buy you some clothes and jewelry." Pei Duo's eyes lit up, but then she shook her head. "Xiaodong, no, you've already bought me a lot of things, I can't take any more." Yang Xiaodong gently nudged Pei Duo's nose. "Silly girl, I'm willing to buy things for you. And you're my girlfriend now, of course I want to spoil you." Pei Duo was deeply moved, and she put her tiptoes together and gave Yang Xiaodong a light kiss on the cheek. "Xiaodong, you're so good. Then let's go shopping, but I don't want anything too expensive." Yang Xiaodong nodded with a smile, took Pei Duo's hand, and walked towards the mall. In the mall, Pei Duo excitedly shuttled between the various shops, like a happy little bird. Yang Xiaodong followed behind her, carrying shopping bags of all sizes in his hands, his face beaming with a smile of adoration.
Xiaodong, what do you think of this dress?
Pei Duo held up a dress and gestured it in front of her. Yang Xiaodong took a closer look and said, "It's very pretty, it suits you very well.
Go try it on." Pei Duo walked into the fitting room, and in a moment, she walked out wearing the dress.
The color of the dress made her skin look even whiter, and the style perfectly showed off her curves.
Wow, Duo, you're really beautiful. Yang Xiaodong couldn't help but exclaim. Pei Duo smiled shyly, really? Then I'll buy this one.
Yang Xiaodong paid for it and the two continued shopping.
Unconsciously, the sky gradually grew dark. Xiaodong, it's getting late, let's go back to the hotel.
Pei Duo said with some reluctance.
Yang Xiaodong nodded, okay, I'll walk you back.
After returning to the hotel, Pei Duo stood at the door, looking at Yang Xiaodong, her eyes full of affection. "Xiaodong, I really had a great time today, thank you." Yang Xiaodong embraced Pei Duo in his arms and said tenderly, "I had a great time too, Duo.
Get some rest, I'll see you tomorrow."
Pei Duo nodded, gave Yang Xiaodong a light kiss on the lips, then turned and walked into the room. At this point, Pei Duo had truly fallen in love with Yang Xiaodong.
She had already completely fallen.
Yang Xiaodong watched Pei Duo's back disappear behind the door, took a deep breath, and then turned and left. Chapter 39 Chapter 40 The misunderstanding is resolved. Yang Xiaodong returned to the dormitory and saw Zhang Hao at a glance, looking like a sadhu, bent over his desk and buried his head in his studies. His heart sank. He knew that they needed to have a serious talk about what had happened today. So he took a deep breath, tiptoed over to Zhang Hao, and then, with lightning speed, patted him on the shoulder.
"Let's go outside and talk, rat."
Zhang Hao slowly looked up, gave Yang Xiaodong a sideways glance, and his eyes were cold as winter ice, showing indifference and alienation.
"What's there to talk about?"
After saying that, he lowered his head again and continued to study hard, as if Yang Xiaodong was invisible and he didn't want to bother with him.
Yang Xiaodong's eyes twinkled, and he thought of a plan.
He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed Zhang Hao one.
"Here, rat, have a cigarette." Yang Xiaodong beamed. "I don't smoke, you know that." Yang Xiaodong laughed.
"I know, I don't usually smoke either, but I'll make an exception today and smoke with you.
I'm feeling a bit down, and I want to talk to you about it."
Zhang Hao hesitated, as if he were suffering from constipation. In the end, he took the cigarette as if he were picking up a time bomb. Yang Xiaodong quickly took out his lighter, clicked it on, lit Zhang Hao's cigarette first, and then lit one for himself. Zhang Hao took a deep drag, and the smoke, like a bunch of mischievous little devils, rampaged through his lungs, making him choke and nearly bring tears to his eyes.
"Let's go to the balcony,"
Zhang Hao said, coughing. The two of them stood on the balcony, looking out at the beautiful campus scenery. Yang Xiaodong was silent for a long time, and then finally spoke, his voice as slow as squeezing toothpaste.
"Mouse, I know you're angry with me because of the incident with Su Ting.
I came here today specifically to clear the air with you. I swear to you, there is really nothing going on between Su Ting and me, so don't get any ideas." Zhang Hao didn't say a word, just smoked quietly like a silent gourd. The smoke hit his face, so it was impossible to tell what expression he was wearing.
Yang Xiaodong was impatient, so he spoke rapidly like a machine gun. "Rat, what kind of friendship do you and I have?
We've been sleeping in bunk beds, eating together, going to class together, playing games together, and watching movies together since freshman year.
Do you think I would throw our friendship out the window for a woman?"
I admit that Su Ting is quite pretty and has a good personality, but I know you like her.
I'm not the kind of person who values a woman over a friend, so how could I possibly go after the woman your friend likes?
If Yang Xiaodong did such a mean thing, let him step in dog poo when he goes out, choke on his food, and choke on his water. Zhang Hao flicked the ashes off his cigarette, his voice as low as a mosquito's chirp.
"Then why did she bring you medicine? If you guys don't have a thing, why would she do that?"
Yang Xiaodong sighed, a sigh longer than the Great Wall.
"I'm also puzzled. I really don't know why she did it.
Maybe she's gone off the deep end, or no, maybe she's misunderstood something.
But I can swear to the heavens that I've never actively provoked her."
After listening to Yang Xiaodong's explanation, Zhang Hao's expression eased slightly, like the melting of a corner of an iceberg, but he was still a little suspicious.
"Really? Don't lie to me, I'm not well read, don't lie to me." Yang Xiaodong's eyes widened, and he looked at Zhang Hao with a sincere face. "Rat, When have I ever lied to you? If I did, I'd be a dog.
If you still don't believe me, I'll go find Su Ting right now and tell her in front of her face that I don't have the slightest interest in her and tell her to stop doing these little things that cause misunderstandings. Zhang Hao was silent for a moment, then shook his head like a rattle.
No need, I believe you.
In fact, I also know that Su Ting probably just sees me as a normal friend, and she likes you.
You can't force relationships. I don't want to lose you as a good friend because of a woman.
If I did that, wouldn't I be a fool?
Yang Xiaodong was very moved when he heard this.
He then patted Zhang Hao on the shoulder, almost knocking him over.
Rat, thank you for believing in me.
Don't worry, we'll still be good friends in the future, sharing both good times and bad. If you still like Su Ting, then go for it, I support you. If you feel too tired and don't want to pursue her anymore, that's fine too. There are plenty of women in the world, just like the stars in the sky, and there's bound to be one for you.
Zhang Hao nodded, and a smile finally appeared on his face.
Okay, I understand. But I still want to win her over through my own efforts.
If it doesn't work out in the end, then so be it.
Yang Xiaodong was amused by Zhang Hao's words and laughed heartily.
Good, this is the rat I know. You have backbone.
No matter what the outcome, as long as you tried your best, you won't regret it. Even if you don't get Su Ting in the end, it's no big deal, just consider it a valuable life experience. Maybe in the future, when you look back, you'll even find it quite interesting. After saying all this, Yang Xiaodong slapped his thigh and suggested, Haozi, since we've talked about this, we must go out tonight and drink until we drop. Zhang Hao, who had been immersed in the conversation with a serious expression on his face, couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth when he heard this, and nodded, saying, okay, let's do it. At this time, Zhang Chang was lying in bed brushing his phone, and when he heard that they were going for a drink, he suddenly perked up. He sat up suddenly, his eyes bulging like copper bells, shouting, drinking?
That's great. I've been wanting to relax for a long time.
Shen Pang also turned from in front of the computer, beaming from ear to ear, and said, we must go. We won't come home until we're drunk. They left immediately, like they had been pumped full of energy, and arrived in a hurry at the popular karaoke bar near the university. As soon as they entered, the cool lighting and deafening music embraced them like welcoming hands. Yang Xiaodong strode proudly to the front desk and waved imperiously at the waiter, bring me the most expensive alcohol you have. I'll pay for it today, so let's drink up, guys. Zhang Hao and the others knew full well that Yang Xiaodong was now a wealthy man, so they didn't hold back. Before long, the table was full of all kinds of dazzling high-end alcohol. Zheng Chang looked at the wine and his mouth watered. He couldn't wait to open a bottle and pour a big glass full for everyone. Then, he shouted, come on, guys, to our friendship that is stronger than gold. Everyone cheered, raised their glasses, and gulped down the wine in a few sips. The wine was so hot that they frowned, but they all had huge smiles on their faces. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, the conversation flowed like a flood. Zheng Chang was so drunk that his face was red like a ripe apple, and he couldn't speak properly. He staggered over to Yang Xiaodong, put his arms around his neck, and said, brother, you're amazing. Now that you're rich, you can't leave me behind if I run out of money in the future. Yang Xiaodong was almost unable to breathe as he was strangled, and he laughed and said, boss, don't worry, as long as I have a mouthful of meat to eat, I will never let you guys have the soup. Zhang Hao watched them from the side, his tears almost coming out from laughing. He raised his glass and said, forget about that, today let's just drink and be happy. Here, cheers. Chen Peng had already drunk too much and was singing and dancing on the side, holding a microphone and howling out an unknown song, so out of key that it could have gone into outer space, making everyone else laugh. Everyone drank wine while singing to their heart's content, reminiscing about the silly things they had done together in those years. Time slipped away in the laughter, and everyone was drunk and stumbling, as drunk as a skunk. In the end, a few people held on to each other, like a group of toddlers just learning to walk, staggering out of the karaoke bar. On the way back to the dormitory, they still sang the classic Brothers Hug at the top of their lungs. Although they were badly out of tune, the enthusiasm and sincerity was touching. Back in the dormitory, they didn't even take off their clothes, and fell straight onto the bed, snoring loudly. In a short while, the room was filled with deafening snoring, as if playing a unique symphony.
Chapter 40 Chapter 41 Starting a Media Company.
The next morning, the sun shone through the gaps in the curtains and fell on the several people lying on the bed in various positions.
Yang Xiaodong was awakened by the blinding light.
His head was dizzy, and the hangover was making him feel terrible. His throat was dry as if it was on fire, and his stomach was in turmoil. He sat up with difficulty and looked at Zheng Chang, Zhang Hao and Chen Peng, who were still fast asleep next to him. A slight smile curled the corner of his mouth, revealing a wry smile. These guys, one by one, got drunk as skunks last night, and now they're sleeping like dead pigs. Yang Xiaodong got out of bed quietly, afraid of waking them up, and then staggered towards the bathroom. Looking at his haggard reflection in the mirror, his hair a mess and his eyes bloodshot, he shook his head helplessly. He turned on the tap and splashed some cold water on his face, which made him feel slightly more awake. After washing up, Yang Xiaodong walked out of the dormitory and took a deep breath of the fresh morning air, trying to fully wake himself up. He patted his rumbling stomach and decided to go to the school cafeteria to find something to eat to fill his stomach. When he arrived at the cafeteria, there were already quite a few students eating breakfast. Yang Xiaodong ordered his favorite breakfast, found an empty seat, and began to wolf it down. After eating, Yang Xiaodong patted his stomach in a face of enjoyment and was about to get up and leave when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Pei Duo calling. "Brother Xiaodong, what are you doing?" Pei Duo's sweet voice came over the phone. "I just finished breakfast in the cafeteria and am about to go back to the dormitory," Yang Xiaodong replied. "Oh, so did you miss me?" Pei Duo asked coquettishly. "Of course I did." "Pei Duo, how about you, did you miss me?" Yang Xiaodong said with a smile. "Humph, I don't want you." "You didn't even call me," Pei Duo said, pretending to be angry. "Ha, it's my fault. I didn't want to disturb your rest, that's all," Yang Xiaodong said quickly. "You're forgiven, brother Xiaodong. Are you free today?" "I want to go out and have a look around," Pei Duo said. "Sure, where do you want to go?" Yang Xiaodong asked. "Just go for a walk, as long as I'm with you," Pei Duo said. "Okay, then. Wait for me at the hotel. I'll pick you up in a bit," Yang Xiaodong said. "Okay, brother Xiaodong, hurry up," Pei Duo said happily. Yang Xiaodong hung up the phone, went back to the dormitory to tidy up a bit, and then went downstairs to the Carlton Hotel to pick up Pei Duo. In a short while, Yang Xiaodong arrived at the hotel entrance. Pei Duo had already been waiting at the entrance. She was wearing a light yellow dress and her hair was tied up in a ponytail, looking full of youthful vitality. When she saw Yang Xiaodong's car, she immediately ran over and got in. "Brother Xiaodong, where are we going to hang out?" Pei Duo asked after fastening her seatbelt. "How about we go for a cup of coffee first?" Yang Xiaodong suggested. "That's good, I'm a bit sleepy," Pei Duo said. Yang Xiaodong drove to an elegant cafe. The two walked into the cafe, found a seat by the window, and ordered 2 cups of coffee. "Brother Xiaodong, what did you study in college?" Pei Duo asked while stirring her coffee. "I studied history," Yang Xiaodong replied. "History? What are your plans after that?" Pei Duo asked curiously. "I don't know. I'll take it one step at a time," Yang Xiaodong said with a smile. "By the way, Duo, what did you study?" "I studied new media operations at Gusu University," Pei Duo said. "New media operations? That's a good major. New media is developing so quickly these days, you'll definitely have no trouble finding a job," Yang Xiaodong said. "Well, I also think it's a pretty interesting major, but it is a bit difficult," Pei Duo said. "Is it difficult?" "I think you can definitely learn it well, you're so smart," Yang Xiaodong said with a smile. Pei Duo was sweet-faced when she heard Yang Xiaodong's praise. She smiled and said, "Brother Xiaodong, you just know how to make me happy." Just then, a sudden flash of inspiration came to Yang Xiaodong's mind, and he came up with a good idea. Since Pei Duo is studying new media operations, why not set up a media company? This would not only allow Pei Duo to apply her knowledge, but also expand his own business territory. Duo, I have an idea," Yang Xiaodong said. "What idea?" Pei Duo asked. "I want to set up a media company." Yang Xiaodong looked at Pei Duo with sparkling eyes. "You see, you studied new media operations and have professional knowledge, while I can be in charge of the company's operations management and financial affairs. If we join forces, we might be able to achieve something." Pei Duo's eyes lit up, and she put down her coffee cup, excitedly saying, "Really? Brother Xiaodong, this is a great idea. But setting up a media company requires a lot of preparation, such as a venue, equipment, and staff." "Those are not a problem." Yang Xiaodong smiled confidently, saying that venues, equipment, and the like are not a problem, and I will take care of it. As for staff, as long as we offer high enough salaries, we will definitely attract some talented people.
Pei Duo frowned slightly and said after a moment's thought, what about the direction of our business? Are we going to make short videos, do live streaming, or traditional advertising planning?
We can develop multiple lines of business.
Yang Xiaodong took a sip of coffee. Short video production is currently popular. We can create some distinctive short video accounts to attract traffic.
At the same time, live streaming has great potential.
We can't neglect advertising planning either. We can use your knowledge of new media operations to place ads accurately.
That sounds really good. Pei Duo's face was filled with an expectant smile, so we need to quickly make a detailed plan, including the company name, logo, and so on.
Let's get started.
The two drove to a very busy area to find a suitable shop for the media company. After some time searching, they finally found a suitable shop, which also happened to be looking for investors.
The two walked into the shop, and Pei Duo's eyes lit up.
The shop had a lot of space, with 2 floors. Yang Xiaodong looked at Pei Duo's excited face, his mouth curling up slightly, and said to the investment manager, "We'll take this place, price is not a problem." After signing the contract, Yang Xiaodong directly contacted the most famous decoration team in the industry. He told the designer, the decoration must use the best materials, the style must be fashionable and atmospheric, and it must be able to reflect the vitality and creativity of our media company. Pei Duo added from the side, the live broadcast area should be warm and unique, with different styles of broadcast rooms for different types of anchors, and the studio should be professional enough. The designer nodded repeatedly and quickly came up with a design plan that satisfied both of them. Yang Xiaodong spared no expense when it came to purchasing equipment. He purchased the top-of-the-line high-definition cameras, professional film and television-grade lighting equipment, and microphones from internationally renowned brands.
The computers were also high-end, ensuring that the staff had no stress when working on videos, designs, and other tasks.